everybody, how are you all doing today? For some reason my Steam Deck again is not working with me for a voice mod, but that's okay. Because again, I only just now noticed. But it should be fine, it should be fine. It should be fine. But hopefully everybody is having a good day so far. Let me... should go ahead and fix it. Yeah, I should. It should only take me close and reopen it again, so give me 1 second. 1 second. And then we can continue with Umineko after I get it fixed. Okay. Does it work? Nope. Nope, it still doesn't work. Oh no, I don't have my things to work. No! Wait. Now it's working. Okay. Okay, there's that at least. Okay, now on to opening the game. Okay. I still have like a wee bit of a cough. But it's mostly gone now. Okay, let me see. It should just go ahead and detect it. Yeah. Okay. So we can go on over to the game screen. I almost said the just chatting screen. That's what we were on, Zeph. Come on. Get with the program. I know you stayed up so late. Wait, we gotta get through this. We gotta say hi to Leon. And all of their OCs. Okay. So I went back to see what the wordplay puzzle thing was, and it was like, where the heck is Ulo? Anyway, chapter 9, the day the witch revived. Oh, I have no idea how much longer we have for this like episode. Quadrillion. There's only one place you'll find that word on Lokenjima. Gold butterflies flitted from shadow to shadow, dodging the raindrops. Unless my memory is mistaken, this is probably the place. It was the chapel. That mysterious building, one of the oldest on Lokenjima, which had been built at the same time as the mansion. It was called the chapel, but not once had Kinzo used it for worship, and the members of the family had never been allowed inside. There were strict orders that none approach it without reason, and its purpose has always been a mystery. However, all of these mysteries got boring after several decades. At some point, everyone forgot the chapel even existed, and that splendid building passed from the thoughts of Lokenjima's residents. Of course, this had been true for Bieto as well. Bieto, who hated boredom, had no desire to approach places that humans never went. Her last memory was of the time she went there to taunt Shannon as she tried to clean. There can be no doubt. That is it. Quadrillion. Bieto looked up, above the door of the chapel. There was a relief displayed over the arch. English words were written there. Don't open, dead inside. You will be blessed only at a probability of quadrillion to 1. Oh, that makes sense now. So, you thought that using the probability of someone finding this riddle? This chapel was built long ago. If there is a device like the one I imagine, Kinzo must have prepared that epitaph riddle many decades ago. He must have been planning to use it as a ceremony for choosing a fitting successor all that time. However, that ceremony is now a ceremony to open the door up to the Golden Land and to my resurrection. When I snapped my fingers, the ground bulged and several snake-like dead trees sprouted up. They twisted around each other to form a ladder, which leaned itself against the door. If my guess is right, there's some sort of device in that relief. I slowly climbed the ladder. Because of the size of the door, the relief was very high up. This close up, it looks much bigger than it did from the ground. Come to think of it, whenever we cleaned the chapel, this relief was the only thing that Genji always made sure he polished himself. I always wondered why he didn't leave something so trivial to the younger servants. I thought it strange, but nothing more. The master treasured this relief, so the head servant cared for it himself. I always accepted that excuse. But now I understand. There must be something in this relief, and Genji polished it himself to make sure no one else accidentally found out. So, am I to sacrifice the 6 letters chosen by the key from Quadrillion? The tips of my fingers touched the Q. My fingertips were soon covered with dust. However, I quickly realized that there was something strange about it. Don't tell me this letter. No, it had to be like this. There would be no other way to offer up sacrifices. Miyato grabbed the letter Q, and after lightly playing around with it in various ways, she pulled it out with a slight clunk. Just as I thought. Here, the Q I pulled out, and this part's a wedge. No, it's a key. The key was attached to the back of the Q and had been stuck into a keyhole in the relief. I see. In that case, I know what to do next. Very good. This Q key is a wrong answer. Enough with you. Miyato carelessly tossed the Q key aside. This was the first sacrifice. She kept on pulling out the keys for the 6 letters representing the key. So, A will also be sacrificed, and both I's, and then the N at the end. Now, I only sacrifice L, but unfortunately there are 2 L's here. There were 2 L's. I didn't know which I should sacrifice. I tried pulling both out, but the keys were of different shapes. So one is the right answer and one is the wrong answer. Well, there are only 2. If I make a mistake, I can just try the other one. Unless messing up sets off a trap that blows up the island, of course. Thinking it a waste of time to sit here worrying. There we go. Thinking it a waste to sit here worrying, I decided on the rightmost L and pulled it out. 5 letters remained in the 2. Or in the word. What? And now the first twilight is over, and on to the second twilight. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The D and R are close. What does it mean to tear them apart? Do I pull them out? But if I do, there will only be 3 letters left. By this point, I was able to make a good guess at what the gouge and kill lines meant. Gouge and kill probably means to turn the keys and take them out. In that case, the parts about going from head to leg must mean starting from the left and going right. Okay. I'll trust your judgment, Miyato. If that's the case, then there must be 5 characters left on the board. In other words, tear apart doesn't mean kill. If so, then we can read tear apart to mean putting a gap between the D and the R. But how? Once again, there are 2 ways to do it. Do I remove the D and move it to the left? Do I remove the R and move it to the right? After pondering this for some time, I realized that both choices were wrong. No, that's not right. I've had it wrong ever since I removed the L. A short while ago, I removed the right of the 2 L's. However, if I had removed the left one, it would look like this. If you line it up this way, it's easy to see the next step. The R gets shifted to the right. Oh, okay. This way, all of the letters are spread out evenly. This must be it. And this next part is another tough one. Praise my name? It's already clear that this is a word game. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Just what are the remaining 5 letters supposed to do? Probably change the order to form a word. U-D-R-L-O. I'm bad with word shuffles. What should be done about these 5 letters? Praise my name. How can I get stuck after coming so far? How are these 5 letters supposed to praise a name? That man's name is Ushiromiya Kinzo. Is the U part of Ushiromiya? No, several letters don't match, and there aren't nearly enough letters to make Ushiromiya. One thing is certain, my name must refer to Kinzo. Then, does the U stand for Ushiromiya after all? Like an initial? Then what do the D, R, L, and O stand for? They can't mean Kinzo. Do the R and the O stand for Rokenjima? The master of Rokenjima, Kinzo. Not nearly enough letters. This riddle left me totally confused. However, there are only 5 letters left. There can't be too many possible combinations of those letters. I could use process of elimination. Thinking I'd play around with it, I pulled out the U. There were 4 letters left. D-R-L-O. My idea of the U stood for Ushinomiya was like a heavenly oracle. When I removed the U, I thought of making a word with the remaining 4 letters. D, R, L, and O. Those 4 letters spun around in my head, changing their orders, and latched upon a single English word that would serve to praise Kinzo. Oh, that makes sense! It's Lord. Lord! I had absolutely no basis for it. However, it was like a flash of inspiration. I quickly changed the letters around before that flash faded from my mind. Lord U. L-O-R-D. Lord U. Ushinomiya. Lord Ushinomiya. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head. Oh. It was a key, so it wouldn't have turned it if it was the wrong one. But it did turn. I managed to gouge it. I gouged the first letter, the L, with a click, and then pulled it out. Next, the 5th twilight. Gouge the chest and kill. The O was gouged and pulled out easily. Then the R. Then the D. And finally, the U. When I turned the key of the U, I could feel a resistance, as though some device had been activated. That's very clever. I waited for something to change, but nothing did. However, I had felt something happen. A secret door must have opened somewhere around here. Waiting around won't accomplish anything. I've probably done everything I can here. All the letters in quadrillion had been removed. In the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. So this way, have I revived? The 10th twilight. At journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. When I stepped down off the ladder and looked around, I immediately noticed a small change. That lion statue. At some point, the lion statue in front of the chapel had turned to face a different direction. How did that work? Did Kinzo plan up this extravagant device back when he first started building on this island? I walked up to the lion statue and stared at it. Other than the fact that it was pointing to a different direction, nothing had changed. In that case, is the lion looking at something in particular now? I followed its line of sight and saw another lion statue, and that lion statue had also changed its direction. Interesting. So, follow the lion guideposts. As intricate as ever I see, Kinzo. I wasn't complaining anymore. I felt a bit of respect and awe at Kinzo for setting up such an intricate device and having it go undiscovered for all these years. There were lion statues standing like guardian deities at the entrance and the corners of the chapel. The direction they faced had changed, pointing around to the back of the chapel. There was something there. Oh. I wonder where we're going. It was no longer a surprise. This was after the contraption with the letters, after being guided by the lions. So when a gaping open secret passageway appeared, with stairs leading down to the darkness below, it wasn't surprising to me anymore. So, is this the entrance to the Golden Land, Kinzo? Man, thinking back on it, so many people, we had at least 2 or 3 cases of people finding that out. Man, if only we knew locations in kanji. Did you find it? Grandfather's gold? Yes. It took ages and ages, but I had reached the Golden Land. According to the previous games, there was an underground VIP room there, along with 10 tons of gold, right? Yes. After going down a rough stairway, there was a door at the end of a passage. Inside, it was beautifully furnished, a true VIP room. And was the gold all you found there? Yes, at the time. It would be a lie to say that I was not dizzied by the sight of all that gold stacked high. Is this real? I lightly touched the pile of gold with my finger. It was hard and cold. I must have imagined that it would crumble like a sandcastle if I touched it. Now there could be no doubt. This certainly was a 10-ton pile of gold ingots. Considering the amount of gold I had just found, I figured out I ought to be crying out in delight. I didn't really feel like laughing, but I thought it was only good manners to do so in a situation like this, so I forced it out. Because of this, only a few feeble laughs slipped from my mouth. At that moment, even stronger than any delight was a feeling as though I'd entered a place I wasn't supposed to be. I couldn't think of what I should do next, now that the epitaph's riddle had been completed. Then I heard approaching footsteps. It was coming from the stairway I had entered by. Someone was coming. Could it be Kinzo? If he finds out I've been in a place like this, will I get scolded harshly? I thought about hiding and forgetting this ever happened, but my legs wouldn't move. I kept standing there, stunned, in front of the pile of gold. As the footsteps grew closer and closer, the door opened, and I saw who it was. It's either Kinzo or Genji, I think. That would make sense. It wasn't Kinzo. I knew it would be Genji. Did you reach this place by your power alone? Indeed. For some time, Genji stared at Byato in silence, as though he was calculating something. Then he slowly clapped his hands together. He did it again, over and over. It took quite a long time before I realized that he was applauding me. The master has said that he will hand over the gold and the headship to the first person who solves the epitaph, and he believed that this person would be Beatrice. Beatrice? Me? This is fate. It is fate that brought you to this day. I didn't really understand what Genji was saying. Surely the shock of seeing the gold still had me paralyzed. Come this way. Okay. Genji opened a closet. Inside it was a torso wearing a beautiful dress made of black cloth and golden stitching. Oh! He didn't see them as Beatrice in that moment. It's like whoever finds it is Beatrice. So anybody who would have, oh my gosh, okay. When I saw it, I understood immediately. It was the witch's dress, the black dress worn by the Beatrice in the portrait. Change into this. It is something you once wore. Oh, okay, so it's like whoever would find it, like, would have been the reincarnation of Byato, the other reincarnation of Byato. I've never worn a dress like this. However, I understood what Genji meant. This dress was one that Beatrice once wore, and the one who displays a miracle by solving the epitaph is Beatrice. By reaching this room, I succeeded the position of the real Beatrice, the one in the portrait. Why do I call myself Beatrice? Because the name of the Golden Witch who rules over Rokkenjima's night is Beatrice. That's right. I wasn't the real Beatrice. I was a different witch, stealing the name of the witch from Kinzo's delusions. And now, I have succeeded the real Beatrice. By completing the epitaph's riddle, my resurrection will be complete. I was the one who decided on that rule. However, this really was a ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. In the past, I believed that I could create my own fate with my magic. How ironic that one could control magic at will, would be guided by fate to this place. At that moment, I had no choice but to truly accept and believe in this word called fate. And after I put this on, you will go to the master. Ready yourself. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, what is he gonna do? Kinzo, don't you do it. You better just apologize and not do anything else. Wait here. Okay. Master, it is Genji. After Genji knocked, the sound of the study doors unlocking could be heard. After a single glance telling me to wait, Genji entered alone.
I cannot believe this day has come. Fate can be such a strange thing.
Kumasawa was with us too. I thought this dress, which didn't really suit me, would lead to a lot of jokes, but she didn't laugh at me at all. On the contrary, when she saw me, her expression had turned stern, as though a long-awaited day had finally come. My heart raced. Supposedly, anyone could have been able to solve the epitaph. There shouldn't be anything strange about me solving it. Genji and the others kept wearing serious expressions, and that, along with everything else, made this feel like some sort of grand ceremony. The suffocating silence continued. Eventually, the door opened and Genji peeked out. Enter. Hello, Rocket! He's the meme sheep for truly back. Okay. I find it so interesting that like the two meme compilation channels were just deleted in like the same, or not deleted, but like suspended for the same amount of time. Enter, Beatrice-sama. He was saying those words to me, but not to the person I had been until a short while ago.
Go ahead, Beatrice-sama.
Kumasawa also urged me forward with a respectful bow. Kinzo was probably waiting for me inside. What expression should I wear as I go in? How should I greet him? I don't have a clue. As the two of them motioned me forward, it was all I could do to avoid tripping over the dress as I walked. Okay, so, Beato, Kinzo's gonna do one of two things. Either he's gonna apologize for what he did to Beatrice too, or he's gonna do something that I'm not gonna say, but I really don't want to happen. Kinzo, she is here. Kinzo was crouched on the ground, as though kneeling before the portrait of Beatrice. The Beatrice! At Nanja's words, he slowly turned, still crouching. As you can watch me react to it in my last VOD if you need proof. I almost died because of that trauma. Oh my gosh, oh no. Well, maybe we'll watch that in the in-between. Oh! Kinzo's eyes were already red with crying. When he saw me, he groaned with wonder. Beatrice! So, I'm thinking probably there was like a mechanism in the room, and so he's just like, wait, she actually is revived, and Genji like went to go fetch her. And so he's probably just like, I can't believe she's back. I can finally atone, maybe. Beatrice. Had he even forgotten how to stand up? He crawled over to where I was. While calling out to me with the name of the woman he had loved long ago, I was too stunned to move. Kinzo grabbed the hem of my dress, gripped it tightly, then curled up and sobbed. Beatrice, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you better be. I knew how you felt, and yet I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Don't forgive him. You don't know what he did. The words weren't directed at me. However, just standing here like this was all I needed to do. Kinzo's moment of atonement, the moment he had spent half of his life searching for, had finally come. A human's life is stained with sin. So humans seek forgiveness while they're still alive. However, in most cases, the person capable of granting such forgiveness is no longer on this earth. It was like that for Kinzo too. The one he sought no longer existed in this world. I'm noticing Beatrice has a lot of red in her hair. Does she? I didn't notice. I'll have to wait for it to come back. But I think it's probably just the style. I don't think it's in the original sprite work, but we'll check when it comes back. Instead, the forgiveness had been woven together by a miracle, and now Kinzo had received it. Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! You need not forgive me. You need not say anything. I simply needed to apologize to you just once. Oh! Kinzo kept grasping the dress hem and sobbing. The sins of humans are not forgiven from without. Forgiveness is found through regret and repentance. I want to believe that some sin, some fault of his, has been forgiven thanks to the way I look. Kinzo's sobbing gradually ceased, and he slowly looked up at me and rose. He looked unsteady. Nanjo rushed forward to support him.
So, I see that you are alive.
Yeah, I think it's just the shading for the red in her hair. Otherwise, it would be the same red as her flower.
I'm glad.
This time, these words weren't directed through me, but at me. I hesitated, unsure how I should respond.
I beg your forgiveness for keeping this a secret from you all this time. No matter. I do not fault you, Genji. Considering the sin that I committed every single day until now has been necessary for my atonement. However, there can be no doubt that today's miracle is a true one. By her own power, without anyone's help, she solved the epitaph before anyone else. Well done, solving such a difficult epitaph.
Thanks.
Indeed. Your voice resembles your mother's. Even your face reminds me of that mother and daughter. There can be no doubt that Beatrice's blood flows through your veins. I mean, like, technically, it's not wrong.
Yes, the traces of the Lady of Kumadorian in her youth is right there.
Does my face look like someone else's?
Beatrice-sama, please forgive me for keeping this a secret, even from you. Your parents are Beatrice-sama and the Master.
It's true. Until now, you have been raised as a child without parents. However, your true father is the Master, and your true mother is Beatrice-sama. We don't want to get into the details of how the family tree works.
Is that, really?
Yes. You truly are a descendant of Beatrice-sama.
Is such a strange fate really possible? I've dreamed about it. Dreamed about what it'd be like to be the Golden Witch Beatrice. But that dream had been mine alone. I dreamed that if I solved the epitaph and carried out its ceremony, I would revive as the true Beatrice. So is it okay to believe that since I've solved it, Beatrice really has revived? I truly carry Beatrice's blood? My OC Witchsona is real?
Yes. There is no doubt of that whatsoever.
It must be hard for you to live until... It must have been hard for you to live until this day without knowing a parent's affection. And yet, look at how wonderfully you've grown.
So, you all knew about me? Genji, Kumasawa, and even Nanjo nodded wordlessly. Now that I think about it, there might have been lots of hints. I've always felt as though there was something special about me. Genji and especially Kumasawa always treated me very kindly. Then, does that mean this day is a promise day? Which would eventually have come no matter what? I don't understand anything anymore. It's all a miracle from God. A promised fate has led me to this day.
Beatrice. No. Rion. That is the name I wanted to give you. It is your true name, Rion. I will now return you everything that Beatrice gave me. I return to you the gold, as well as everything of the Ushinomiya family, which was created by it.
Kinzo stuck out a hand that looked like a rotting tree.
Oh my gosh.
On his finger was a ring with a one-winged eagle crest, the symbol of the Ushinomiya family head. He pulled it off, grasped it tightly, and then held it out to me. I didn't know what to do. Slowly, as though they were being drawn forward, I held out my hands, palms up. After pressing his fists against my cupped hands, Kinzo slowly opened his hands and let the ring drop.
Leon, my child, all the ways your fate has been toyed with until today were caused by my sins. Please, forgive me. You will now inherit my ring. You are the new Ushinomiya family head. All of that gold belongs to you. I ask that you use it as you please, and hope that it will be enough to heal some small part of the pain you have suffered. That trifling amount of gold may be nothing in comparison to the sin I committed, but even so, should be enough to bring you some comfort.
Thank you.
Leon, I have one final request.
What is it?
Could you call me?
Sorry, what did you say?
Could you call me Father? I understand why you are not able to. I have not been a father to you in any way. Furthermore, you have been raised without knowing anything about a father. I realize that it's not a name you can call me by, and I realize that I have no right to ask this of you, but even with that in mind, please, if I could just hear that, I would have no further regrets.
After being asked like that, could I possibly have refused? Even if I am his child, I truly cannot acknowledge him as my father. So it felt very strange to say it. And yet, I decided that saying it was the right thing to do. I don't know. You should have let him just die with that one final regret. I feel like he would have deserved it. Only God can truly forgive sins. But though it may be temporary, people can be saved by the forgiveness of others. Yes. Father. That awkward word made Kinzo laugh. Drops of silver fell from both of his eyes. In that moment, the shadow that had covered his face was wiped away.
Thank you, Leon, my child. And Beatrice as well. Thank you for this last chance to ask for forgiveness. Of course, I don't believe that I have been forgiven by this alone. I shall atone for the rest as I burn in the flames of hell. I, Ushinamiya Kinzo, have no more regrets in this life. None at all. No regrets or matters left unfinished.
Looking up at the heavens, Kinzo spread his arms as though facing an applauding audience, laughing at the top of his lungs. It was the final pleasure, known only by those who had been released from all regrets of this world.
He should have died with one regret.
Kinzo's laugh weakened, and when it disappeared, he dropped to his knees, like a puppet with its strings cut, and slowly fell to the ground.
Wait, is this how he died?
Is this how he died?
Oh my gosh. Yes, I finally apologize.
Master!
Dr. Nanja. Yes.
Though their master had fallen,
My goodness,
Wait, oh gosh, I forgot to open the throwing system. Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Almost a year following. Oh, thank you for the minis, RGB. Oh my gosh, has it almost been a year? Also, thank you for reminding me I need to open my throwing thing. Let me, oh gosh. I don't think any mods are here. Let me quickly refund you those points. Dead of being called father. Well, like, he finally, he got rid of all his regrets. So he was able to die. Let me see. Where is that? There we go. Okay, you've been refunded of your big heckin' throw. And I think it's still opening. Give it a second. Okay. Yeah. Just in time. Although it's not really aligned. Oh my gosh. The second it was open, the second. Dead of being called. Still 1 month, but still. Oh. Wait, 1 month away? Or cause I know you said that you were lurking up until Sonic. That's wild. Oh my god. Well, thank you for sticking around. Okay, now I need to fix the explosion. Cause like sometimes it's okay. Yeah, it should be working. I don't know why. Oh well. Okay. How was it written? I think you just left off the E at the end there. But their master had fallen. They walked up to him slowly. They already knew. Kinzo's soul had already burned itself out. Oh, with a E, not an I. I don't think. After checking Kinzo's pulse, Nanjo shook his head and stood back up. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That's so wild! Thank you again, RG Bean, for sticking around for so long. I immediately forgot if I said this already. After checking Kinzo's pulse, Nanjo shook his head and stood back up.
It was a peaceful death. I don't think he had any regrets at all.
It may be that the master died long before now. It was only his magic and tenacity that kept him here for so long. And he finally had a chance to apologize to Beatrice-sama for everything, and finished everything he had to do.
Please, rest in peace. I believe that you have redeemed yourself.
Father. That was the one night reunion between me and my father, and also our final for a while. Oh! For the first and final time! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Everything is making sense! My goodness. My goodness. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the watch time count seems not too accurate. Maybe. Although it probably is counting hours, so like... I don't know. I don't know how accurate it is or not. Right? By an extra, like, almost half a day worth of hours. This gold all belongs to you now. If you wish to exchange it for money, I can arrange for that.
I hear it's worth 20 billion yen. From here on, all of your dreams in this world can be granted with money.
Yeah, I think it started to count 5 months ago. That would make sense. By the time I was just like, oh, let me set up that command. That would be a fun command to have. At least the follow age, I believe, is accurate, though.
It must be tough to think of what to do with this much money when it suddenly comes your way.
There is nothing I desire among the things money can buy. So, for the present, I would like to leave this here. I also don't stick around for the whole stream either. That's true. So, I guess it would make sense. Of course, I'm glad that I have a lot of money. However, money can't heal the pain in my heart. I just want him to come back.
As you wish. Then it shall be left here. Also, take this key.
What is this?
It is a key to the underground VIP room. If you use this, you won't need to use that entrance contraption. She was the only one who knew the answer to the epitaph's riddle, and the only key to this place was now hers. At this point, she truly was the master of this golden VIP room. You are already the master of Rokkenjima. You have the right to know all of this island's secrets. We should talk about Kurodorian, too.
That's the mansion your mother lived in. I'm sure you've heard rumors about it.
Kumadorian?
There are 2 mansions on this island, one at either end. One is the mansion we know well. The other is a hidden mansion known as Kumadorian.
Below this island are the remains of a military base built during the war. The master used that to travel between the 2 ends of the island.
There is an underground path in the back of this room, and if you follow it, you will reach the basement of Kurodorian on the other end of this island. That is a secret mansion, which only the master knew of. Of course, that mansion also now belongs to the new head. Money can heal the pain in your heart. You need to see a doctor. I don't think it's that pain in the heart. I think it's the pain of the fact that it's just like, oh yeah, here's your dad. Now he's dead. Here's your dad. He's apologizing for something that you don't know and you honestly probably don't want to know. And now he's dead. It's the mansion your mother lived in. It will probably be worth taking a trip over there sometime.
My mother? I've lived alone my whole life. The only person I've ever felt like calling mother is Kumasawa-san, who always helped me out. So there's a mansion where a mother I've never met nor seen lived? Who exactly am I?
Right? Like, why did you tell me this? Why are you apologizing? Why are you dying in front of me? Why? Ask any question you wish. You now deserve to know everything.
Right now, I'm feeling very confused. I don't even know where I should start asking questions, but I'm sure I'll think of plenty of things to ask about. When I do, please tell me.
As you wish.
Also, being treated so respectfully like that is a bit uncomfortable. I'd be happier if you could talk to me the same way you've always done.
If that is what you wish, then I will do so.
That's easier for me, too.
Well now. What will we do now, Genji-san? Kinzo-san is dead. I will tell Klaus-sama and Madame that he has passed away. Then, we must tell them that Leon-sama is the official successor to the headship. After all, from this point forth, you are the Ushinomiya family head.
Me as the head? That's... And isn't Klaus-sama the successor?
The one who solves the epitaph's riddle is the successor. There exists a will specifying this much. The Master's final order was that you were to inherit everything.
But please, wait. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't do the job of being the successor, and I can't accept such a big responsibility. I think it would be better for Klaus-sama to inherit that role.
Are you certain?
Today, I have learned who I am. Everyone knows about their parents, but I didn't, since the time of my birth. And here, today I finally learned the truth. That alone is enough for me.
If I suddenly became the Ushinomiya family head, how would Klaus-sama react? How angry would Madame be? I don't want to become the head if it means making them feel like that. Today, I learned who I am. Who gave birth to me? How and when? Those are things I want to learn from them as time goes by. That alone is enough.
I am Leon, and I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Knowing that is enough for me. I don't plan on calling myself the head. Klaus-sama can take that job.
Is that your order as the Ushinomiya family head?
Yes.
As you wish, Master. Then I will make it so.
And please, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. I want to stay me. There's nothing I'd want to do with the Ushinomiya headship or the gold. I want to wait, here on this island, as I have done in the past. I want everything to be exactly the same as it was. That's my only wish.
As you wish, Master. Everything that has happened tonight will not go beyond those present here. Kumasawa, Dr. Nanjo. That is the wish of the new head. That makes sense as to how heckin' Golda doesn't know anything. If that's what you want, I have no objections. Kinzo-san's will entrusted everything to you. If this is what you want, none of us will complain.
You say exactly the same as it was, but do you really mean exactly the same, with no differences at all?
Yes. We'll keep this a secret. This place and the gold will be sealed away. If I need money, I'll ask you about it then. That's enough for me.
As you wish. The device leading to this place and the key both belong to you. And all of us swear to keep the events of this night a secret. Klaus-sama will be the successor, but in my heart you will be the one true successor. As you have ordered, we will behave the same way as you always have, or we always have, but please order us when it suits you. You are my only master.
Thank you very much.
A vast mountain of gold and the ring of the Ushinomiya family head, the dress of the portrait Beatrice, and I became the true Beatrice, the Golden Witch, right here in my very own Golden Land. If I think about it, not much has actually changed. After all, I've always been the Golden Witch. I've just had a few more people acknowledge that.
People are finally acknowledging my OC.
November 29th, the day I became a true witch.
I am one yet many. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. The true ruler of Nrokanjima, the possessor of the endless gold. And yet, I am in no way complete. I await the return of the one person I love. So what made them snap is the question. Because they've definitely been really like close to snapping. So I'm curious what like the one thing is. What the one thing that was just like, you know what? This family. That is the end of my tale.
Oh, is that all? But aren't the next 2 years pretty fun?
We don't need them. After all, we've heard in the past games about your inner conflict and how you suffered. You don't need to say any more. You mean the conflict of the furniture with incomplete souls? There was a duel. The result had almost been decided. However, the year 1986 was incredibly merciless. I'll bet you cursed your fate. Yes. If it had been 1 year sooner, or else 1 year later, the duel would have been settled, though the way it got settled would have been different. Silently, Claire hung her head. If only I had been given time, or else if I hadn't been given time to worry. I hate everything. Why did it have to be 1986? I decided to abandon control over everything. Abandon control? Like the ceremony in which I inherited everything from the previous head, I decided to abandon myself to the fate known as a miracle. It may be more accurate to say that I abandoned myself to the choice of the roulette. We could not even decide our own fate. So we let fate decide everything for us. Perhaps one of us will find what they seek. Or perhaps all will be joined and released. Or perhaps someone will put a stop to this folly. No matter which fate the roulette chose, I plan to obey its ruling. I will not resist fate. After all, whenever I have tried in the past, fate has always been heartless to me. Claire hung her head and let a single tear drop down. Humans will carelessly say that people possess infinite possibilities. However, the Endless Witch knows how limited those possibilities really are. Why am I not exploding? Why am I not having a fun explosion? Okay, let me double check, because it says that it should be working. Okay, refresh it here. Do that. Okay, there we go. Ugh, these silly overlays. Okay. However, the Golden Witch knows how limited these possibilities really are. So out of her limited fate, she tried to create the infinite. By entrusting her fate to God, she tried to create the infinite. However, this did not mean that she was resigned to her fate. She spun the roulette of fate with an unshakable and certain will. A certain fate, where absolutely no one could escape if the epitaph was not solved. She sealed off the island with it, herself included. October 4th and 5th, 1986, were sealed away by an absolute and certain will. And she abandoned herself to that short span of time and the one fate out of many that would be chosen on that island. And now, my confession is over. Isn't that enough to place my motive for the crime? If you still do not know, I will say no more. It's not as though anyone could understand my heart anyway. Yeah, there's no need to say any more. Leon, after watching how I have wandered through the dead end of fate, do you see how great a hope you are to me? I'm a different possible you. The happiness you live in makes me jealous, but even more overwhelmed with happiness. The future you represent was a possible one. Right now, that fact alone is my salvation. Please, live with enough happiness for the both of us. I'm glad I got to meet you once, at the end. You have my thanks, Lady Birkenstell.
I'm just carrying out your funeral. There's no need to thank me. Well, it's about time to end this. It's about time to send the dead to the land of the dead.
Yes. This is my funeral after all. It's time for me to go back to where I belong. Don't make that face. And please rejoice that you are not me. After all, I rejoice in that fact as well. I'll live life for the both of us. Thank you. Live in happiness. And someday find yourself a wonderful person. I pray that you live as a human without awakening as a witch. That you have a whole and single soul. And love one person with all your strength. I hope you live that sort of life. I will. Will, son. I thank you for being an observer. You aren't the one I truly wanted to understand me, but you have saved my heart. I understand you. I don't neglect the heart. Thank you. So, now that I have a splendid observer who understands me, I want to entrust my final moments to you. Are you okay with it being me?
Hello, Bailey!
Hey, howdy.
Hello!
Man, 16 months! My goodness, my goodness!
Man, time really flies by, you know?
My goodness, I didn't even think I was an affiliate for that long. My goodness. Or, no, I guess so. Are you sure you're okay with it being me? Yes. For me, the important thing is whether the person understands me, not how well I know them. The one I wanted to understand didn't. A person I don't know did understand. There's nothing sad about it. On the contrary, I'm grateful for this miracle. A person was able to understand, even though he has no relation to me. You are a good observer, and the only one who has managed to understand me. That connection is strong enough. Didn't see the note. I've literally saw you playing the game on Steam. Oh my gosh! My goodness, everything is rude. Heckin' Twitch. Cause yeah, like, I feel like I'm probably like shadow banned on Twitter because like not even Psych is seeing my posts half the time. And like for some reason my Discord has stopped showing people that I'm live. And it's very weird. Bailey and I saw sometime after you hit. Yeah. Understood. I offer my heart to you, nameless and wonderful observer. Eh? Wait. Nameless and Nameless? That wouldn't be us, right? I said literally the day you streamed for the first time as an affiliate, so yeah.
Leon, stand back.
Huh? What's going to happen?
In the mystery genre, there can be no death unless the detective performs the last rites.
Will just stopping your heart be enough? When you mourn the dearly departed, do you just put their heart into the coffin? Got it. That which was born from Earth will return to Earth. I'll return all of you to the Earth. Earth to Earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Illusions to illusions. And dreams to dreams. Right. Then, let us begin. This is my burial. Whenever you're ready. Let us start. This is almost like the end of my last game. Light gathered at Will's back and a sword materialized there. Oh. Slowly, he drew it out. Its pitch-black tip, which could neatly slice apart truth from fiction, swung once, leaving a black trail, and then again, leaving a white trail. I'll cut the truth out of the fiction. Come. Following Will's lead, a similar sword appeared in Claire's hand. Its tip glinted silver, the opposite of Will's. First game, first twilight. 6 corpses in the gardening shed. Illusions to illusions. The corpse that cannot return to Earth returns to illusions. Will's pitch-black slash cut across Claire's body at an angle. The blade passed through her like she was water, but its tip sent golden flower petals scattering. First game, second twilight. 2 corpses are close in a closed room, protected by the chain. Illusions to illusions. A chain of illusions can only trap illusions. The razor-thin black blur sent golden flower petals scattering again. First game, fourth twilight. The old head from the closed room study, confined in the scorching furnace. Illusions to illusions. Let the man of illusions go to where he belongs. First game, fifth twilight. The last moments of the sacrificed boy with a stake in his chest. Illusions to illusions. The witch in the stake of illusions can pierce naught but illusions. First game, 6th, 7th, and 8th twilights. 3 corpses lying in the closed room of the singing girl. Illusions to illusions. Illusions are the blind girl's song. Illusion of a closed room. Well done. Yes, you really are splendid. That was a risky game from the very start. What if the guy really wanted to see that dead face anyway and just stepped inside? That's what it means to abandon oneself to fate. That's what your roulette is, isn't it? My brother and I are talking about a book I'm wanting to write, and mentioned I wanted to make it take place in the town I was born in. My brother mentioned Hermit Cave, which was near the town. Ah! Huh.
Are you gonna have a bunch of closed
Let us continue. Second game, first twilight. The 6 with their stomachs split open in the closed room chapel. Illusions to illusions. The gold truth locks the lock of illusions. Second game, second twilight. The 2 who are close could not even be close as corpses. Illusions to illusions. Illusions who have completed their role do not leave even a corpse behind. Second game, 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. In Natsuhi's closed room, none were left alive. Earth to earth. No one would dispute that a coffin is a closed room. Second game's 7th and 8th twilights. The 2 sliced to death by the red-eyed illusion. Earth to earth. Illusions to illusions. No illusion can create a corpse. Every time the blade passed through Claire's body, golden flower petals flew everywhere. The petals covering her heart were torn away, bit by bit. The illusion of the witch was breaking down and becoming flower petals. Third game, first twilight. 6 corpses connected by the linked, closed rooms. Illusions to illusions. In the closed room ring, the end and the beginning overlap. The third game, second twilight. The corpses of mother and child lay together in the rose garden. Earth to earth. No falsehoods in their final moments as told. Oh, so they were just actually dead. Everything else is just like, yep, those are illusions, those are this and that, and it's just like, yeah, Rosa and Maria were actually totes dead then. Third game, 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. 3 corpses lying in the mansion. Earth to earth. No falsehoods in their final moments as told. Third game, 7th and 8th twilights. The corpses of husband and wife lay exposed under the arbor. Earth to earth. The obvious culprit wields mutable blade. No close rooms, but blood will flow and skulls will roll. Yee! Fourth game, first twilight. A massacring storm sweeps through the dining hall. Illusions to illusions. Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions. Fourth game, second twilight. The 2 youths face a trial and pass away together. Illusions to illusions. Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions. Fourth game, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th twilights. None of the runaways are left alive. Earth to earth. Illusions to illusions. Silent corpses adorned by fiction. Fourth game, 9th twilight. And none shall be left alive. Earth to earth, illusions to illusions. When fiction is shut up inside a cat box, it becomes truth. That's true. Yeah. Over and over again, Claire's body was sliced by the pitch-black sword. As proof, the chapel was now filled with golden flower petals, which danced around like gold snow. It's beautiful.
Who wouldn't want their last moments to be like that?
The gold snow was like confetti at the finale of a show. The curtains were finally falling on the stage that was her. Then, one final question. Sure. Claire slowly raised her hands. The sword she held became golden rose petals and melted away. She stood there, arms wide, waiting for the final strike. Who am I? Illusions to illusions. The promised reaper lowers the curtains on the tale regardless of the witch's will. The pitch-black blade, that will swung high, cut down Claire's form. I have good news, I'm no longer shadow banned, but unfortunately I think posting movement to my page ended it. Oh my gosh, wait, is that what I'm gonna have to do? It would make sense. But I don't have anything to do that with. At the same time, she was blown away by a gust of wind. Her human form crumbled in an instant, became a storm of golden flower petals, and was torn apart. After she was blown away, a golden heart remained in the midair. It too was swallowed by the torrent of wind and broke down into flower petals. The golden torrent of wind swirled around the chapel. Then, the swirl of petals scattered out of existence and vanished. A few remaining petals danced around like snowflakes, and those final vestiges? I don't know. Decorated the chapel beautifully. It's like it was one of the two. A beam of light lit the center of the stage. There stood Claire, whose tale had ended. Then slowly, softly, she faced the audience and bowed. My goodness. Applause spread through the room. A long, long tale she had just finished telling was being given a massive applause. It went on and on, and on and on. The stage slowly sunk into the darkness of oblivion. Behind the darkness and the curtain, Claire continued to bow in front of the unending applause, and disappeared. People are born with sin, and live life to obtain forgiveness from someone. Or perhaps they are born with riddles, and live life searching for someone to solve them. Here, all of her riddles had been solved, leaving no lingering regrets behind. People are riddles. They want someone else to solve their riddle. They live life wanting someone to solve the riddle that they are, the most difficult riddle in the world. They want someone to look at the riddle they are. They want that person to solve it. For her, that wish had been granted. Her soul will wander no longer. Sleep in endless peace in your catbox coffin. But did we get an answer to why she snapped? like, what her final straw was. We just know that it was because he came back on that year. But it wouldn't possibly have happened if it was... Was it because she was gonna unalive herself that year and then he came back and so... That's the only thing that I can think of. Post the pictures you made of Lottie. I think that'll do it. Wait, what? What picture I made of Lottie? What picture of my elf? Though there had been so many golden flower petals flitting about like a blizzard, not a single one remained. Everything had become dust, vanishing as though there had been nothing there in the first place, and all was silent once more. Come to think of it, even the sound of rain is gone. The rain must have stopped at some point. Meeting you was her salvation. I hope so. She cursed herself in her inescapable dead-end fate and gave up. Meeting you, a happy miracle in her eyes, saved her in a way nothing else could. So don't make that face.
Huh.
That was a pretty tasteful ending for you.
Al only told me to carry out the funeral. Well, I pretty much just called a facilitator, you, and let you do everything.
Didn't you drop your out?
I mean, I guess so, but it's kind of an older piece.
Thank you, Will. Although, I still need to post my my OC with Majima somewhere, but I don't know if I want to do it on the VTuber Twitter or on my art Twitter that I kind of abandoned. I don't know, because I don't know if that account is shadow banned either, because I haven't posted anything on it for probably over a year. In Claire's place, I want to thank you. Thanks for cutting off all the lingering regrets of a me of a different fate. I thought I'd see a bit more head clutching and panic from you. I understand now. I realize how happy my life has been. If fate had toyed with me, and if I was living in another world, I might have gotten stuck in the same dead-end fate. However, thanks to the extremely improbable bit of good luck, I live in this world. I know now how much that means. How much it's worth. Redraw your elves yourself. Maybe, I don't know.
What's up? Why the surprised look?
I thought decent witches didn't exist, but I might have to change that theory.
Don't worry, no need to change it. I only joined that kid's game to kill some time. And, though I lost, I enjoyed playing. That kid died without folding up her game board. I just took charge of cleaning up. As thanks to her for letting me play and because it's the loser's duty.
I was sure you'd be a lot crueler than this.
Crueler?
I thought that this would be a cruel game that neglects the heart.
Yes, it was a cruel game. Though she claimed that the game was fantasy, I brought you along and made it end as a mystery. The illusion of the witch had been spectacularly crushed, and my little bit of revenge is complete. This tale of intertwined loves ends thanks to an absolute and uncertain willpower. Out of respect for this certain willpower, the Witch of Certainty made that kid a witch for just 2 days. Even within this limited span of 2 days, I've been able to enjoy an endless kaleidoscope. I won't be bestowing my favor, so no miracle will occur. However, even this ending is something that child wished for.
I wonder which truth actually lay at the end of this endless tale. Who knows? Not being able to say that for sure is what makes it a cat box. Man, I feel like I was doing just fine and my voice is just here, have some phlegm. If you go a long time without posting or interacting with others and have a sub 1,000 followers, you get shadow banned because Twitter. Yeah. Well, Is it... Have a... Oh, like less than 1,000 follower? Okay, so yeah, then... then my other account is... I think all of my accounts are shadow banned then. Oh no.
When you open the cat box, you get a tale where no trace of the mansion remains, and no one except Ava survives. Now that Ava has died without saying anything, all the truth is inside the cat box. What? What? Wait, when did Ava die? Endless possibilities, all kept within a limited box.
Now that I think about it, maybe the old island where she lived and died was the Golden Land.
If you can call a cat box the Golden Land, that is. By the way, Battler has written up the most fun tale imaginable of the inside of the cat box.
You mean that book in Beatrice's coffin?
That's right. It's the happiest possible tale for her, which he thought up himself.
Okay, I need to go back in the log because what? When did Ava die in this timeline? I mean, I know George is here, but like, when did Ava die? Did I miss that? Did I read that line? I don't even know.
That's right. It's the happiest possible tale for her, which he thought up himself.
It was a really fun, love-filled, happy tale. I also think that tale was the most fitting one to put her in her coffin. No, that's wrong.
Huh?
You heard Claire. You were her hope and her salvation. More than anything else, you living on in happiness will be her salvation. Right.
Live happily. That's all you need to do to be that kid's miracle.
Yes. I'll live happily enough for the both of us. I'm surprised you found this kid. Didn't you have to search through about 200,000 of them in the vast sea?
Such trivialities are all I am capable of.
See, when I get Rocket's page out of the Shadow Realm, I'm going to use that page to drag my management page out of the Shadow Realm. Oh my gosh. Ava died after her son called her mother. But no, I'm really confused. Why is she dead? Does it say in the thing? Like, no, she's here. Unless she would have lost her place upon her marriage, but she managed to forcibly. Yeah, why? I was so confused. Why is Ava dead all of a sudden?
And now, the funeral is over.
Unless they're just like, oh yeah, Ava was fake, but like that doesn't even make sense. Unless like... No, that wouldn't make sense, right?
And now, the funeral is over. As promised, I've released the barrier. Once you leave, time will start moving again like normal.
So you're done with us now. If I don't get back quickly, Deanna will start scratching at the curtains. We weren't together long, but thank you for your help. So long. Be happy, for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of other yous. When he left the chapel, a beautiful after-rain sky stretched out above him. That sky, which was a mix of rain clouds, gaps of skylight, and the tint of twilight, had a beauty to it that couldn't be described in words. Will slowly descended the stone stairs, stepping through puddles. Then he waved without looking back and left the chapel behind. If I remember correctly, in episode 3, Tea Party, it showed Ava on her deathbed and Anji was talking to her. Pretty sure that's what they're referring to. I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. But that was like a little bit after the events of that game, wasn't it? I'm not 100% sure. Because it made it seem like... No, maybe they are talking of it in a future sense. Maybe. Yeah. It just kind of seemed like a weird thing to throw in there. It's just like, instead of this route where no one was left alive except for Ava, Ava's the only one to have died, and it's like, what? Oh, Ava isn't dead yet. Future Vision is a really confusing track. That'll rebrand as a goofy deer. What? Wait, why would I rebrand as a deer? The deer is my elf. Okay, like, real talk, if I rebranded as like a 100% furry VTuber, I'd still be a dragon. like real talk? And then he waved without looking back and left the chapel behind. His form and footprints gradually faded away until there was no trace left.
Okay, time for me to disappear too. Goodbye, Leon.
I have you to thank as well. I believe I said some fairly inconsiderate things to you. You have my apologies. You taught me something very important. Because you're so... You stop! You stop! What is it?
No, it's nothing. It's been a century since anyone's thanked me, so I wasn't sure how to respond.
Birkenstell shrugged, then floated up into the air. Then, she looked up at the beautiful 7 colors of the light shining in through the stained glass, and spoke as though someone was looking down on her from there.
Aurora. Was that enough of an answer check for you? If you still don't get it, why not gather the other observer witches and have a tea party or something? Then you can listen to their theories. I'm mean, so I won't go any further than this. There are no witches who don't think. After all, witches who don't think either die or turn to seaweed. Yes, now you can look back and have a drink while seeing how much of your theory was right. I'm tired of playing the part of the bad guy, of being a Miko. You're done with me now. Bye, Leon. And bye to you too, observer witches.
Those are us! Birkenstell burst and disappeared. A single golden flower petal glittered. Leon picked it up. It was the only trace of a miracle that remained in this chapel. At that time, cheery voices could suddenly be heard. It was the relatives. They came out of the waiting room one by one. So, this is where you were, Leon. I was looking for you. Mom, my apologies. I was just thinking about something. Looks like the rain's finally stopped. Finally, some good weather. My wife's gonna be dead. Yeah, okay, she's not dead right now, but... Everyone, let us return to the mansion. I have been told that Beatrice's funeral is over. Dad, where's the head? He'll be here in a sec. Today was pretty crazy, and playing along with Dad's little funeral show was a real pain. You shouldn't say that. It was a very important ceremony. That's right. I think it was very important for Father. I'm starving. Goda-san, do you think you could cook something up for us? Yes, ma'am. I'll prepare some tea at once. Where is Leon? Lend me a hand. Our family head. There you are. As Kinzo came out after the others, Leon ran up to him. You did very well today. Beatrice's funeral is now complete. Yes, and I'm sure that Beatrice's soul was saved. How could you know that? I was with Beatrice until a second ago, and I saw her leave on her journey with no regrets. That's how I know. I guarantee it. I see. If you say it, then it must be so. I know some deer VTubers that aren't furry bait. Huh. So, like, you know, kimono mimis. The relatives left the chapel one by one. Leon left too, giving Kinzo a shoulder to lean on. A beam of sunlight peeked through the clouds, looking like a staircase leading up to heaven. No, this is the this is the timeline where Leon doesn't have DID. So I wonder then. So in this timeline, we were seeing Shannon. I don't think we actually saw Cannon. So was there just like a real version of Shannon that like wasn't that in this room? Or no, wait, no, there was an illusion going on because there were fake memories. That's right. So it was kind of like some of the stuff was kind of mixing a little bit. That makes sense. Okay. I was confused for a second, but then I understood. Okay. Wow. We didn't have that much time left, but somebody told me that the tea party was long. And then we could probably go on to the last episode after, if we have time. Hate multiple timelines. I know it gets really confusing, but like when you like once you get all the answers, it's like, oh, okay. When I came to, all was silent. The room was dimly lit, and yet it was massive. Where on earth is this? I was sitting in what seemed to be a very short sofa. It was very constricting and looked like there was several more of them off to each side of me. A short sofa. Okay. Time to evolve. Me or... Once I noticed that, I realized that I was in a theater. Where on earth am I? I just got done dealing with trauma that I didn't even know I had. Why am I here? I don't know how long I've been here. And more importantly, I don't know where this is. Beatrice's funeral ended. Everyone went back to the mansion and after that, my memory gets fuzzy and I can't recall anything else. Then I was surprised to notice the presence of another person. Kinzo was dead 90% of the time. Yeah. Like they said, he was dead at the beginning of each of the games, except for like the one where it was an illusion Kinzo. Apparently, I wasn't the only one sitting in the audience seating of this vast theater. The sound had come from a seat to the side of mine. When I looked, I saw a girl sitting several seats off to my left. It was a face I'd never seen before. Who is she? She looked like a high schooler or a college student, about the same age as I was. Oh, is it Auntie? She groaned. Apparently, she had just woken up. I didn't want to scare her, so I decided to introduce myself first. Hello? Apparently, she was equally surprised to find someone other than herself here. She jumped when she heard my greeting. Who the hell are you? I feel the same way. It seems that neither of us are here of our own accord. Is this the one-winged crest? Huh? Do you recognize this crest? She looked suspiciously at the one-winged crest emblazoned on my collar. Like how it's like, do you recognize this crest? Like imagine she just points at her armband like, duh. Her stare, which was unmoving but not openly hostile, wasn't exactly pleasant for me. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Ushinomiya Leon. Ushinomiya... Huh? What? Leon. Written as Leon, but pronounced Leon. I don't know if that's actually how it's written, but, you know, that's the kanji. If you could read kanji, you'd know what this says, but, you know, it's pronounced Leon. Pretty strange, don't you think? No stranger than mine. But I'll have to apologize. I don't know who you are. Anji, I think I'm a version of you. Well, no. Because, Anji... I mean, unless she wasn't. But no, I think, I don't remember if they mentioned Anji, like, in that episode, like, in that timeline. Well, no, because, Anji would have to exist, because, I'm blanking on her name. The stepmom. She's there. So that would mean that Anji would have to exist, right? Unless, wait. So, yeah, because it was just something that that Rudolph did that made Balor angry. But, well, I don't know. Like, there were so many things that were because of Leon being the way that they were in all the other timelines that probably set off a butterfly effect. So I don't know. I don't know I mean, maybe. we know that Balor existed. He just wasn't there. So in theory, Angie would exist. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm overthinking. That's hardly surprising, since I don't know you either. That's not what I meant. Who are you? There's no one like you in the Ushinomiya family. And why are you so sure? Do you have something to do with my family? I'm a member of the Ushinomiya family. But that's... She showed me her left sleeve and the crest of the one-winged eagle emblazoned upon it. I regret having to ask the same question, but who are you? I've never seen you in the Ushinomiya family. I don't know which one of you are saying this. Okay, cool, I guessed right. First they tear me into little bits and then they make me read. What's next? Which witch am I supposed to be entertaining this time? She spat out these words and seemed to be complaining about something. Anju. I'm Ushinomiya Anju, Rudolph and Kirea's daughter. What? Anji-chan? But you're supposed to be 6 years old. Okay, so she does exist. I was 6 during the year of the final family conference on Rokkanjima. Now I get it. So, you're a person from the year 1986. I'm 18 years old, and I'm from the year 1998. In other words, you're the Anji-chan of 12 years in the future? I'm glad you believe it, but unfortunately I don't have a clue who you are. Who are you? Who are your parents? My father is Klaus. Natsuhi is my mother. That would make you Jessica, Ne-chan. Jessica is my little sister. What's going on? Wasn't Jessica Ne-chan an only child? By this point, I was starting to figure out the situation this Anji had come from. She's probably from the world where I awakened as a witch. The world where Leon doesn't exist. Do you have, like, a wrapping paper tube or something soft to bonk you with? No. Yeah, nothing near me. It'll be difficult to explain, but think of it this way. In a world slightly different from the one you know, I am also a member of the Ushinomiya family. In your world, a different fate leads me to walk a different path through life, so that I do not live as an Ushinomiya family member. Are you a witch? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm just an ordinary human. What I just told you is something I heard from the witch called Birkenstell-san. Birkenstell? That one with the long blue hair and the gloomy face? Yes. That probably fits her, I think. In other words, I've been forced to play along with another witch's farce. Just where is this place? I only woke up a second ago myself. I'm wondering the same thing. It looks like a theater. Are we supposed to watch a play or something? I'm really not in the mood right now. Let's look for an exit. You haven't noticed yet? Look. Huh? These are... Clink. I finally noticed. Both of my wrists and ankles had chains attached to them. As long as I sat here, I had enough slack that I could move about a little, but it looked like there wouldn't be nearly enough for me to get out of this place. Who would do something like this? Once a witch has made you her piece, you'll be their plaything forever. There's no way to escape. Anji crossed her legs, making the chains clank together. She realized that no amount of struggling could have broken these chains. Getting panicky wouldn't accomplish anything. She must have had nerves of steel. What do you mean, no witch's piece? It's like being their slave. I made a deal once. I said I wanted to see my family, to bring them back from that day. In exchange for making that a possibility, that which turned me into a witch's piece. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Chains house us. A little bit. At least the witch kept her promise. I was able to see Oni-chan again. You mean Butler-kun? Well, I wasn't even able to tell him who I was. And in exchange for that short bit of time, I'm now trapped inside the witch's toy box for all eternity. Looks like you are too. Did you make some sort of contract? Nothing of the sort. Did you ever ask a witch to grant a wish for you? Never. She taught me what a miracle my existence is. That's all. Either way, neither of us are getting out of here. Okay, witches! What kind of show do you have for us this time? Have we moved from reading aloud to theater going? Am I supposed to watch someone else read aloud this time or what? If that's it, then start it up already. I'm bored enough as it is. Anji yelled this to the pitch black stage. Her voice reverberated throughout the theater, but no one gave an answer. No, someone did. And that was also in a voice that rang out across the theater. However, that voice sounded theatrical, as though someone was announcing the start of a play. What happened on that day, you ask? I'm not telling. If only you just give up and die. Is this Erica? I'm trying to guess who it might be. Whose voice was that? That old hag. It was Aunt Ava's voice. Really? What does she mean by what happened on that day? Oh, I guess give up and die is what the younger Ava would do. I mixed up my sassy lost children. She's talking about the 4th and 5th of October in the year 1986, the day of the final family conference on Rokkenjima. In other words, today is October 4th, 1986. As a prelude to the family conference, Beatrice's funeral was held. That's a surprise. So, you've come here from October 4th, 1986? Tell me, what happened during those 2 days? The answer she seeks is inside the cat box. All I can tell her about is my close call with the sad life. However, I doubt that explanation will satisfy her. Then, a pillar of bright light pierced the stage. There stood a white shadow. That white dress was obviously Claire's. Of course, Anji didn't recognize her. She looked suspicious, apparently wondering who in the world this was. However, even I felt as though something was wrong. Didn't she settle all of her regrets in that funeral a short while ago, before being sent off into the next world? She stood all alone in the narrow beam of light in the center of the stage, and the expression on her face was lifeless. The light began to grow brighter and brighter. It shone more and more fiercely on her until it became blinding as just to look at her. I know how it is being so white that the reflection blinds people. The world was enveloped by a light so bright that we couldn't open our eyes, surrounded by a sound like wind or television static, and our minds began to go blank. Are we getting mined? Anyway. Brainwashed, that's the word I was looking for. Woo! They're blooming wonderfully this year. Must be a pain to take care of all these. Pretty easy for us, though, just looking at them. I agree. We've got to thank the people who... Oh, hello, Lisa!
1 more month, and this egg can get a driver's license.
Oh my gosh! That's true. They can get a driver's license, or at least a learner's permit. How are you doing, Lisa?
I agree. We've got to thank the people who take care of them for us. But it is a bit lacking in grace. I prefer the way it used to be before Nissan decided to pile so much on. The old look did have its own charm, didn't it?
I love roses. I'd like them even more if they didn't have thorns.
Whoa, this rose garden really takes me back. I'd totally forgotten about it these past 6 years. Oh, is this... Wait. I wonder what it's gonna be. Doing good visiting some family, but I thought I'd stop by and say hi for a minute. Hopefully I can stop by later before the stream ends.
Hopefully you have a good time visiting your family. If any of your family is rude to you, I'll beat them up.
I'm so pale, I give the sun a tan, right? I can never dream of getting a tan. I only burn. I guess it really has been that long. Both you and this garden has changed so much. let me introduce you. This is Canon-kun, one of our servants. This is the first time you've met Battler, right? Pleased to meet you. You can just call me Battler. Nice to meet you. Shannon's here too today. Remember when we used to play together? Ah, Shannon-chan. I totally forgotten. That really takes me back. How's she been doing? Oh. Wait, is this like the same dialogue that we actually were seeing? Because Battler, oh boy, you forgot more than you thought. She's grown more and more beautiful these past 6 years. You should say hi to her later on.
Shannon and Giorgio-chan are really good friends.
Shh, Maria, shh. That's a secret.
If you would, everyone, allow me to guide you to the guest house. After enjoying the lovely welcome provided by the roses, the relatives followed Goda in the direction of the guest house. Oh, Shannon, I totally forgot that I made her a promise and then just ditched her. October 4th, 1986. Rokenjima, in a world without Leon. On the day of the Ushidamiya family conference. Maria read a mysterious letter aloud after dinner, just as she had been told to. Tea parties feel like OVAs a little bit. It's kind of like, they're definitely not like, they're definitely things that you need to look at. But like, I don't know, I guess OVAs would be kind of what you would compare them to. The writer of the letter claimed to be the Golden Witch Beatrice and challenged the family. Try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. Otherwise, I will take everything. It was Beatrice's announcement of the game's start, the same as the usual games. Had an unknown person appeared related to the problem of the inheritance's distribution? Where was the 20 billion yen worth of gold hidden? What was the purpose of this letter? For what goal had it been written? Who on earth is this Beatrice? It was the usual dinner of October 4th, where several bits of suspicion and paranoia intertwined. George-kun, I'm sorry, but could you go to the guest house with the others? My apologies. Shannon, take the children to the guest house. We will move straight to the family conference.
Yes, as you wish.
Beatrice, the Golden Witch. What a fascinating letter you've sent us.
She's telling us to solve the epitaph? Ridiculous. That gold belongs to us. Why would we ever give it up to some outsider? If we could just find that gold, we'd all be happy. No one would have to lose anything. Let's go, everyone. They'll be having an adult conversation from here on out. Sheesh. Sounds like it's gonna get complicated.
Come on, Maria. Let's go.
Beatle ceremony has begun.
Okay, everyone. I shall guide you to the guest house.
Man. Thinking back on it now, it's just like, you really feel bad for Maria, because it's like, this technically, like, was her idea, but, like, she wasn't doing it in, like a serious way. It was just like, yeah, this is just part of our OC with, part of our RP with our OCs, you know? The old military base and sub would still be off on the island. Yeah, the military base, I mean, like, you wouldn't be able to refill it unless you, like, really wanted to. But since Kinzo used it to go between the two mansions, like, he wouldn't really have had a reason to. The sub is probably underwater. What's all this about? Probably a replay of one of the old games, or else an entirely new game. In all the games, October 4th happens in pretty much the same way. A new game? You mean a tale that hasn't appeared in any of the fragments so far? There's no way they'd go to the trouble of chaining us down if they wanted to show us a game we already know. It's probably a new game. That means there should be a game master. Who is it? That witch? Birkenstell? I can't imagine so. Claire should have vanished already. There should be no need to spin up a new tale. Beato's game board was hijacked by those evil witches long ago. Even Beato is nothing more than a piece in their games. Just who is behind this? And what are they after? What do they want to show us? Before this tale began, Claire definitely appeared on the stage. She is the teller of the tale of Beatrice's game. Beatrice, the me from a world of a different tale. However, didn't she entrust everything to Will, who solved all of the riddles? There should be no need for her to make new riddles. Maybe Will is relaying what happened? Why would you refill a base? Right. Why would you? In that case, is Birkin still using this tale to test me? And of course the sub is underwater. That's where subs belong. I mean, it had a hole. It had a hole. It filled up with water. Along with Will, I have at least touched the deepest depths of this tale and understood the culprit's heart. So even if an entirely new tale presents itself, I should be able to see through the riddles. Is that what my role is? Is my role to teach Anji about the truth of this tale? Do you know? Do you know the truth of this tale? I have several theories. Still, none of those can give a conclusive answer. The truth is always inside the cat box. I can't say anything for sure. In this world, Anji is absent on this day, so it's only natural she doesn't know what happened. However, at the very least, I do know who the culprit is and what they were trying to do on this day. I think I finally understood my role in this. What do you mean? Apparently, you're here as a theater goer, and I'm here as a commentator. And as a commentator, what exactly is it that you're going to explain to me? After all, I know who's behind the crime that's about to occur. What did you say? I feel like it's been a while since we've heard this track. Thinking about it straightforwardly, the only explanation I see is that someone's going to make us solve the epitaph, hoping to then snatch the gold for themselves. And I agree. If they'd already solved it, they could just take it. There'd be no need to challenge us to solve the riddle. It's a prank by one of those servants. They must be hoping to pick up the scraps from the celebration if the gold is found. I cannot imagine any of our servants would do such a thing. Maybe one of us sent the letter pretending to be a servant. If that's it, you're the most suspicious one here. You schooled Maria-chan on her part and made her read the letter, didn't you? I wouldn't do that.
Give it a rest, Ava. We can't jump to conclusions. Isn't this the time for us to all stick together?
That's right. The aim of the strange letter is probably to disrupt our unity. The more we let it affect us, the more things will go the way of this Beatrice who sent it.
Kire-san's right. Wouldn't it be best to simply ignore a letter like that from the start?
That is what I've been saying this whole time. This sort of prank is not worth considering. Yes, that's it exactly. If a couple more improbable claims for damages get you flustered, you'll never be able to sell anything. My husband's right. This is a child's prank. Taking it seriously is just a waste of time. If someone really wanted to shake up the inheritance issue, they'd come forward boldly instead of using something this roundabout. You've got it right there. Someone probably wants to make us think that there's another person trying to make demands about the inheritance, when their real goal is just to pick up the scraps. So if there has to be holes in the sub, how do you let water into them? How do people get into that? You're so silly, Rocket. I wonder if they'll ask for some hush money in exchange for staying out of the inheritance issue. If that were the case, they should have written it into the letter.
The letter is just a challenge, telling us to try and solving the epitaph, or else hand over everything. Culprit's trying to make us solve the epitaph's riddle. Nothing more, nothing less. So it's simple. If we worry about this letter, we lose. Indeed, I agree. After that big mysterious show, like something out of a mystery novel, we've all gotten a bit too wrapped up in this. It seems we're all taking this too seriously. Sorry, I'm just sitting here thinking it's just like... So, Kinzo was holding on to apologize to the child of the second Beatrice. So why is he still alive now? Is it because he's... Well... Did he just, like, apologize to Leon while they were, like, an infant? And so he's just like, well, I don't have any regrets, so I'm not stricken with grief.
Because you would think he would have, like, dropped dead after telling us the story. I'm just like, yep, I've told you all my regrets. But who did it? Such an aggravating thing to do. If it wasn't a servant, then one of us must have written it. I'm not naming names, of course. Stop it. I really don't know. I really know nothing about this. Settle down. Anyway, what this letter says does make a bit of sense. All of us need money, and if possible, we need it right away. No one here has any objections to that, right? Of course not. Whether it's money or love, you can never have too much. So how'd the Majima art go?
It went good. I'm not posting it anywhere. But it went good. I finished it, and
I don't know if I'll ever draw him without his jacket on, because I do not like drawing tattoos. Tattoos are really hard, especially when like nothing has a reference for his shoulder. But hopefully you're having a good day, Psych. Maybe share with friends. Maybe. We don't know when Father's inheritance will come to us. However, the gold of the epitaph is different. If we find it, we could just split it then and there. In a sense, it's even closer to us now than the inheritance is, assuming we can solve the epitaph. Everyone here has tried solving it on their own, yes? Just like, I promise. Okay. I mean, I still need to find a place to post that one art piece that I did share on that unarchived VOD. Other than my toy house. Today I asked the room at large, and everyone wordlessly nodded back. Here we have 4 people who have inherited the blood of the one who made the riddle, and each has tried solving it on their own. That doesn't sound very efficient, does it? True. We've all been greedy and tried to go it alone. However...
no, the picture of Majima and the OC. Because I remember I shared it during that stream.
But no, I didn't.
No, that one was deleted shortly after I knew that it made you uncomfortable. That is nowhere on my computer.
True, we've all been greedy and tried to go it alone. However, we've already reached a decision about how we'll split the gold up if it's found, and about acknowledging Anaki as the successor. Though you demanded quite a lot in exchange. I wonder if we can solve that epitaph, if we pull our efforts and work together.
2 heads are better than 1, and here we have 7.
Today we reached the general agreement about the inheritance problem. Why not take a shot at the epitaph for a bit of a fun on the side? Nice idea. Let's give it a try and call it a break. Ridiculous. Of course there's no hidden gold. Take it easy. Just think of it as a game. Let's have Goda-san bring us something cool to drink. We can take a break and all play with riddles as a big happy bunch of siblings for once. Well, the night is long. It would at least be more productive than pointless inquiries into Father's hell. I'll bring up Goda-san. He can bring us something. Let's have tea and sweets. Oh, and a map of Taiwan. I do wonder if this is a new game or if this is just like a different view of the first game, I wonder. I smacked my face with my Gamer Subs cup. Fantastic. 2 shadows could be seen in the Rose Garden Arbor. It was George and Shannon's secret meeting. I want you to take this ring.
George-sama.
I swear to love you all my life. Not just now, while we're young. I swear to love you and keep you happy until we get old and go to our graves.
And are there any lies or exaggerations in your words?
No, not one. I'm confident in my resolve to love you and build a happy household together with you.
And what would this happy household be like?
Well, it would be full of memories. We'll have a house with a car and a yard. And 1 dog. The yard will have a vegetable garden. The kids will run around and we'll smile down on them from the balcony. That's what our typical future Sunday will look like.
That would be wonderful.
What? Those two are going out? Shh! Why are you so damn loud? Real, wake up. I see. So that's how it is. Now that you mention it, they seem to have a pretty good mood going on there. Alright, we're about the age where you fall in love. You've changed a lot in the last 6 years. George-san used to be a bit unreliable, but he isn't anymore. And that's what I thought. George Anaki's got that air of dignity thing going on. But still, Shannon-chan and George Anaki, that's a bit unexpected. They played together often enough 6 years ago, but I didn't think they were that close. Well, 6 years is a long time. Those 6 years have been huge for all of us. Yep. What's happened to me in those 6 years? To be honest, I've forgotten almost everything about Okanjima, especially that promise that I made to Shannon. And I'd forgotten almost everything about you, too. Now that really hurts. Talking together like this, it felt as though we'd been teleported 6 years into the past. 6 long years, so long that I've forgotten almost everything. And yet, it's coming back to me bit by bit. Shannon-chan, 6 years ago, you were part of our group. And we played together a lot, didn't we? Back then, I think I might have liked Shannon-chan. That was the age where we were all overly self-conscious, in love with love. And then I immediately forgot, and then now she... Oh gosh. Bittersweet memories of jokes involving melodramatic, flippant words. That takes me back. I think I remember saying all kinds of stuff that I'd be way too embarrassed to say now. Just remembering is making my face go red. Shannon might be a scatterbrain, but her memory is incredible. Guess I'll just have to ask her all about your dark, embarrassing history. Quit it. That was 6 years ago. The statute of limitations has gotta be up. I see. So Shannon-chan is going out with George Anaki. What am I thinking? Could this be jealousy? I didn't really think about it until now, but I think Shannon-chan and I had back then was probably my first love. Well, it's not like I have any right to be jealous after forgetting the whole thing until we met again. Yeah, Battler. You missed your chance and now everybody's gonna die because of you.
Thank you for lurking, Psych. Hopefully...
Oh wait, no, that means you're having to go to work today. No! Everyone knows that damn... Bleh. Bleh. I keep fusing words and making them mean words that I don't want to say. Everyone knows that Dad's hometown was Taisho in Taiwan. He still chews areca nuts from time to time in memory of that place. Apparently he got hooked on that instead of smoking when he was young. But there must be several rivers there with sweetfish swimming in them. It has several mountain streams that are famous sweetfish fishing spots. Anyway, you could probably find sweetfish living anywhere in the water, anywhere where the water was clean, completely stuck. Maybe it was just some nearby creek Father played in as a kid. He said sweetfish, but maybe we're looking for something more like carp. Or it could be some kind of metaphor. The river isn't necessarily a river with water flowing through it. What do you mean by that? Well now, who knows? Kide has a point there. Isn't it a bit too early to be sure that Taiwan is the homeland? Or that the Sweetfish River is a river with water flowing down it? If we look at it this way, we're just stuck again. The more you think about this riddle, the harder it gets. That's it. This is just a riddle. Kide-san is right. We need to be flexible in our thinking. If we're looking for a river near Taisho, that would have to be the Danshui River. Are you even listening? We just said that it might not be the kind of river with water flowing down it. Is there some proof that this river is a sweetfish river? You're right. I'm sorry. Well, it probably did have sweetfish in it. After all, Danshui does have fresh water. Makes sense that a freshwater fish like sweetfish would be swimming in it. Sweetfish are freshwater fish. So, the Sweetfish River would be a freshwater river. Is that how we get Danshui River? Quite the word game. Now that's an interesting theory. Let's advance our reasoning a bit further. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. What's the name of the town at the mouth of Danshui River? It says Danshui here. I went sightseeing in Danshui. It was a calm and gentle arbor town. Beautiful sunsets. Did you find The shore the two will tell you of? Not really. It doesn't ring any bells. I guess the beloved hometown wasn't in Taiwan. It might have been Odawara after all.
If we can't discount any possibilities, then we won't get anywhere. We can't even get past the first line of the epitaph.
Kinzo just likes a sweet Swedish fish that was sold at a shop near a Sweetfish River, right? I mean, we know the answer. I don't remember how to get to it because I remember we were just like, okay, if you don't know kanji, you can't solve this. Quiet, you're distracting me. It has to be Taiwan. Father couldn't describe any other place as beloved. That is one thing we can agree upon. To this very day, Taiwan is the homeland of Father's heart. It's probably best if we don't spend too much time on the first line. I'm going to take a look at the others. Just a quick peek, starting at the first twilight.
Me too. I'll leave the Sweetfish River to you, Anaki, and have a go at the second half.
On the first twilight, are the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. How mysterious. I've got it! Ava suddenly muttered. All of the others spun around to look at her. Ava was flipping through the pages about Taiwan and with incredible force, then found the page she was looking for and slammed the book open so hard it almost tore. This whole time, the book had been opened to the page with place names. As far as the overall mass of information went, this seemed the most useful page to start from. However, the page Ava opened to was very limited in the scope of its information. It was a map of railway lines. As you travel down the river, there's a village. There it is! The village!
What are you talking about, Ava? Explain yourself.
Quiet! There's a shore too, and a mouth! I'm not sure what it means by the two, but there's definitely a village and a shore and a mouth! This has to be it! This is definitely the village where the key to the gold sleeps!
Calm down. Explain it so we can understand too.
Danshui line? I see. So the Sweetfish River was actually a railroad called the Danshui line? Well, I doubt there were any sweetfish swimming there. Look! If we followed the Danshui line down, there's a station that used to be known as Kirigan. Look at the characters it's written in. There's a village kanji, a mouth kanji, and a shore kanji. She's right. There's a village, mouth, and shore. As you travel down the river, you'll see a village. True, that's the only station in the Danshui line that has the character for village in its name. I see. It's like a code pointing toward the station's name. This has to be it. There's no doubt. We just need to look a bit further and we'll definitely find out what the two who speak means. Look! This is it! This is it! The region around the station has the same name except with a mouth in the second character. That makes a total of 2 mouths in Kirigan. Are these the two who speak? Incredible, Ne-san. This has to be it. Sorry, I was just thinking of the fact that, okay, so it's gonna be leading up to all of them finding the secret gold. And like, wait, no, okay, never mind. I forgot that that Leon already found it. I forgot that he was already dead. I was just having the train of thought of like, you can't all be Beatrice. One of the model kits for a model kit I want just translates to it's huge. That's fantastic. Does this mean that the key is hidden somewhere in this town in Kirigan? I wonder. The whole riddle so far has been a word game. If so, isn't it likely that the sleeping key is also a word game? I agree. On the first twilight, the key selects 6 sacrifices, right? So it's hard to imagine that it's actually something key-shaped. Whew. This is getting damn interesting. Offer up the 6 chosen to the key. Let's think of a key that's somehow related to this. And let's break down this name, Kirigan. I'm absolutely sure that this is a word game. It has to be. Think, everyone. Leon is dead. I mean, technically no, because Shannon's still there. Remember, Leon just has dissociative identity disorder in these timelines. So Leon is not only actually is barely Leon, now that you think about it. But they're Canon, they're Shannon, they're Beatrice. It's interesting. Though this rain would get me down if I were alone, it feels nice and cool when you're by my side.
It's about time for us to head back. I'm keeping Canon-kun waiting.
You're right. And I probably kept Jessica-chan and Butler-kun waiting.
It brings back good memories. Remember when the four of us used to play together? It was a lot of fun back then, too.
To me, it's a lot more fun now, because I get you all to myself.
Oh, George-sama.
They laughed at George's melodramatic line. However, George's laugh seemed just slightly forced.
George-sama?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I guess I still have a bit of an inferiority complex when it comes to Butler-kun.
An inferiority complex?
Like Uncle Rudolph, he's lively, interesting, and just full of energy. He's much more attractive than I am. I can tell how much he outshines me when we're together.
That's not true. You're very accomplished and attractive. You aren't worse than Butler-sama in any way.
Really?
Yes, really.
The truth is, when I first heard Butler-kun would be coming back this year, I wasn't happy about it.
Why not?
6 years ago, Butler-kun was the one who was really close to you. I wanted to get closer to you, but I just couldn't manage to get between the two of you. You two just looked so good together that I could do nothing but watch on longingly.
Is that how it is? Wasn't it just Butler-sama making fun of me one-sidedly?
Of course you looked incredibly good together. There's no doubt about that. I was sure that you two were going out.
That never happened. You're overthinking it.
I really am pathetic. I was afraid that when I handed you this ring today, you'd refuse.
Why is that? Why should I refuse your ring, George-sama? Or George-san?
Because Butler-kun came back. I was afraid that you might like Butler-kun even more now, or even now. And that, now that you're here, Let me start over this. I was afraid that you might like Butler-kun even now. And that, now that he's here, you wouldn't have any use for me.
George-san, please, look at this. You see this silver glint on my ring finger? What do you think that is?
You're right. Sorry. What's got me so shaken, I wonder? I'm probably just jealous of him now that he's gotten even cooler these past 6 years. How pathetic.
No, it's okay. Those feelings are a sign that your love for me is strong. You don't want to give me up to anyone. If you're worried about my feelings switching to Butler-sama, just love me all the stronger so that such a thing would be unthinkable. Love me so much that I don't have time to think about other men. I'm scared too. I'm sure you'll meet many women in the future who are much more attractive than me. Or you might tire of me when I don't match up to your expectations. It scares me to think that I might not be able to grasp hold of your feelings for the rest of my life.
There's no need for you to be scared of that. I swear to love you all my life.
But even though I swore the same thing, you're having trouble believing it just because Butler-sama came back.
As Shannon giggled, George finally realized that his own lack of confidence had hurt her.
I've fallen for a wonderful man named Ushiramiya George-san. And this is a man who has sworn to love me all his life, and who has given me a ring as a sign of his oath. With this ring here on my ring finger, I can give an honest confession.
Sure.
Yes, as you said, I did like Butler-sama 6 years ago. I think I probably liked him more than you. However, that was 6 years ago. Now things are different. In these 6 years, I've sorted out my feelings for Butler-sama and cut myself off from them along with my memories of the past. Now, I exist only to love you.
Shannon spoke clearly and strongly. George gave a single, uncertain laugh. It was probably the same sort of laugh that George of 6 years ago had made. Then he stretched resolutely and hugged Shannon without saying a word. In that moment, he said goodbye to the person he had been 6 years ago. Wait, a transition at a tea party? That one person that told me that the tea party in question mark were long wasn't kidding, my goodness.
I've got the ladder. Here we go.
Quadrillion. This is the only place that you'll find that number written on this island. 1/10 of quadrillion. How suspicious. If our idea is right, there should be some sort of device embedded in that relief. Oh, this road bumpy. Oh no. It's because it's raining so much. You can't see past the windshield and you keep driving over the potholes.
We just need to check. Who's going up?
I'll go.
Hold that ladder down, okay?
Be careful. It is fairly high up.
Oh! Versailles, hello!
How are you doing? I hope I'm pronouncing the name right. It took me a while of mispronouncing your name, but hello! How are you doing? Rudolph climbed up the propped up ladder, step by step as the rain poured down on him. Long time no see, right? I keep missing your streams because I'm always busy when I see you streaming, but how are you doing? It's been a long time, my goodness. It's a sidewalk. Oh no! Look at the queue. See anything? Some sort of device?
The ladder's a bit shaky. Oh boy.
What is it? Did something happen?
Bingo. Take a look at this.
Rudolph tossed the cue down. It hit Klaus on the shoulder and landed in a puddle. This is the key.
What does it mean? Rudolph, don't tell me you can take out the other letters too.
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, you're on episode 7. Yeah, I'm in the tea party of episode 7. So in the thick of it. Yeah, looks like it. Guess our crazy theories weren't far after all. What's the next letter to take out? I. Then L. Oh no, they made the mistake of taking out the wrong L too. Following her instructions, Rudolph removed the 6 letters in the first twilight. Now that they had gotten this far, nothing stood in the way of them solving the riddle. I mean, I could start to finish this in like 6 months. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've just been streaming and I don't remember when I started, but it's probably been a while. Maybe 6 months. I'm not sure. By trial and error, they finally reached the final stage.
It says to gouge starting from the head, which must mean going from left to right.
Rudolph-san, starting from left to right, or starting from the left, turn the keys before taking them out.
Got it.
But yeah, I think at one point, like, I remember, like, didn't you have Natsuhi as an icon somewhere? I think that was one of like the main things that was just like, maybe one day I'll check out Rineko. It was Rosa. Ah, okay. It's like it was either Natsuhi or Rosa that I saw you like have as an icon or post, and I was like, Got it. Now we've massacred all the letters. We reached the 9th twilight and none are left alive. So, did something happen? Oh, thank you for subscribing too. Thank you. What a nice reunion we're having. I've been streaming this long and I've been working on my recap. I mean, I guess so. I guess it was like about the start of this that you were saying that you were working on your revamp. Felt like something clicked, but nothing changed. Did a hidden door open up somewhere?
Hey, look at that. It moved. I'm sure it did.
Huh? Everyone look. The lion's statue facing the other way. What's going on? Is there some secret inside the lion statue?
That's not it. It's probably telling us to look where the lion's pointing. See? Look that way.
The lion's facing a different direction, a different way too. What does it mean? It's guiding us, stupid. We have to go in the direction of the lion's face. Ava dashed forward. The others all chased after her. The gold was right in front of them.
Now this is a surprise. Who would have thought that a hidden stairway like this existed?
It makes sense now. Father didn't like people going near the chapel. I wonder how long that device had been there. Judging by the feel of this underground passage, probably for quite some time. I imagine it was built at nearly the same time as the mansion itself. The riddle of the epitaph was probably also planned many decades ago.
Well, this is Dad we're talking about. I try not to let the things he does surprise me, but this...
I don't know how you have the strength to read a visual novel out loud on stream. I did a stream once and I was dizzy for a while after. Oh gosh. I don't know. I think, I know, like, there were a few streams, when I was, like, reading, Higurashi on stream that it was just, like, I was dizzy afterwards. So I don't know. I've gotten used to it. And I think it's fun. It's fun for me. Because I can just kind of, like, zone out and be like, yep, words. Words are coming out of my mouth. Hopefully they're the right ones. Just how far does the stairway go? Hey, maybe that old rumor was true. You know, the story about him having a mistress in a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest. I see. It's likely that this underground passage goes all the way there. Yep, those words are all right, right? I wonder if it connects to the mansion from that day. I think we found the goal. Look at that filthy door. Something's written on it.
Bingo.
Something was written on the door in red paint. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. Now I sporadically pay attention to these Umineko streams. I'm completely lost, but don't worry about it. But I appreciate how the suit-wearing lady with the short hair has a tie and it's glued to her chest shirt. True. How are you doing, Dragon? A lot has happened. You've missed a lot. I don't think I have the time to re-explain everything. Does it open? It does. Ready? I'm going to open it.
So, we finally reached the gold. We can only hope that such a sweet deal's really true.
Let's open it, Nessa. Right. I'm opening it. No problem, I'm used to being confused about this series. It would have ended like 3 streams. No. It's so long, and we're not even done. We have one whole more episode after this. The heavy door opened slowly. Then, the gold-filled underground VIP room showed itself. We're not even close to the end, right? Like, it feels like the end. But oh boy, is it not. Also, I just got off playing video games with a friendo on stream. Nice! Hopefully that was fun. They only had an instant to admire its splendid furnishings. As soon as the mountain of gold next to the canopy bed came into sight, they all froze, stunned. After a second, the stunned silence faded and was replaced by cries of astonishment and wild joy. Incredible! I can't believe it. It's 20 billion yen in gold. It really does exist. What a shining mountain. It almost blinds the eyes. We did it! We did it! We win this game! You mustn't touch it without permission. This is Father's gold. Oh, really? Then why don't you call Father down here now? Right away. The time for your farce is over and done with. Natsuhine-san, let's put an end to the obvious lies, shall we? We have a real mountain of gold right here. Shouldn't we all be honest with each other? Fortunately, we're all in a good mood and feeling very gracious now. Just give it up already. Pile of gold this massive carries magical power within it. That power draws out the most honest feelings within people. The light from the chandelier glinted off the golden mountain, lighting them up from its gold with its golden sparkle. It was as though the sparkle controlled everyone present. For some time, they forgot their age and howled and laughed, running about and rolling around like a bunch of excited kindergartners at a park. 6 hours and I pooped. Oh gosh. Well, still, hopefully you had fun. When I think about the gold, I think about the world world most comfortable bed. I want to sleep on the gold, right? Well, also, like, the bed that's in that room looks comfy as heck. We've only ever seen, like, Burned and Lambda on it. What is all this? What's this supposed to mean? Before the crimes, the epitaph has been solved, and by all the siblings together. That hasn't happened in any of the games before now. Supposedly, Beatrice decided not to commit the crime if the epitaph was solved. Yeah, supposedly. We'll see about that. Anji snorted, but I believed. This is what Claire wanted, or decided. Because she entrusted everything to the roulette of fate, she'll obey the result. Heck, the comfy bed, I want to sleep on the gold, fair enough. She let the roulette decide on her fate specifically because they couldn't decide on their own. So she'll do what it says. She'll follow her own rule. She'll definitely keep her promise. I don't think the crime will occur. Are you sure about that? Yes. Her roulette has already made its decision. That is the end of her game. If it's the end, what happens next? Do they all become happy rich people and leave the family conference unharmed? Does my family get an ingot that isn't chocolate as a parting gift before coming back to me? Will it be a happy end for everyone? You think those witches would chain us up to chairs to show us a naive dream like that? When she showed off the chain on her wrist with a clank, I was unable to counter her with confidence. But I want to believe. Though this might be the least exciting ending, Claire's game has now reached an end. Perhaps, just once at the end, she wanted to show us a world where no crime occurs. Now that she has disappeared with no regrets, is she leaving us a parting gift in the form of a game where no crime takes place? In a sense, the most peaceful sort of game? I want to believe. If only these heavy, cold chains weren't holding us in place in this theater. Is someone there? Rosa's shrill cry brought the celebrating to an immediate stop. Rosa knew she'd seen it. The curtain against the wall had fluttered, and a shadow had been there behind it. Come on, don't do that. You're just imagining things. Is someone there? If you are, come out! When Ava yelled, the curtain shook. And then, a witch wearing a black dress appeared from the other side. Beatrice moment. In an instant, everyone realized that the dress was the same as the one worn by the witch in the portrait, and they realized one more thing. That person was the owner of this room. Welcome to the Room of the Gold. Her face and her voice were expressionless, blank. The others all looked at each other, wondering who should respond. Rudolph was the first to speak. So, you're Beatrice. Indeed. And you're the one who gave Maria the letter? Indeed. Is Father behind this? No. This is my game. If that's so, then we've won. We've solved the epitaph's riddle and found the gold. We've accepted your challenge and won. That means this gold belongs to us, right? Indeed. It is as you say. You have solved the epitaph splendidly and discovered the hidden gold. This game ends in your victory. That gold no longer belongs to me, but to all of you. It seems you're a graceful loser. Hey, you. If we hadn't solved the epitaph's riddle, what were you planning to do? The letter said you'd take everything out of the Ushnabi family. Yes. I plan to take all of your wealth, and all of your lives. I plan to do with as I pleased with everything that exists on this island. The witch walked towards the table next to the bed. Then, for the first time, the others realized what sat on that table. There were 4 rifles. There was also a case filled with bullets. The witch picked up one of the lead bullets laying on the table and played with it, her face still expressionless as she spoke. If this night ended before you managed to solve the epitaph's riddle, I plan to follow the epitaph and commit 13 murders. What did you say? That's what I thought when I first saw that epitaph. It almost looks like something you'd find in a serial murder mystery novel. That's right. If you had killed 13 people to match the epitaph, that would have made for quite a mysterious claim. Or crime. There's no way you could do that all by yourself. No matter how many guns you had, killing 13 people, that would just be... I formed my plan with great care and constructed several alternatives. I envisioned all of the actions you might take from tonight and through tomorrow, and prepared a mystery to deal with each of those. I'm afraid I cannot reveal those at this point, but it really was a tightly knit set of pleasant closed-room murders. I'm tripping over my words more than I should be.
If there were just a few of us, you probably could have gunned us down in our sleep. But there's no way you could have killed 13 of us. We aren't that stupid.
It would seem so. At any rate, I predicted that the epitaph being solved before the first twilight was the most unlikely result.
It would seem that us reaching this place was a miscalculation on your part.
No. Even this was one of the results of the roulette I wish to create. This is probably the best outcome for all of you. No one will die, and you can leave this island with the gold. Congratulations. This game ends with a perfect victory for you all. If no one can solve the riddle, she planned to take a gun and commit a serial murder. Everyone gulped as they watched the witch emotionlessly make her confession. If this confession of yours is the truth, that means you were trying to kill us. Yes, that is true.
Hell, how can you just say it like that? You couldn't possibly expect us to treat you favorably after revealing that much to us, right?
I am prepared. You may do as you will with me. If you hadn't solved the epitaph, I would have done the same to you, so it is only fair.
This girl's got guts.
I planned this game because I was prepared to bet my life. I am satisfied with the result. If you wish to kill me now, I am prepared. In the time of my unfortunate end, my brother gets a boot to the head simulator. Oh no! By now, she didn't even treasure her life. As the witch spoke and walked near the others, they automatically stepped back. The gold belongs to all of you. I planned to give everything to the one who discovered it first, but I didn't expect there to be 7 of you. I leave the decision of how to split the gold to you. I will not involve myself. And... The witch walked even closer. The group parted, and she walked up to the antique clock behind them. The clock was large enough and had a... Need to take a sip. The clock was large and had a dignified feel to it. The witch patted it and spoke. Allow me to explain the device within this clock. For you have gained not just the gold, but the entirety of this island.
What do you mean by that?
If you read it like a murder case up until the 8th twilight, only 13 people are killed, but by the 9th twilight, it clearly says that none are to be left alive.
What does that mean? That she was planning to massacre us all?
Don't tell me. That clock. As you have guessed, it is linked to a set of explosives.
Huh.
Are you the one who set that up? Or was that Ushimiya Kinzo? Kinzo is the one who set up the device. It's the source of his mad magical power.
I don't have a clue what you're talking about. In other words, Dad set up this bomb. And if he ever went broke, he was ready to wipe out everything, including himself, and die?
On this island, Ushimiya Kinzo made a contract with the Golden Witch and obtained the gold. However, that was not all he gained.
What are you talking about?
Wait, don't tell me.
There is a rumor about the remains of an old Japanese military base existing on Rokanjima.
Oh, that makes sense.
Could it be? Add magical power, nope, radiation poisoning from nuclear explosives. Right, that makes all the sense.
Your guess is correct. Beneath this island sleep the remains of an underground Japanese military base from the time of the war, along with 900 tons of explosives.
900 tons? That's unbelievable. If that exploded, the result would be unimaginable. Forget the mansion blowing up and leave a massive crater.
I believe an expert's estimate put it as a hole several dozen meters deep and a kilometer across.
There wouldn't be even a trace left.
Those explosives can be ignited by a special device, one connected to the activation switch I just flipped. the witch toyed with a switch at the top of the antique clock. If 2400 arrives when the switch is in this position, the bombs will explode. It's almost 2400 now. In other words, they won't explode X hours after you flip it. It's a time limit bomb that only explodes at midnight. Indeed. It is almost 2400 now. If such an explosion is what you desire, you need only leave it like this. Who would want that? Turn it off! By this time, Kinzo was probably the only one who knew. The secret base on Rokanjima had started out as a submarine base. However, when that plan reached a standstill, it was redefined as a top-secret base for Homeland Defense. A huge plan that had been drawn up to have the Army and Navy perform a pincer attack on American forces if the latter decided to land on Kujukuri Beach and press towards Tokyo. As a trump card for this massive defensive maneuver, the Navy started stockpiling large quantities of explosives and fuel in absolute secrecy. And the Rokanjima base was the location of that top-secret stockpile. I went full James Bond villain, yeah. Think about the episode where the goats get Rosa and Maria, and Rosa tells Maria to swim far away because they wouldn't get... True. We may not win, but we will change the geography. True. I think Rosa knew. Maybe. At least in that timeline. That would make sense. The buried explosives weighed 900 tons in total. Also, fearing that the... Actually, no. Considering the fact that she met with Beatrice too, she could have. That would make sense for her to know. The buried explosives weighed 900 tons in total. Also fearing that the Americans might find out the island's secret and seize the explosives, they set up a system for the self-destruction of the entire island. Kinzo, who knew all of this, decided not to remove this device, but to tie it in the strange clock that could trigger such an explosion any night after midnight. Kinzo was famous for building up his funds using a vast store of gold, then using those funds in several sink-or-swim gambles, one after another. Just what did his stockpile of gold and the 900 tons of sleeping explosives mean to him? My favorite quote. Wait, was that an actual quote rocket? At this point, we can only guess. Perhaps the true source of Kinzo's mad power wasn't the gold after all. If he lost a big gamble and all that he owned, he could erase this entire island from existence with this device. For the rest of his life, he must have put the gold and everything else he had on the line. Kinzo probably stared at this clock at times, sometimes flipping the activation switch and letting it tick down. Maybe whenever he came up against a troubling problem, he would hide in here and flip the switch, with the intention of blowing everything away if he didn't think of a brilliant plan before 2400 came. He could gaze at this mountain of gold, listening to the clock tick towards his death as he searched for an idea. Perhaps Ushinomiya Kinzo's real study wasn't the one in the mansion, but this place instead. That sort of switch sounds just like Dad. So maybe every time Dad worried about something, all of us kids were put on the line as well. This is Father, so it wouldn't be unthinkable. This device now belongs to all of you. If you desire a massive explosion, use it whenever you please. Are you crazy? Who would want a big explosion? These explosives are half a century old, right? Would they really go off? Yes, of course. The explosives in the fuse are still working. I tested them myself. You tested them? You mean that? I see. Now I finally understand. So that's why the shrine disappeared without a trace. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so there's a real quote. There's a link. France contributed to it. It's thought that in most episodes, Ava or Rosa solved the epitaph, which explains Ava Beatrice. I knew eventually everything would start clicking into place. It took a little bit, but everything was matching up. That summer, that shrine had disappeared completely, along with the reef under it. Though people found it odd that the waves could have wiped it out so completely, no one paid it much mind. And now, this piece fits perfectly into the hole that caused that strange feeling. Indeed. I used that shrine to test whether the explosives were still working after half a century. I believe you are all well aware of the result. Hopefully nobody was in there at the time. The little bit I used was enough to make that entire reef vanish. It's easy to see how 900 tons that would cause an explosion large enough to rewrite the map.
If an explosion like that were to occur, it would certainly kill all of us. But what about you? I doubt you were planning to commit a group suicide with us.
This underground VIP room is connected by a subterranean passage to the remnants of the military base. If you go straight along it, you'll come out at the hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island, Kuadorian. It's about 2 kilometers away. If you make it all the way there, you should be able to escape the blast. I see. So you plan to escape to there just before the blast. I have only said that such a thing is possible. You may not believe this, but if the 9th twilight ended before any of you could solve the riddle, I plan to die along with everything else.
There's something seriously wrong with this girl.
She's insane. There's no point overthinking it. If we hadn't solved the epitaph, she would have used those guns, or else that switch, to massacre all of us, right? There's no doubting that now. You are correct. I have ended this game in the best possible way without there being even a single victim. I wish to convey my respect and admiration. There may have been 7 of you, but you did solve that riddle which took me so long to solve in a single night. That is worthy of praise.
I admire you for your graciousness and honesty in defeat. We'll decide how to deal with you in the future, but I intend to do all that I can to reach a gentlemanly agreement.
Pay me no mind any longer. I am already one of the dead, who was already prepared to kill everyone and die myself. The Golden Witch Beatrice solved the epitaph, reached this room, and revived. And now, new people have solved the riddle and reached this room, so her role was finished. When the epitaph's riddle was solved, Beatrice's illusion of the witch ended. Most likely, no one in this room was capable of understanding her grim determination. She herself was probably the only one who understood. As long as the many selves inside her understood, that was enough. I am one, yet many. I abandoned myself to the magical roulette of endless possibilities. The result, the answer, is this. This is what the tarot cards, known as the epitaph ceremony, have shown me. Note how it said Beatrice have solved the epitaph. Why would she need to solve it if it already belonged to her? I don't remember who said it or what forces did it, but there was a tunnel dug out and 5,000 pounds of explosive planted beneath the German lines in the largest non-nuclear explosion in war. My goodness.
Welcome back, RGB. Although, you were probably lurking.
Beatrice is already dead. They did not kill her. I killed her myself, in accordance with fate's command. They will never understand, for all eternity. The witch stared up at the ceiling without speaking for a while, then looked as though she'd suddenly remembered something. She grabbed at the sleeves of her dress and took out some sort of card. Oh yes, I forgot. I have no need for money after death. I will give this to all of you as well. Cash card? I have converted a portion of the gold to cash. This is for the account that the money is in. I was never gone.
Okay. I figured you were just lurking.
I see. So this is the source of the Golden Witch's magical energy. How much?
I've forgotten the details. However, there is more than 1 billion yen.
1 billion? That would really be magic.
True. There's nothing you couldn't do with that much money. Very true. The strongest magic to counter the human's anti-magic toxin is this magic of gold. It would be that this card holds greater power than the ingots.
Certainly. Cash would be much more agreeable than ingots.
Here you go. I have no need for this anymore. The card she held out was not taken by any of them. Who would ever just hand over a card with 1 billion yen in it? The mountain of gold, the device for blowing up the island, the card with 1 billion yen? All of these surpassed their understanding. Remember, they're two named Beatrice. There's at least 3. Although I think only 2 were alive at once. Makes you think, is that actually Like, is it actually Leon? I wonder. Oh, because this is probably happening at the same time that she's like hanging out with at least George, if not the rest of the cousins. So, So no one could bring themselves to take it. I don't like it.
What don't you like?
Here you go. Here's a mountain of gold, and I'll turn off the explosives and give you a card worth 1 billion yen while we're at it. Sounds far too good to be true. You're trying to trick us somehow, aren't you? I have no desire to trick you, but I won't try and force you to believe. I have offered you everything, revealed everything. What you believe and what you do is now you, the new masters of the gold, to decide. You are even free to disbelieve all I say and leave this place. Is it Beatrice or is this Leon pretending to be his mom? Well, okay. Leon is Beatrice 3. That's their Witchsona. But like, I wonder. Ava, I can't imagine that she's lying. And how could you know that? I don't like how relaxed she's acting. It's as though she thinks she's already won. I just had an idea a second ago. What if she's lying about which is the off side of the switch? What do you mean, Ne-san? Just a second ago, this woman flipped the switch to the side she said would turn off the bomb. But what if it actually armed the bomb? We solved the riddle, so you turned the bomb switch to on, trying to blow us and everything else up, right? There's a possibility this is a storytelling farce. Ooh, they might be talking to someone. It might be told by Claire that it was... Oh, true. So then it could be just anybody. If I had... Oh, gosh. Because if that were the case, then it would have to be either Goda or, like, maybe Kumasawa, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm trying... I know Goda, like, has nothing to do with anything. He's just there. Leon is the one watching the story to be being told. Everything is being revealed to Leon. What could that be, I wonder? Well, that's... I do wonder. If that is what you think, then feel free to flip the switch on this clock. It'll be 2400 in 1 minute. The clock will show you the truth. If you don't believe me, how about you blow yourself up? What did you say? Hey, what are we supposed to do? Is the bomb set to on now? Or off? I can't imagine she's lying. It's inactive now. We shouldn't flip it. But I don't like it. Why is she so resigned to her fate? Why is she offering us things one after another? She's tricking us to buy time. She wants to buy time until 2400 so that she can go down in flames along with us. This is why you get a voltage meter and insulating gloves. Oh gosh. Why would Leon specifically get to see it? Auntie gets to see a version of Rokkenjima where they live, but Leon is seeing something pertaining to him as well. But it's not this timeline's Leon? I feel like my brain experienced so many revelations, it's just like I can't work anymore. But I don't know. I have a few theories. I just don't know which one would be right. What about the switch itself? Is there some way to tell if it's on or off? On the upper part of the antique clock was a metal switch that could slide right or left. Right now it was set to the left. However, there was no marks in particular on either side to tell which was on and which was off. Hey, tell us the truth. Which way is off? Left. It's off now. You idiot! You really expect an honest answer from her? It's the opposite. It has to be. The right side must be off. We don't have any more time, Nissan. Quit it, Ava. Quit it, Ava. Don't touch the switch. It's set to off now. Ava-san, take your hand off it. I agree. It's off now. If she wanted to kill us with a bomb, she wouldn't have told us about it. Beatrice! Don't you think you can trick me? 5, 4, 3. I want to tell you everything, but that's what the story is for. I had to put things together by now. But also read it really quickly. Fair enough. Dun, dun. The second hand on the clock ticked past 2400. October 4th ended, and the curtain rose on October 5th, 1986. The switch was still pointing to the left. The witch's words had been proven correct. Have I gained your trust now? You With a hideous sweat-covered expression, Ava snatched the cash card away from the witch's hand. How about a bank book and seal? We can't withdraw anything with just a card. All you need is the PIN. It's 8 digits long. Well, wait a second! I'm writing it down! Ava and Kire both took out a pen and notepad and began writing the 8-digit number the witch told them. Happy New Year's! Who do you think Claire is? Oh. So, well, Wait, is Claire different than Beatrice the Second's child? Is Claire different from Shannon, Cannon, and Beatrice? What? Okay. I've been thinking the wrong way all this time. Oh no. That is everything I have to tell you and to give you. I will say nothing more. All of my tasks have been completed. I'm just trying to ask who you think the third is. My brain is too tiny for this. I'm an observer witch that's gonna be dead. After saying this, the witch spun around and sat down on the bed. She wasn't even looking at the others anymore. She sat there like an empty husk which had, just as she had said, finished everything it existed to do. For a while, everyone watched the witch to see if she would remember something else and started talking. However, she said nothing else. The witch had called herself one of the dead, was now little more than a large French doll wearing a black dress. This is good timing for a break, but it's kind of early and I want to keep going. Okay, we'll take our break a little late today. Gold is the only physical embodiment of magic that can exist in the human world. Since ancient times, even a small bit of it could control men with its magic. In that case, how much magic power could dwell in it? If it had piled up on a mountain so high you'd have to look up to see the top. Don't be stupid, we'll split it evenly. Isn't that the obvious solution? Didn't we say that half of the pile would belong to me and the other half would be split between the 4 of us? The yells of the humans dancing around the gold reverberated throughout the underground room. In front of the pile of gold, they were arguing about how it should be split. Did you solve the riddle all by yourself, Nissan? You didn't, right? The 4 of us siblings solved it together. Of course we'll split it 4 equal parts. Coward. Weren't you the one who first made it that proposal about the gold's distribution? How can you disregard that so easily? You really think you're in a position to bargain? When you're the one who's hiding Dad's death? Yeah. You've been swindling us this whole time, treating Father's wealth as if it were your own. All you need to do is split the gold evenly, and we'll drop all the rest, including that particular issue. It sounds very fair to me. Well, if you insist, go ahead and try splitting it 4 ways. Let us divide this pile up right now, and you can all take your own shares home.
hope you have pockets that can hold 2.5 tons of ingots. It seems you've all been driven mad by the gold and lost all ability to make rational judgments. What do you mean by that, Klaus-san? Look at this ingot. As you can see, there are no official markings, just like Father's crest. How do you intend to turn unmarked gold like this into cash? Well, have you finally figured it out? This pile of gold may be worth 20 billion yen. However, it's only if you can trade it for cash. Are any of you capable of exchanging this many unmarked, unidentified ingots for cash at a proper rates?
If it was a necklace or ring, exchanging it for cash would have been a manageable problem. However, doing that for several tons of unmarked gold that couldn't be made public would be impossible for any normal person. I put a picture of my model's chest on a friend's Discord and they were going nuts over it. Oh my gosh. However, Klaus could do it. Among the several business friends that remained from Kinzo's generation, there were some who had black market ties and a lot of financial power. The billion yen tied to the cash card that the Golden Witch had held out a second ago had already been turned to cash thanks to one of Kinzo's connections. However, none of the other siblings had any connections like that. They would have to rely on Klaus to get cash for the gold.
Now you're finally seeing it. I apologize for hiding all of those things about Father. However, you're in no position to take advantage of that weakness.
You really think you have some advantage just because of something like that?
What do you intend to do with that gun? Please, you're scaring us.
Ava was gripping the gun so hard it looked like it might snap. Violence. Right, it was kind of a mistake to have all those guns in this room, but maybe not. It would have been a mistake to have one gun. The 4 guns that the witch had placed in this room were now in the hands of the relatives. Just as the gold had led their hearts astray, it seemed those guns had the magical power to turn their hearts to violence. Think, be interested in it intentionally? Yeah. Finally, a scuffle arose between Ava and Klaus. Off to the side, Natsuhi started arguing with Rudolph and his wife, and the grand underground VIP room was filled with thundering jeers. After being forced to watch the scene for so long, Auntie's face was starting to contort in pain. It was only natural after being shown this abusive argument between her parents and her other relatives. What on earth? It was painful for Leon too. Leon would have tried to intervene and calm them, if it had been possible. The gold isn't going anywhere, right? If you just slow down and think, you'll be able to resolve this. Going by what Ava and the others said, it's clear that they'll need a lot of money before the end of the year. However, the billion-yen cash card should be more than enough to pay for that. That would handle their emergency expenses, so they could then convert gold to cash at their leisure and then split it amongst themselves. I'm just waiting for Rocket to have the psych gun. Sure, maybe Klaus was the only one capable of converting the gold. That might give him an advantage over the other siblings. However, this gold couldn't be dealt with by open means. In addition to attracting public attention, it would also lead to various legal problems. It was better for the secret money to remain secret. If they wanted to get the largest portions possible, then they should all agree not to tell anyone about this gold. In other words, to maximize their profits, they would all need to make a gentleman's agreement to keep this secret. Klaus did have a slight advantage. However, it was possible for the other relatives to refuse to cooperate and tell the world about the gold. And then, there was also the concealment of Kinzo's death to consider. Klaus was an investor. He needed not only financial clout, but also a certain degree of public confidence in him. His advantage isn't big enough for him to act so overbearing. The mountain of gold has made everyone lose their ability to think rationally. This isn't an argument between adults. It's just a fight between kids. What's so fun about showing us this? Or is this a game of some new witch? Are they watching us suffer from somewhere and laughing? By now, even I didn't have a clue who was showing this to us, or for what reason. At the very least, this new tale didn't seem to be overflowing with affection. At first, I thought it was a tale of a beautiful world where no crime occurred and Claire's regrets had vanished. But something's different. This tale is clearly filled with ill will towards us. I'm sure that much now, but I don't have a clue who would want to show us this. You don't have the psych gun? Oh no! Suddenly, an explosion rang out. I didn't think it was the sound of gunfire. After all, People living a normal life never hear that kind of sound. Drip, 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 drip. It was the sound of thick raindrops hitting the floor. There was no rain in this underground room. It was blood dripping down from Natsuhi's right eye. Oh gosh! The bullet had gone in through her right eye, towards the back of her head. Natsuhi! It's your fault for jumping at me! The gun, which fell from Ava's grasp, landed on the floor with a hard metallic clang. Oh, that's the same place. That was the same eye that... Wait, did a bullet do that, or was it just the shock for, like, how Jessica happened? That was a sentence. As though in response to that sound, Natsuhi's head slowly turned to face the ceiling. Yeah, no, she dead. Natsuhi! Natsuhi flopped backwards. When the back of her head hit the floor, a red splash spread out beneath it, forming a single flower to adorn her dead face. Natsuhi! Nessa!
Why did you shoot her? Ava! Ava!
Klaus howled, raised his gun, and ran at Ava. At the same time, Hideyoshi leapt between them. A scuffle broke out between the two men.
How could you? Natsuhi! Klaus, Nisa, you've got it wrong. You've got it all wrong. It was just an accident, right? Ava, how could you? I'll kill you. I'll kill you!
I didn't shoot. I didn't. Even though I told her to stop, she just jumped at me. Klaus, who had just seen his wife killed before his eyes, had lost all traces of rationality in his expression. He was so furious that if he had knocked Hideyoshi aside and jumped at Ava, he might have torn her throat out.
Why did you kill her? Why? Ava! It was an accident! An accident! Calm down, Klaus, Nisa. Ow, ow.
Another explosion rang out. Hideyoshi's face was covered with blood. The two of them had been fighting over the guns Klaus held, trying to push it away from themselves, when the barrel had turned to point at Klaus's chin. The sneering, formless Reaper, master of the Room of Gold, had swung its scythe once more. A line of blood trickled from Klaus's mouth. The two fell down, with Klaus's body on top of Hideyoshi. Letting out a cowardly cry, Hideyoshi backed away before Klaus's body could cover him.
Dear! I didn't do anything. Klaus Nissan's finger just got caught on the trigger. It's an accident. An accident, I tell you.
That's right, an accident. That was all an accident. As the pair of them broke down sobbing and repeatedly claiming that it was all an accident, Rose and the others were unable to say a thing. The witch also watched the scene but said nothing, and appeared to be completely disinterested.
It wasn't our fault. It was just an accident. You saw, right? Right?
You saw that, didn't you, Rosa? Klaus Nissan and Natsuhi Nissan both let their emotions get a hold of them and charged at us. Who knows? I couldn't say either way.
Stupid Rosa! You saw, didn't you? You saw it from right there, so you must know.
I'm sorry. I can't tell if it happened by accident, or if you killed them and tried to make it look like an accident.
Rosa, you... Rudolph-kun, you saw. You know what happened, right? Right?
Sorry, but I agree with Rosa. We can't tell if it was an accident or intentional. Rosa's and Rudolph's gazes looked very cold and indifferent to Ava and her husband. What are you going to do? They were shot to death. Saying it was a simple accident won't convince anyone.
The forest! We'll say they went to the forest and went missing. That'll buy us some time.
That won't get us off the hook, right? The police will just search the whole forest. And anyway, why will these two go off into the uncultivated forest like that? It'll look suspicious from the start. There's no way we'll get away with it.
It'll be okay. If we hide the corpses here, no one will be able to find them. If we all play dumb, it'll work.
It won't. There's no way you can fool the police. If the two of them disappeared during the family conference, where we were arguing over the inheritance problem, the police won't just put it down as a case of missing persons. I just had an idea. Though Ava had been scratching at her head, overcome with emotion, her arms suddenly fell as though their strings had been cut.
What did you think of?
An accident. We just need to make it look like an accident.
Idiot. What kind of accident? There are clear gunshot wounds in both corpses, right? Even if we burn them to make it look like they were caught in fire, it'll still be obvious that they were killed by guns.
A fire? That's not good enough. We need more. A much more massive accident.
A massive accident. I have California girl stuck in my head. Oh gosh.
Ava slowly walked forward, tapped it, and spoke. Explosion accident. We just need some sort of accident that will leave no traces of their corpses. As she played with the switch that would cause an automatic explosion at 2400, Ava spun around to look at them, a crazed expression on her face. It was truly a mad flash of inspiration. If they flipped the switch to the right and waited for 2400, the 900 tons of explosives would wipe out the mansion without a trace. There wouldn't even be anything left of the corpses. There certainly wouldn't be any way to tell that they had died by gunshot wounds before the explosion. It's an unshakable fact that this island is still filled with explosives from the war. And, by coincidence, tomorrow night, something will set it off by chance and the whole thing will explode. Yes, it'll be an accident. An explosion accident. What do you say? There's no way the police will find out the truth. This way, we can pull it off. We can hide the manner of their deaths.
It's crazy. Shaking, Hideyoshi frantically searched for a counter-argument, hoping to shut down Ava's mad idea. But he couldn't find one. If they blew everything up, the facts would be all muddled. They could make it look as though Klaus and Natsuki had died in an explosion accident. It's perfect. Just perfect. After all, it was an accident that they died anyway. We're just changing the type of accident. Isn't that right? We can think up any story we want. By chance, the rest of us will happen to be in the hidden mansion tomorrow night. Then, when the explosion accident occurs, we'll be lucky enough to survive. That story should work. Just what sort of story are you planning on? What kind of story can explain the two of them alone remained here while the rest of us conveniently went to the hidden mansion and managed to escape? That's what we've got to think up now, stupid Rosa. It doesn't matter what it is as long as we all agree to it. I'll think of something. I am thinking. You all think too. Someone think of something. Calm down, Ava. I'll think about it. So will everyone else. We'll definitely think of something, and it'll all work out. We'll share the burden. You won't have to carry it all by yourself. It'll be okay. It will. I know we'll think of a good excuse. What kind of excuse? We took the kids and the servants to go exploring an underground passageway, leaving just the two of them behind, and the rest of us all decided to spend the night in the hidden mansion. How could any excuse work? It's insane! And thinking up that insane thing is our job. Why are you acting like this has nothing to do with you? You think of something too. Nei-san, let me ask you a question. If you blow up the island, what will happen to this gold? Well, we've finally gotten our hands on 20 billion yen of gold. You want to blow it all away? We could just carry it away. Yeah, that's right. The explosion will happen tomorrow at midnight. We have a full day. If we all carry it together, we might... You realize there's 10 tons of it, right? Just how much do you think our small group can carry back and forth across this long underground passage that goes all the way across the island? You're being absurd. Here, we have this card, right? The card worth 1 billion yen. The one that woman gave us. We'll just carry as much gold as we can. We have the card with 1 billion yen on top of that. If we split it 3 ways, we'll have more than 300 million yen each. That should be enough for all of our purposes. I don't like it. You don't like what? We have a mountain of 20 billion yen right here. Why should we be satisfied with just 300 million each? Wait, isn't this the conversation that they were having in the first game? Like these numbers? Maybe? Rosa! Ava's face twisted in anguish and was met by Rosa's look of cold concern, or unconcern. Like, I could be wrong, because it has been quite a few months since we started, but I feel like these are the same numbers. Pig faces are burning with look less suspicious. Oh gosh. That woman is what Ava said, instead of saying Beatrice. But it's in a moment of conflict, so you're not going to notice it. Claire's a good storyteller. Yes, those are the numbers. Huh. So...
we give Klaus Misan a share, we'd each have a share of 5 billion. Subtract the 300 million from the card, and the rest of my share is 4.7 billion. If you agree to pay that much to me, then you can do whatever you want with this mountain of gold. What do you think you're saying? So you don't intend to cooperate? Nessa, please come down and listen. This plan will let both of us leave the maximum amount of money. What? I want you to go to the police and turn yourself in, admitting that you got into a scuffle and the gun went off. Are you crazy? I don't want to go to the police. Of course, we won't say that the crime happened here. The police would find the gold. Yes, how about the rose garden? It's pouring rain now, and the police probably won't find any contradictions at the crime scene. I'll let you think of an excuse as to why you and Nissan started fighting while you were holding guns in the rainy rose garden. Please, don't try to get us and our shares involved just because you want to hide your own crime. So now I'm really thinking, because, like, it would be wrong to assume that it's just Ava pretending to be two people. Like, I feel like that's not correct. But so I'm really trying to think, because if it's not Leon, and no way would it be no way it would be Erica, I don't think. Unless it's like a red herring to not think it's gonna be her, but I don't know. But I feel like neither of those are. I feel like it's staring me in the face, honestly. Please don't try to get us and our shares involved just because you want to hide your own crime. Rosa! It's not so bad, right? After all, it's not like they'll keep you in jail for several decades. It was an accident, right? They'll be able to get out after just a few years. When you've paid for your sins and come back, then you can just do whatever you want with your 5 billion. No, I'd never do that. What would happen if we were arrested? What would happen to my husband's company? Who cares about the company? With 5 billion yen, working any longer would just be a waste of time, right? Rosa had never intended to go along with Ava's proposal. If it was a question of maximizing each person's portion, no one had anything to gain from an explosion accident. An explosion would conceal Klaus and Natsuhi's deaths, and it would serve no further purpose. From Rosa's perspective, the ideal outcome would be for them to confess for their crimes, without any unnecessary tricks. All she wanted was to change the crime scene from here to a different place. However, Ava didn't want to be arrested. She didn't like having her share shrink from 5 billion to 300 million, but even that was more than enough to cover the amount she'd been trying to wring out of Klaus in the first place. She wanted to hide what had happened here, even if it meant blowing away 4.7 billion yen. What would happen if they were arrested? The life, the company, and the trust that Ava had worked so long to build were things that couldn't be bought back with money. So she wanted to hide Klaus and Natsuhi's death, even if it meant blowing up all 4.7 billion yen worth of her gold. But from Rosa's perspective, that was just irrational nonsense. Rosa! What do you think you're doing with that gun, Nessa? Are you going to have me die in the explosion too? Well, that'll make finding an excuse even harder. In fact, it'll make it harder to explain away the other 2 deaths as accidents too. 3 whole deaths means it's quite a large-scale crime. It will probably get you the death penalty, or life in prison if you're lucky. Even in the best case, you'll probably put away more than You'll probably be put away for more than a decade, right? Turn yourself in. If you do, this will be no more than a pair of unfortunate accidents. Of course, your jail term won't be too terrible either. Don't worry about George-kun. We'll take good care of him. And we'll make sure that your entire share of 5 billion yen is waiting for you when you get back. Ava ground her teeth and glared. The Rosa she knew should have been shaking and obeying her commands. And yet, Rosa wasn't scared. Her blank expression, no, that faint smile, was one that Ava had never seen before. Put the gun down, Nessa. Once you calm down, you'll see that my plan is the best one. Jail isn't so bad, right? Think of it as a financial strategy. Even if they put you in for 10 years, there'll be 5 billion yen waiting for you when you get out. That's like working for a 500 million yen salary, right? If you think of it that way, won't you enjoy your job more? Right. Absolutely gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Liar! You just want to steal my share away while I'm in there, like your man did to you. He has nothing to do with this, okay? I won't run away. I never run away with someone else's money. Oh, I'll never do it! Rosa's once frigid face was filled with rage. The two howling people pointed their guns at each other, shouting insults. You could smell the gold room's reaper slinking closer. The smell of gunpowder, the explosive smell of death, filled the room. Drip. A bubble of blood dripped from Rosa's mouth. Then, she fell over lifelessly, like a mannequin someone had pushed over. Ava! It wasn't me! I swear, I didn't even pull the trigger! If I gaslight myself into saying that What? The round in the chamber of your gun was spent when you fired at Natsuhi-san, right? You never reloaded, so even if you pull the trigger, that gun won't kill anyone. Have no fear. As Kirei said this, she maneuvered the lever action with a practiced hand, and a smoke-smelling shell casing was ejected. It hit the floor with a small metallic sound. That tiny sound had a disturbing ring to it. Rosa-san's analysis was a little naive. She has no idea how difficult it would be to exchange this many unmarked gold ingots for money. Back in Dad's day, even just showing this gold to get funding was enough to create the massive rumor called the Ushinomiya Legend of the Gold. Exchanging this for cash is impossible. A pile of gold you can't use is no better than a pile of crap. 10 tons of gold were exchanged for cash in the black market, and the successor and his wife died mysterious deaths. Expecting that to go unnoticed is what's really unbelievable. We don't want to get the police involved. We'll blow up this island and destroy all the evidence. If it's tough parting with the gold, feel free to grab as much as you can hold. A billion yen on the cash card is more than enough. In other words, Eva-ne-san was right. I'm glad. It looks like we're on the same page. If the police get involved, who knows what might happen. It's the same with cashing in the gold. I'm sure that would have tripped us up somewhere, so we had no choice. The 1 billion yen that woman over there exchanged for cash is the only money we'll be able to get our hands on. And even splitting that billion... Pardon me. It'll be more than enough for what we need. And on top of that, now that Rosa's dead, our shares have increased even more. We can even leave this island with 500 million. Exactly. As long as we don't let our greedy desire to cash in the gold control us, we can pretend that everything that occurred on this island never happened. We have a way to do that right here. By this point, neither deaths from accidental discharges nor shooting murders meant anything on this island. Everything would be erased equally by the explosion accident. No matter what happened between now and midnight the next day, everything would be rewritten. I got some of the responses I'm getting is hilarious. Oh, for your post? You told me to turn myself in? Stupid Rosa. You weren't satisfied with just 300 million. This is what you get for being too greedy. You brought this upon yourself. But Kirei-san, there is no need to shoot her, right? Even Rosa-san would have figured it out if you just told her. I did need to shoot her. After all, Rosa-san's the only one who didn't fire her gun. What does that matter? The guns lying under your feet are Klaus-Nissan's and Eva-san's. Both of those have been fired. However, Rosa-san's gun can shoot if you just pull the trigger. It's hard to reload one of those if you aren't used to a lever action. An amateur would have some trouble pulling it off. Kirei-san, what are you talking about? You... They finally realized what Kirei meant. Rosa had the only gun that should fire, so I shot her first. Oh, how foolish we were. Why didn't we realize sooner? Even though we knew there's a mechanism for erasing everything that happens on this island. Eva and Hideyoshi turned to pick up the guns that lay at their feet. At the same time, fire spat from Kirei's gun once more. Oh! Hideyoshi let out a short scream, clutched at his chest, and fell over face down. Dear? Dear! Why is this? Ava fiddled with the lever action, trying to imitate something she vaguely remembered from a Western movie. But something seemed to be caught, and the still open lever didn't budge. See? It's pretty hard. You... Kidea finished reloading with a fluid motion. The way she held it was as innocent and sure as a kid playing with a squirt gun. With another heartless cry of gunfire, the puppet called Ava slumped down to the floor as though its strings had been cut. Rudolph-san, the billion-yen card. Sure. The cash card with a billion yen, which Ava had just grabbed from the witch. That alone was worth more than enough. The 20 billion yen pile of gold had skewed everyone's sense of value. Just a few million yen is enough for people to kill over. And this was a billion yen. Rosa-san, those are some famous last words there. Just 300 million? You were too greedy. No kidding. Ah, lucky me. I don't have to fish through a corpse. As Rudolph walked up to Ava's body, he found the card lying beside it and picked it up. So this flimsy little card is worth a billion yen. Sticking with the company would be a waste of time. So, do we close up shop and spend the rest of our lives in some southern country? I'm sure you'd get bored right away. Besides, I like seeing you get all worried about some problem, then leap around like a little kid when you finally overcome it. Sure you do. Thank you, Miss Golden Witch. Rudolph-san and I will make good use of this billion. Krasny-san promised to treat you with it in a gentlemanly fashion, but I haven't made any such promise. She pulled the trigger without a trace of mercy. When the ringing of the gunfire died down, blood trickled from the witch's mouth, and she fell over onto the bed. Once again, Kidea ejected the used shell casing. The four metal sounds of used shells hitting the floor seemed to symbolize the fact that Rudolph and his wife now possessed all shares of the gold. All of them were really slow-witted. From the moment they heard about the bomb, they should have known that they wouldn't be leaving this island as a big happy family. Sorry about this, Aneki, Rosa. Well, that's life for you. Give me a break, okay? Aneki and Aneki get into a fight. Rosa gets dragged in, and I'm the one who picks up the pieces. Just like it's always been, right? It wasn't as though Rudolph and Kidea had planned to kill everyone and take everything for themselves from the start. Kidea had quickly realized, by the length of the barrel of the gun in her hands, it would probably hold 5 rounds at a time. Yes, Kidea and Rudolph were both very familiar with this gun. Rudolph, whose interest in guns from old westerns came from his father, owned a shotgun of the same model. Even Kidea had earned the qualifications to use that gun, becoming familiar enough with it that they could go shooting together for fun. Including the witch, there had been 8 people there, 6 people besides the 2 of them. Each gun held 5 rounds. That was one short. They didn't have enough to kill everyone. To be honest, it's really surprised me when they got into a fight and one of the guns went off. That coincidental accident had provided the missing bullet. Sorry, I'm thinking of just like, man, if only Psyche were here, he'd be like, what did my favorite characters do? I'm telling you that if you cause an explosion, you're going to get a larger, more in-depth investigation. True, but I mean, like, yeah. It wasn't the second shot. The very first shot, which had accidentally killed Natsuhi, had guaranteed that this massacre would happen. In this smoke and corpse-filled room of gold, the 2 of them wore easygoing smiles, hardly any different from those they usually wore. What do we do now? Rudolph picked up Rosa's gun. Then, he fired a test shot at the wall and ejected the old shell with a smooth motion like Kidea's. Kidea went to the box of bullets on the table, casually picked up a few, and loaded them one after another into her gun. Set the bomb switch to on. Then we just need to wait 24 hours. Everyone's gonna run wild when morning comes and they can't find us. Then we just need to make sure they don't. Guess so. What about Battler? He's your son, not mine. Don't say that. Look how attached he is to you. He really respects you. Then think of a clever way to trick him. I'll worry about Anju. You were about Butler-kun. Fair enough? Sure. I'm kind to my own children, but it's a real pain to be nice to Azuma-san's kid. You understand, I hope. Kire's voice had grown cold. She had acted warmly towards Battler because that had been the adult thing to do. He was Rudolph's son, so she tried to avoid being hostile, nothing more. But underneath, he was the son of Asumu, a woman Kire still hated even though she was dead. Now that she had given birth to Anji and finally built up a new family, was Battler's return really such a happy thing for her? Get yourself ready. Now that we've come this far, we can only go for the billion yen or die trying. If you can't convince Butler-kun, I'm sorry, but I won't be taking any chances. No need to threaten me. I'll take care of it. I'll find a good story to tell him. Make sure you do. I know Anji will be very sad if she's forced to hear about Butler-kun dying in an accident. Sure. How do we start? We have nothing to gain by waiting for morning. Now is the best time. Oh, wonderful. Not even time for a break. Of feeding your rich uncle to a pin of hungry pigs would be less suspicious than bombing an island off the map. It's not the way to go. Right, but it's what they have available. Yeah, I will take a break. I'll just have to wait to save. Okay, so we're gonna take a break, a little 10-minute break to get up and stretch and have a snack and something. I don't think I have a snack, so I don't know, but we'll take a little break and then come right back. And maybe, I don't know, maybe my brain will connect like the final two pieces, because I feel like it's like right there. But anyway, everybody have a good break. We'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Ma'am, help! I'm in the floor. No. Well. Hello? Don't believe so? Name them Jerry? Isn't there someone already? Wait, no. I was thinking of Jerry from back in Undertale. I don't know. I kind of want to name them Beaches. And thus our contract is struck. Bring me the god tears and I shall reward you. As you can see, kinda, I look slightly more bouncier. I don't know. Maybe so. Maybe no. I don't know. And then, let me see. Have to just be very slow about it. There we go. You can kind of see my eyebrows. They are a little bit more round. It's not open. But yeah, you can see my eyebrows and my little accessories and my hair. Not much hair movement, but at the same time there is. And then let's go ahead and just wow. I'm a little yukuri. I probably find it funnier than yes! Wait a minute.
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
One thing, you know, the fact that Shin won't hold hands with you, because holding hands is lewd. Like, oh my gosh, that's so lewd. Like, holding hands? Wow. So, you're such a dirty man, Sawa.
Mr. Dio told me to pick Betray so that we could get 3 points.
Mr. Dio sucks, right? Don't you hate him? Don't you want to just beat him up? Don't you want to call him a Don't you, Mrs. Luna?
He said we could escape together.
Maybe it'll snow since it's almost December. That'd be fun.
Watch where you're going! That wasn't even a scary noise, it was just a really loud Jesus. Young ones these days. As you say, in front of your child. How do you think your baby feels? How do you think your baby feels? Don't judge me. I'm judging your mom and her slidey shoes. Than just the two, I assume. Become the narwhal and ruddy up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Chubby belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
Well. Just started flying off in the distance. Nom, nom, nom. Ooh.
Listening to KLOB, spinning records for all you interns, outturns, his turns, her turns, and their turns.
Their turns.
You have to hide the corpses if you want it to, you know, if you want to make it big. If you want to be a big shot in enemies. Oh, you're right. Or if I would have been like, you can't tell me what to do.
My apologies.
Pardon me. I'm sorry.
Right way to go.
Yeah.
But are I missing something? Yeah, I feel like this is the right way to go. Darn! I messed up. Well, what was... Wow. Wow. Oh no. Oh no.
It's okay. I have unbreakable.
They've slugged you,
yeah,
and now
just
they're
keep
gonna
running.
slug me. Oh my
Just keep
god.
running.
Abandoned shrimp become mermaid unicorn.
That's called a narwhal.
Yes. Become the narwhal and ruddy up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Chubby belly's in the way of everything.
How dare. Oh, how about this one? Damn. Cool drawing you got there. Didn't know that you were an artist as well. Who is that? Why did you do that, Taylor? That wasn't very nice. Huh? Do what? I'm quite confident that you know exactly what I'm referring to. Why did the background music suddenly change? Okay. What? Was that the best ending? Oh, it just all fell off. Okay. Yo.
So, what's going on here?
That's That's the third eyeball. That's
Guess it's time to let the cat out of the bag.
It's like rolling a nat 1 on your dex save while trying to take a pee, right? Well, would it be dex or would it be like whiz?
Message. Ah, it's from your manager.
He's up, can you count down from 10 really quick? Sure?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Wow, no! You tricked me! I knew you were gonna do something. I should have known. I figured it was gonna, I thought it was gonna be a scan, but
But you got me. It's from the manager.
oh, are these gonna be the same? Worth it.
Ow.
Ow. Okay. What? That stuck to my face for a second. Oh my gosh. Can I clip that? Oh no. How could you have done this? And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see, when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. Relief. She cannot have any relief. And we're back. I munched some toast, because that was the one thing that I knew I had. So, with the theory on who this Byato might be, if it's not, like, Leon, my only thought is that maybe it's, maybe tomorrow, Rocket. Because I didn't have a thing to grab other than toast for today. So maybe tomorrow for memes. Because I wanted to get right back into it. But like, while I don't think it would be Erica directly, I feel like it might be like whatever character Erica like represents. I could be wrong about that, but that's the only thing that makes sense at the moment. If it's not Leon, I might be wrong. Okay. A test? What's this supposed to be? At this time of night? Starting now? Oh, we know what test this is. Battler yelled wildly into the receiver. When he said at this time of night, George and Jessica turned to look. According to the clock, it was past midnight. It might be a normal time to be told to brush their teeth and go to bed, but he couldn't understand what this test thing was all about. Okay, I'll hand it over. Here, George Anarchy. It's my dad. Hello, this is George speaking. Ah, hey, George. Sorry to call so late. You weren't sleeping already, were ya? You're still up chatting away? Pretty much. Maria-chan is sleeping, but... Oh, wait, it looks like she just woke up. So, what did you want to talk about? Butlerkin said something about a test? Ah, yeah. Dad can be such a pain sometimes. He suddenly came down from his room. A bunch of stuff happened, and by the end he was talking about which grandchild would make the best successor. But isn't Uncle Klaus the successor? He says the four of us aren't up for the job, so he's gonna skip all us adults and choose one of you grandkids instead. It's all so sudden, and we're really freaking out here. Anaki and the others are all arguing about it across the room. I'll bet you can hear Anaki shrieking in the background, huh? Is that so? Is that what Grandfather says? There's no way around it, I guess. In that case, what should we do? He says he wants to call you out one by one, starting with Jessica-chan. Oh, wait a sec. Okay, you still there? It looks like you and Jessica-chan will be the first up to bat. He wants Jessica-chan to go to the parlor in the mansion. You're supposed to go out to the front of the chapel. It's so sudden, I hardly feel ready. But what sort of test is it? It looks like Dad makes some kind of crazy quiz. Some weird questions about what it means to be the head. Of course, a few things about this seemed off to George. However, Kinzo was famous for doing radical things on a whim. Even the strange test seemed plausible once he heard about it. It was a sudden idea of Kinzo's. But even so, if he wanted to test them one by one, why wouldn't he call them out one by one? They could have just had everyone wait in some reception room to be called in one at a time. Why would two people be called to different places at the same time? The plan didn't seem to make sense, and George felt he was missing something. Still, I wonder why he wanted to meet you in front of the chapel of all places. He expects a lot from you. I think he wants to talk to you alone. Not sure what about. Grandfather wants to talk to me? You want to play a game, get you and your cousins off the island in 30 minutes and you will die in a massive explosion. No, it's fine. He has like 24 hours. Maybe 23 at this point. I wonder what he's gonna say. I mean, you're the most talented of all his grandkids. He's probably got something to tell you in particular, right? Anyway, that's what he says. Get over here right away. I'm supposed to go to the chapel too, so let's get this over with or we're both gonna catch colds. I see. Okay, then I'll head towards the front of the chapel, and Jessica-chan will go to the parlor. Sure. I'll see you in a bit then. What sort of test or private conversation would Kinzo possibly want to have at this time of night? Then again, it's a well-known fact that Kinzo doesn't have long to live. It wouldn't be so strange if he wanted to give some sort of will to each of his descendants individually. Inside George's mind, the faint feeling that something was wrong was replaced by the desire to meet Kinzo directly and hear about this in more detail. George set down the receiver and quickly explained to the others. It's as you heard. Grandfather says he wants to give us all some kind of test.
Huh? A test?
After hiding in his study all these years, he suddenly decides to give us a test this late at night? Damn, that old geezer. What's he asking? Or thinking? I don't know. Words. It seems our parents feel the same way. It sounds as though they're very worked up about it. Well, I doubt getting worked up about it will change Grandfather's mind. Exactly. Might as well accept it. It's Grandfather's order, after all. Let's obey it. To start, Jessica-chan and I are being called out. I'm going to the chapel. Jessica-chan is supposed to go to the parlor in the mansion. What about Maria and me? I think they'll contact you later. Wait here.
A midnight test! What could it be? What kind of test is it? A quiz? A puzzle? I'm ready to go at the wolves. I'm really good at wolves and sheep puzzles.
Maria, who was now fully awake, seemed to be very excited about this unexpected midnight test. Then we'll just hang out here. Yes. Okay, I'm going. It sounds like they're already waiting for us. So he's making one of us grandkids the successor? Sounds great to me. Now I can let one of you guys deal with it.
I'm gonna become the successor. I wanna do it.
Having Maria as the successor wouldn't be so bad. Bye. See you later. I wonder if they'll actually ask the question. If you think this is a weird family dynamics, just remember I have two cousins that used to babysit my mother and my father. I mean, like... I feel like in comparison to there should be a family. I feel like in comparison. Rudolph put down the receiver and stood up. Okay, guess I'm going to the spot in front of the chapel. It's damn cold out there. Goda-san, have some coffee waiting for me when I get back, will ya? Next to Rudolph, Goda was lying face up. His face was covered by a crossword puzzle book. However, its pages were stained with blood, and you didn't need to move the book to imagine how he had met his pitiful end.
How was it? A nice script, don't you think?
Yep. We should be thanking Dad. If we'd just say it was him being fickle, no one's gonna doubt us.
Then let's split up. I'll take care of Jessica-chan. You take care of George-kun.
You got it. Let's get this over with quickly so we can relax and have some coffee.
There won't be any problems, yes? No sudden pangs of conscience?
Kidea smiled coldly. It probably would have been safer to call them out one by one and finish them off together. However, Kidea had chosen to have her husband work separately. She wanted to measure Rudolph's resolve. If she was the only one who got her hands dirty and Rudolph just watched, his heart wouldn't be as dedicated to this venture. By having him dirty his own hands, she would make him truly determined to see things through. Kidea understood this sort of mind game better than anyone else. Rudolph reflexively averted his gaze from the cold glint in her eyes, but then he just shrugged and answered her question. Of course. We have 1 billion yen riding on this. And I'm a man. So, I'm not gonna miss a chance that'll never come again in my lifetime.
I expected no less of you, Rudolph-san. I love people who seize chances when they come. That's why I fell in love with you.
Thanks. I'm glad.
Rudolph-san.
What?
Stay like that. Always, okay?
Huh? What did you say?
Always remain the same Rudolph-san I love. Okay?
Of course. When have I ever let you down? You should be worrying more about what kind of champagne they'll use to toast our victory.
I'll do that. Take care now. If you really treasure Battler-kun, don't kill George-kun in front of the chapel, okay? It'll be a pain if he finds the body.
Yeah, I know. I'll lure him away somehow. We'll be outside, and it's raining. Should be some way to do it.
And you aren't a villain in some old western, got it? Don't grant any last requests or take down any final messages, okay?
Kidea lifted her gun again and ran the lever to eject the casing from the round she had killed Goto with. It's got to the point where I'm just like silently observing. I'm just like, oh.
Back in the gold room.
Why are you alive? Dear! Ah! Ava was holding Hideyoshi's body and crying. She hadn't been shot at all. The bullet had grazed her head and missed. She hadn't been playing dead. She really thought that she'd been shot. When Kidea's gun spat fire, Ava felt something fierce skim past her head, before feeling lightheaded and fainting. Then she had awoken in the now silent room of the gold. The remains of her beloved husband lay beside her, as well as Klaus, Natsuhi, and Rose's corpses. It was a room of death and piled up bodies. When she had cried all that she could over Hideyoshi's body, she realized that she still had something she needed to do. She wasn't sought in lethal place. True. George is in danger. George! They're trying to use the bomb to blow up everything, to bury this whole island with an explosion accident. Of course. As Ava had expected, the switch on the clock was set to the right, which meant that it was active. Ava moved the flip to the left, and it stopped. That's right. As long as this switch points to the right, everything that happens will disappear on this night of illusions. Yes, this is an illusion. No matter what happens tonight, everything will become muddled and hidden away. They're probably going to kill everyone else. It has to be it, I'm sure of it. When she looked at the table with the box of bullets, she saw signs that they had roughly grabbed a bunch of bullets before leaving. It clearly showed that they had planned to use that many bullets. I have to fight, if only to protect just the life of my precious son. The gun that I dropped when I was shot is stuck with the lever open. No matter how hard I pull, it won't open any further and it won't close again. Apparently, the bullet had gotten jammed, breaking it. It's just as Kidea said. Loading a bullet is tough if you aren't used to it. Please, dear, lend me your strength. Lend me your strength so I can protect George. In Hideyoshi's hand was Klaus's gun, which he had been trying to pick up. Ava took it, prayed to her husband one more time, and tugged on the lever handle. With a light metallic sound, the golden casing spun through the air and bounced off the ground. When she timidly tried to push the lever back, this time it returned to its original place without any resistance. There was another metallic clang. It was the sound of a new bullet being loaded. I figured it'd be something like this. Someone scheming to show me the game that disgusts me the most, just to mock me. In the game so far, various people have been suspected of being the culprit or an accomplice. The only difference now is that Rudolph and Kire were the suspects. However, to Anji, that was the most infuriating plot twist possible. Even Leon was full of painful thoughts. Solving the epitaph was supposed to be the only miracle that could lead to a game without a single victim, but ironically, the tragedy hadn't been averted even so. Does this mean we aren't allowed to have a future where we all happily return to this island alive, even if the epitaph is miraculously solved before the crime occurs? A miracle certainly will not occur. Those words, which I had heard in one of the fragments Birkenstall had shown me, raced through my mind. Birkenstall-san, you showed me how wonderful my world was. I don't want to believe that you created this tale just to hurt Anji. By now, even I realize that you're the game master here. Please, tell me. Why are you showing us this game? The sound of a 12-gauge shell is the most reliable sound. How do I always miss this? Oh no! It's because Twitch bullies me and doesn't tell people that I'm live. Of course, no one answered Leon's muttered question. The game created to mock Anji continued emotionlessly, with more terrible twists that didn't betray anyone's expectations anymore. Show whatever terrible game you like. You're trying to say that this is one of the endless possibilities inside the cat box, right? Just do whatever you want. I won't let something like this get to me. Someday I'll find out the truth of what happened on October 5th, 1986. After meeting Kirea in the parlor, Jessica was told that the test would be held in the dining hall, and she followed Kirea there. Kirea? There's no one here. He'll be here soon. Sit over there. Jessica sat in the chair that she'd been offered, looking nervous and agitated. Kirea was by far the calmer of the two. I recommend. That's true, yeah. I do stream pretty consistently. Kirea closed the door behind her, revealing the gun that rested behind it. Jessica was facing the other way, so she saw nothing. Did you hear anything about this, Kirea? What kind of test is this? Yes, it'll be over soon. I sure hope so. As she complained, Jessica turned her head around and the tip of her nose bumped into cold metal. Huh? Yeah, I'm just batting from bored. It's okay. No hard feelings. Uncle Rudolph? What are you doing? I guess shooting people in the back just isn't for me after all. Hey, that's dangerous. What on earth are you doing? Come on, why else would someone point a gun and pull the trigger? Rudolph reloaded rapidly and pulled the trigger again without any sign of hesitation. As the sound of gunfire thundered through the rain, George grabbed at his side and fell to his knees. I thought it was still Tuesday, to be honest. Fair enough. It's really hard for me to keep track of days, even with like a very set schedule of like what I do. That's weird. Guess it really does shoot low. His gun's really got it bad. Somebody! Help me! Uncle Rudolph is... George started stumbling away, still clutching at his side. His voice, as he called for help, was weak and thin. In comparison, Rudolph, who stood behind him, looked perfectly calm as he fiddled with his gun and checked his sights. I thought it was Thursday. Yeah. Days of the week kind of blur together. It hurts. It hurts. It felt to George as though something had been gouged into his side. It was so painful that he could barely stand and walk. He leaned against the trunk of a tree. After he crouched down, trying to cover his wound, he was no longer able to stand back up. George didn't have a clue what was going on. However, he had felt as though something was wrong this whole time. Of course, it was strange he'd be called out alone to a place like this, at a time like this. Right, I swear it was Wednesday or yesterday, right? Yeah, it's not Thursday, it's Wednesday. And yet, how could he have known that something was wrong? After all, his own uncle had told him that his grandfather was asking him to join the family conference. How could he have suspected? Sorry about this, George. It hurts, doesn't it? If I knew it'd come to this, I would have been kinder to blow out your brains from behind.
I thought it'd be too cruel to finish you off before you knew what hit you, but looks like I got it backwards. Why, Uncle Rudolph? Why would my kind uncle do this? Forget about this. By tomorrow night, all of it won't have happened. With a quick use of the lever handle, he loaded another bullet. The casing of the bullet that had pierced George's side fell heartlessly in front of him. Everyone's gonna die in a sudden, unfortunate accident. Till that moment, we'll all be a big, happy family. That's how it's gonna be. So don't worry about this. Forget it all. Of course, George didn't have a clue what Rudolph was talking about. All he knew was that Rudolph wanted to kill him and that he showed no trace of hesitation. His image of Rudolph as the ideal, cool, joke-loving adult didn't match up with the man standing in front of him holding a gun. No, maybe this feels wrong because it fits him too well. He has that same smile as though he's about to tell some hilarious joke. He's pointing a gun at me. Why would that kind, funny Uncle Rudolph do this? It made him feel unimaginably sad, and tears flowed from his eyes. Uncle Rudolph, I admired you so much. Haven't I always told you, George kid? Make sure you don't end up as an adult like me. Now you see why. In the next world, make learning how to spot villains your first priority. I know you can do it. After all, it's just another kind of studying. He bit down the pain on his side. With the last of his strength, George threw his whole body into a roundhouse kick. At the same time, fire spat from Rudolph's gun. The bullet pierced Rudolph's chest. I think I said Rudolph instead of George. The bullet pierced George's chest. George spun around as he fell amidst the outpouring of the rain. He admired you, but you were pretending. How could you? Trust nobody, not even yourself. He moaned wordlessly, clenching blood-stained teeth. The frigid gun was pressed harshly against his temple. So long. You'll become a great man in the next world. Don't get blinded by money like me. I can't believe that my uncle killed for money. Ah! You're so innocent. People can kill over money. The ruthless trigger forestalled any further questions. George's hands, which had been covering his wound, dropped lifelessly. When Rudolph saw the last glimmer of life leave him, he sighed deeply and looked tired. That was way easier than I thought. Rudolph looked up into the dark, rainy sky, the raindrops hitting him full in the face, and laughed with an indescribable expression, his tongue hanging out. I thought my conscience would bug me more. Now that it's over, it was pretty easy. Rudolph laughed. This was probably just the thing Kidea had hoped for. It had taken considerable effort to kill George. He may have been merciless, but the last traces of conscience in Rudolph's heart had probably slowed him down. However, now that he had killed someone with his own hands, a turning point that few people ever reach, Rudolph had finally awakened. No, he finally understood. It's just like squeezing dough out of a bunch of morons. The same old game of musical chairs. There's a pile of money in front of you, the first one to reach it wins. The slow ones get kicked down to hell. Haven't I driven dozens of poor fools into debt with my earlier swindles? Several of those probably ended up bankrupt, and some of them might have hanged themselves. And I always laughed like it was none of my business. And that's all there is to it. The only difference now is that, for the first time, I've dealt the final blow with my own hands. Thanks, Kidea. You're always the best at cutting away my naivety. I might be a little too evil for Rudolph, I don't know though. Rudolph's evil laugh rang out. The laugh was so purely evil, it was almost soothing. Hypocritical evil that still contains some pangs of conscience is far more repulsive to behold. If a man's committed to doing evil anyway, how much more pleasant and gallant is it that he's wholly devoted to his goal? What a truly evil dude, right? Going to sleep.
Sleep well, RG Bean.
How is Umineko? Might be too much laughing ably. Maybe. Umineko's going good. Everybody's dying. In that sense, Rudolph's evil smile and laugh were pleasant and gallant indeed. Which means the brutal, bloody stage of the dining hall must have been soothing as well. Sounds like Umineko, true. The Uminekos just can't catch a break, right? A clang, a thud, a crack, a squish. A strange mixture of those sounds kept repeating over and over at the same tempo. That doesn't sound like a gun. Each time a red splash landed on the tablecloth dangling nearby. Jessica-chan, can you hear me? Kire asked this with the sort of smile any aunt might make to her niece. However, Jessica didn't answer. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. After all, by now, her nose had been broken, her eyes had been smashed, her teeth had been knocked out, and not only her nose, but her entire face was now hardly recognizable as a face, just a lump of bloody flesh. Kire finally stopped her task of repeatedly smashing Jessica's face with the stock of her gun. Still sitting on top of Jessica, she tossed her gun to the side, pulled a compact out of her pocket, and looked at her own face in the mirror. Then finally, she realized that her face was covered by speckles of fresh blood. How terrible. These clothes will have to go too. With a muffled laugh. Okay, you can't say cackle and then have it be a muffled laugh. She Umineko all over them, oh no. With a muffled laugh, Kire shakily rose to her feet. Jessica wasn't moving anymore. She had been convulsing a bit until a second ago, but now she was as still as stone. Smashing a woman's face is nothing new to your aunt, okay? Sorry about that. If you hadn't resisted, I could have given you a much cleaner death. Kire pulled the tablecloth off and used it like a towel to wipe the blood off from all over her body. However, instead of taking the blood off, it just smeared it around and did nothing to remove the stench of blood and death that covered her. When she got tired of rubbing the tablecloth against the blood, Kire looked over to the extension line telephone on the corner of the room. Then she dialed the number for the cousin room in the guest house. Kire, please don't tell me you're naked right now. Hello? It's me. It's your turn, Butler-kun. Go to the spot in front of the chapel, please. Yes, that's right. I haven't been given any instructions from Maria-chan. Have her wait there. Yes, keep your wits about you. I'm rooting for you to be chosen as the successor, Butler-kun. Well, okay, I'm not being weird. She did say, where was it? It was before the laugh, I think. These clothes will have to go too. So, with the same smile as usual and the partly wiped splashes of blood still covering her face, Kire finished her call to Butler. When she set down the receiver, there was a small knock, and Rudolph came back into the room. However, I'm assuming that she's still wearing the clothes. She's just, like, thinking that she needs to have a change of clothes. Hey. I don't know if I want to say that word or not. You look like... Jessica-chan has better reflexes than I gave her credit for. I didn't think she'd be able to fight back from a situation like that. It's a bit of a shame she had to end up looking like this. Otherwise, a good Natsuhi-esque woman. And what about your end? Did he give you much trouble? No problems there. Plain and simple. When Kire heard Rudolph's instant response, she favored him with an evil smile. Yes, the man she loved was the sort who could do it if he tried, without letting cheap emotions get in the way. No, she's right. Well, no, she's probably gonna change. I love you, Rudolph-san. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's hard to imagine an easier job to net you 1 billion yen. It's like Dad always said. In the life of every man, there comes one day when he has to be willing to kill. In other words, always be determined to survive, even if you have to kill to do it. That's my favorite line of his. What's next? My rifle is hungry for blood. You've got a big job coming up, convincing Butler-kun. Ah, that's right. That'll be a pain. Hope I don't have to end it by pulling the trigger.
I've really enjoyed life as a 3-person family with Anju, but if you really want Battlerkin to join in on that, give it your best.
Sure. I'll make sure we don't have any complaints from him. Don't worry, I've worked out a scenario to trick him good.
Good luck. Even I hope that Anju's beloved big brother doesn't get caught up in an explosion accident.
I know. Then I'll head back to the chapel.
Rudolph-san,
What?
if you can't convince Battlerkin,
I know. If that happens, bang.
Battlerkin is independent enough that he left the family out of protest when I married you, remember? If you can only convince him halfway, and if things get nasty later on, he'll prove fatal to us.
I know. Believe in me.
And if I decide that Battlerkin is growing suspicious,
I'll kill him myself. He's not my kid after all. Yeah, I know. So, promise me one thing, Kide.
what's that?
If I can trick Battler, and the three of us make it off this island.
If that happens, what?
Never say that Battler isn't your kid again. After all, you're his mother. Please.
Sure, I promise.
Kide shrugged and answered as she loaded bullets.
You go to the chapel. I'll wait until Battlerkin has left and then clean up everything inside the guest house.
Are you sure you'll be okay doing that alone?
That's my line.
Battler is going to die. Also Maria. Battler left the guest house under an umbrella. He had been called to the area in front of the chapel, just like George had been. Not even 30 minutes had passed since the time George and Jessica had been called out. Apparently, this test didn't last too long. Damn Kaiser. First you never come out, not even for lunch, and then you show up in the middle of the night with a test. I'll bet living as a shut-in's got this sense of day and night all backwards. I mean, that would make sense. Complaining all the way, Battler strolled off into the rain. Almost immediately, he was swallowed up by the darkness of the rose garden and passed out of sight. And then, Kide could be seen coming from the darkness of the rose garden. Her right hand held a gun, her left an umbrella. Her inner pocket contained the master key ring she had stolen from Goda. Her right pocket had a handful of bullets. Her left held a knife that she had taken from the kitchen. She was carefully and perfectly outfitted murderer. Eh? Oh, okay, the pockets. I was like, wait, you're holding multiple things? But my brain just did a momentary pause. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the swirling skies. It lit up only half of Kidea's face. Her cheek was still covered with Jessica's blood. Under the eaves, Kidea folded up her umbrella, smiled, and spoke to no one.
Hey everyone, I'm home.
Battler, don't insult shut-ins. I'm a shut-in, right? I mean, he was just stating fact. When you're a shut-in, like, you know, your sense of time kind of, you know, dwindles. If I didn't have to work a human job, I would not. I would be waking up after noon and staying up until, like, probably the sunrise. I would revert. The streams would be the only thing keeping me on a schedule of some kind. Telling you left you decent power cycle. What do you mean by that? Rudolph could be seen under the eaves of the chapel. He had hidden his gun in the nearby shadows and was now smoking a cigarette. Should be easy to trick that dimwit. If it doesn't work, that's just too bad. He glanced over at the place he had stowed his gun. The cigarette smoke began to pleasantly cloud his mind. Just like the year of our Rhoda for real, right? Well, also, like, before I started, like, my first job, I would stay up. I would basically stay up until the sun was up for, like, most times, and then I would get up, like, around 3 or something. I remember, like, the thing that made me, like, stop doing that was, like, I don't remember when I fell asleep, but I remember waking up. It was, like, in the winter, and I woke up at, like, 5:30, and it was dark already, and I was like, I should probably not be doing this. Half of my uni life was me living in squalor, going to bed at 7 a.m., right? Like, there's definitely, like, a peaceful feel to that, but, like, waking up when the sun's already down is not... did not feel good. Battler isn't a kid anymore. He's an adult who can choose his path through life as he pleases. When animals grow up, it's normal for them to form a group and go on a journey. Humans are the only ones that keep treating their young like kids even after they get big. It's really downer when you can hear the birds chirping outside when you go to bed, right? So, you know, like a little bit of, like, not waking up too early, but, like, I don't know. Waking up when the sun is not there doesn't feel that good. If I had known it come to this, I never would have begged you for it to come back. I regret dragging you back into the family. He puffed out those words, along with the smoke. When Battler came, he didn't intend to voice those regrets of his. Rudolph was already determined to play the part of the evil murderer who kills for money. He's still not here. What's taking him so long? At that moment, he heard the sound of someone stepping on gravel. He looked up, thinking that Battler had finally arrived, but the sound had come from the direction opposite of the mansion. Oh yeah, she's... I forgot she was alive for a second. Rudolph, how could you do that to my husband? Anarchy, so you're alive. Sorry that I'm alive. Too bad, but my husband wasn't so lucky. How could you? How could you? With a face obscured by anger and tears, Ava slowly walked closer, her gun raised. Her husband had been killed right in front of her. She probably wouldn't even hesitate. Realizing that a gun, quivering with anger, was pointed right at his chest, Rudolph backed away. As he pretended to retreat, he approached the gun he had hidden in the shadows. Calm down, Anarchy. Put the gun down. I never wanted that to happen. Everything happened so fast. There was nothing I could do. How could you tell such half-baked lies? As Ava had said that, it really had been half-baked, pointless thing to say. Rudolph would have said anything if he thought it would calm Ava's emotions before she pulled the trigger, which she looked capable of doing at any moment now. Now, Rudolph's foot came in contact with his gun. Let's talk this over. George Kuhn should be here soon. Oh, hey George Kuhn, we're over here. Rudolph waved as though George was coming from behind Ava. Let Ava's attention turn in that direction. That idiot. My simple big sister has always been a sucker. Die! Gunfire. Then a bit later, the sound of something heavier than rain drip-dropping onto the cobblestone. Rudolph! I've always been able to see through your tricks. The bullet Ava fired went straight through Rudolph's chest. The bullet Rudolph fired at Ava missed, landing near her feet. Guess I was right. This gun does shoot low. He dropped the gun into a puddle with a splash, staggered backwards, and leaned against the wall of the chapel. No, that's not it. All good Westerners end with the bad guy's bullet missing. Ava dashed up to him, kicked away the gun that had fallen into a puddle, and grabbed Rudolph by the collar. What about George? Where is he? I won't let you kill him. Sorry, Anarchy. Already got him. Liar! Did it in the bushes over there. Go take a look. You'll see soon. Rudolph, you... Ava, who claimed to know all of her little brother's tricks, also knew that Rudolph's final words, as his consciousness began to fade thanks to the bullet wound, were not a lie. How could you? George! George! An empty shell casing bounced off the cobblestone. The furious gun barrel was pressed against Rudolph's forehead. Go ahead and shoot. I doubt that'll bring you much peace, though. A bolt of lightning turned everything white. However, the wall of the chapel was stained blood red. A red splash, like a crushed tomato, came out from the back of Rudolph's head and covered the wall. Then, leaving a red trail behind him, Rudolph sagged downwards, sat on the ground, and fell over. George! 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 Ava dashed off towards the bushes. She found George's corpse almost immediately, screamed and broke down sobbing. Rudolph's bloody corpse was exposed to the rain that ran down off the eaves. His eyes were still wide open. A fist-sized, flesh-covered hole was open in the back of his head, and his insides were exposed to the open air. Inside was a mixed jelly of flesh, brains, and spinal fluid. That goop, which looked like someone had mixed it up with a spoon, dripped from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and hole in his head. Dad! Dad! Ah! Soup. Anju clutched her head, sobbing and moaning. Her father had dirtied his hands with murder over money, and on top of that he had faced such a cruel end, and Anji had been forced to see his corpse. It was hard to imagine a more painful experience for a daughter to go through. I'm totally fed up with this. It's completely meaningless. Birkenstill-san, I know you're here somewhere. Please, make this game stop. There's no point in it. As if in answer to that yell, a black shadow appeared a few seats in front of them. Or perhaps she was sitting there the whole time. Maybe we couldn't see her until we were aware of her. It was, without a doubt, the back of Birkenstell's head. Birkenstill-san.
Pipe down back there. Can't you watch the show quietly?
The witch turned around with bored eyes, as though the two people yelling were the strange ones. Please stop this. We realize that this is the sealed Catbox world of October 4th and 5th. The games are like messages. Or maybe more like a roundabout love letter. A single message can be conveyed over several games. But now we understood. We knew that endless tales can seep out of the sealed 2-day Catbox. And beyond that, I even know the culprit and the motive. That was already revealed, and it doesn't even have anything to do with this game. We both know the answer, that this is a Catbox tale. So there shouldn't be any need for any further games. If this is supposed to be a game between you and us, then we already know the answer. The game should be over.
Just shut up already. Didn't you hear Byrne tell you to be quiet?
Another shadow appeared in the next seat over, turned around and scolded the pair.
There is a point. If you just watch, you'll see it.
Are you the game master?
Not at all.
Then who is it? Could it be Claire?
If you watch, you'll see. Not much longer now.
The tragedy has already reached its climax. Who'll survive, I wonder?
Lambda voice is spot on, man. Oh, thank you. Lambda's voice is actually very fun to do. Birkenstell isn't the game master? Then who is? Could Claire have created this cruel tale? Or are there even more witches playing around with this Catbox? I think of a certain red and green slime girl. Oh yeah, a little bit. That does actually really fit. The guest house was wrapped in silence. There were no sounds, no trace of anyone's presence, no breathing from anyone alive. There wasn't anything to be heard anymore. If anything could be heard, it was the sound of the murderer's feet stepping across the floor. Kidea slowly passed through the lounge. In her right hand was a gun. In her left hand was a knife. The knife was stained with blood, and some was still dripping from the tip, leaving behind red tracks like a demon's footprints. Her hands were filled with tools of murder, so she wasn't capable of doing anything but murder. In that sense, at that moment, she was clearly and purely a murderer. The murderer went to the entrance hall, and then, only after reaching the front door, looked down to see the two blood-stained hands of a killer. Those hands gripped the tools of death that had performed a cruel massacre. A red and green slime girl, what is going on? Oh gosh, I'm forgetting her name. But it's Nutau. Let me look in my folder real quick. As it struggles to load. Oh yeah, Nuru Surai. Very, very cute and sassy slime girl. Then, at last, the murderer realized that it wouldn't even be possible to open the door like this, and tossed aside the knife. Then the murderer reached out to the door, turned around calmly, and spoke. Sorry, everyone, but don't worry. A few days later, the newspapers will be talking about an unfortunate accident. And I'm sure the news shows. The papers, the rumor mongers everywhere will be sure that you spent your time in happy ignorance until the instant of the accident. In other words, you'll all have had a good time until midnight on October 5th. So said the one who had stained that bloody guest house red. At this hour, the cousins are all staying up late and playing around, and the servants who had to get up early are all snoring. The ones on the late shift are probably filling in the log or taking a break about now. That's how it is. From here on, pardon me. Okay, apologies for trying to clear my throat on mic. That's how it is. From where I am now, I can hear laughter coming from the cousin room. Humans outside the cat box will probably never understand what Kidea was saying. Only she, shut inside the cat box of the explosion accident, could know what it really meant. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. Kidea almost picked up an umbrella, but then stopped suddenly, as if she'd just thought of something. Then, she started walking out into the rain, not caring at all whether she got wet or not. Did the murderer not want an umbrella to get in the way of her gun? Or was she hoping that the rain could act as a shower to get the blood off of her? Which chapter is this? This is Tea Time 7. Tea Party 7. I want to mod this game, so... Pipe truck. What? Oh no. Kidea stopped walking, as though something unexpected had caught her attention. However, this time it was no whim of hers. How could you kill my husband? Oh, Eva-san. That's surprising. How could I have missed you from that distance? I'm just as surprised. I didn't think I'd survive. You came here from the underground stairway behind the chapel, right? In that case, that's right. I bumped into Rudolph in front of the chapel. And how is he doing? Oh, just wonderful. We managed to have a friendly sibling chat for the first time in a while. I see. Such a show-off, but so unreliable in a tight spot. Looks like he can't do anything without me after all. After that short exchange of words, Kidea already knew that Rudolph had been killed. However, no trace of urgency or panic rose to her face. She just closed her eyes with her usual unconcerned expression. And when she opened them again, she had regained her composed smile. Thank you. I'm grateful. This way I can really have everything to myself. What's that blood on your clothes? You just came out of the guest house, didn't you? Don't tell me. Yes, that's right. I'm right in the middle of a murder case at the moment. You killed them? All of them? Even Maria-chan? There was no need to let them live until morning. When morning came, there would be an uproar, and that would be a pain. They might have used a radio to contact someone off the island and gotten help. So, this was clearly the optimal move to take. If you spin the chessboard around and look at it that way, right? Monster. I can't believe you could be so blinded by grief that you could commit murder. You weren't doing so bad yourself. That was an accident. I didn't mean to kill them. Unlike you. No, just like me. If that gun had gone off, you would have kept on arguing and jumping at each other. And the rest of you would have eventually reached the same answer as me, just a few steps slower. I'm not a murderer! Not true. You're just a murderer who didn't get a chance. You've just been saved by that accidental discharge. If it weren't for that bit of good luck, and if I hadn't moved before you did, then you would have played the same role I'm playing now. That fact won't go away, no matter how much you try to deny it. It's the truth of a different future. Don't try and confuse me! However, on the inside, Ava understood. Back then, she had probably been saved by that accidental discharge, by coincidence. If an argument had continued much longer, she surely would have grown a desire to kill Klaus and the others, and might even have carried it out. She simply could not deny the existence of that demon deep inside her heart. Only the theater-goers knew. They knew that she could become a killer in another world. Kidea, who didn't have the theater-going ability, knew this fact as well. Maybe there really was something extraordinary about her after all. So for some time, Ava could only grind her teeth in silence, still pointing her gun. I don't understand. You're also a mother. You felt the pain of giving birth to your own child. How can you not know how precious a life is? How are you capable of doing all this? That's the thing about kids. If you just sleep around, they get made all by themselves. That's not what I'm talking about. They say that children are bonds, right? What? Children are bonds used to tie you to your husband. She was a bond to make Rudolph's-san acknowledge me, so I take him back from that woman. But you've killed Rudolph's-san now. You understand what that means, right? What do you mean, I understand? Just that right now. I'm the wife of no man, and I have no intention of being a mother. I am me, Kirei. Now that Rudolph's-san's dead, I'm not even an Oshinomiya anymore. I live to benefit me. Right, Rudolph is dead, so maybe you aren't a wife anymore, but you still have Anji-chan, don't you? You're still a mother, aren't you? Didn't you hear what I said about bonds? Now that Rudolph's-san is gone, Anji is of no use to me. My goodness. Gotta go, but I'll talk to you later. Yeah, magic, not trick.
Bye! Bye! See you later, verse!
You... How can any mother say that about her own daughter? Eva-ne-san, let's put a stop to this. We can be honest here. Honest? Did either of us marry because we wanted children? We didn't, right? We married because we wanted to live with the man we loved. And once you've married, you've never want to let that man go for the rest of your life, correct? Children are just weapons to be used for that goal. I'd never have children for a reason like that. But people can have children for just that reason. Kirei kept on speaking emotionlessly, ignoring the falling rain. Her relaxed smile didn't falter for an instant. Anji was just a chain I used to tie Rudolph-san to me. Or you could call her a chess piece, someone to play the role of the kid in our family drama. To me, Anji is nothing more than a piece, necessary so I could act the part of the good mother in front of Rudolph-san. Huh. 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 Sorry, I'm just thinking of all the implications and pieces. She truly is a terrible person out of everyone. She's the least redeemable. I mean, to be fair, so many people in this family are irritating. Necessary so I could act the part of a good mother in front of Rudolph-san. You... Could you say that to Anji-chan's face? That would be just a bit too sad, so I won't say it to her directly. I plan to write her a letter asking her to forgive her bad mother, then vanish from her life. You've seen what Rosa-san and Maria-chan are like, right? Now that Rudolph-san's gone, Anji's just a chain tying me down. I'll go back to just being Kirei and enjoy the rest of my life at my leisure. A new challenge, a new life, and maybe even a new love. You call yourself human? You call yourself Anji-chan's mother? Who gives a damn about Anji? I've never liked that little brat. How could you? Was in for the goal the whole time. You've been released from your family drama too, haven't you? Let's sing the praises of a woman's freedom. You should thank me for having George-kun killed for you too. You monster! The two yells and the sound of gunfire thundered across the dark rose garden. Slowly, Ava fell backwards. Then she landed in a puddle, scattering countless drops of water. Across from her, Kirei spun around as though dancing. Beautiful black rose petals scattered around her. The petals were a dark, dark red. As they sprayed from her throat, she spun around in a circle and slowly crumpled. Huh. Then she fell to the ground, sending muddy water flying. The two women who had shot and fallen. However, when the thunder roared, only Ava sat back up. Ava hadn't been shot. Kire's intensity had made her fall backwards, but the bullet had once again slipped right past her. Ava cursed her good luck. Why couldn't this luck have saved her husband or her son? Died there. For Anji-chan's sake as well. You were killed in the explosion accident. Till the moment of your death, you worried about the daughter you left behind. Yes, I'll write that into the lid of the cat box. When Kire heard this, blood dripped from her grinning mouth. She seemed to say something in response. However, her voice came out only as globs of blood from the hole in her throat, not words. Mom. It's a lie. It's all a lie. Auntie, please, calm down. This is just a game. This couldn't possibly be what your mother truly feels. It's just something that the game master made Aunt Kire's piece say. But saying that did nothing to calm Anji's sobs. I am just mispronouncing everything. I don't blame her. Even if she knows it's just a game, she's been forced to see not only her mother's death, but also her mother announcing that she was the culprit of the mass murder, who didn't even love her own daughter. Anyone would sob after hearing that. Perkinstell-san, enough of this. I don't care who the game master is. Stop this pointless game right now. When Leon yelled this, the theater suddenly went pitch black, swallowed in darkness. However, it wasn't enough to shock Leon. Leon continued to yell Birkenstell's name into the darkness, telling the witch to stop this game. Then, a single beam of light shone down upon the stage. There was Claire, the one who had appeared for just a second right before this cruel game began. Claire! So, you were the game master after all? I don't get it. Why? Claire didn't answer. In fact, it looked as though she hadn't even heard. Her eyes were blank, and you couldn't tell what she was looking at. In fact, she was even forgetting to blink. She looked just like a doll. Then, another beam of light lit up the side of the stage. Beneath that light stood Birkenstell. At the same moment, though there appeared to be no one in the audience, a thunderous applause rang out. Birkenstell raised her right hand in response to the applause. She kept doing so until it died down. Birkenstell-san, so you were the master of this game after all.
Leon, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not the game master?
Then, are you saying it's Claire? That's impossible.
Yep, of course it's impossible. After all, Claire died. We were just conducting her funeral. Did you forget that?
Then just who was standing there?
A corpse. She's not a mannequin. So, of course she still has her insides. She's hiding it under a beautiful exterior, but she's actually packed full of guts.
When Birkenstell raised her right hand, a light fell on it and a black shining scythe appeared there. It was a cold, merciless, and cruel object, like something a classic Grim Reaper might hold. What are you planning to do?
When they're alive, you can enjoy watching them struggle. When they're dead, you can enjoy tearing out their guts. Those are things you get to enjoy twice. That's what it means to be a witch of theater going.
So... Birkenstell pressed the blade of her Reaper's scythe against Claire's stomach, and slowly split it across. Then, along the line she traced, Claire's dress was sliced open. It was now clear that the scythe she held was not a fake one for theatrical use. And it was clear just as she happened, just what she planned to do next that made her cruel smile so fitting.
Anji, can you hear me?
I hear you. You tear me to bits, make me read. What's next? Are you showing me this worst possible tale to hurt me even more? Is this fun for you? Yeah, I'll bet it is. I had a blast too. You think I'd give up after that? You think I'll sit around crying any longer because of this disgusting game of yours?
Both you and Leon seem to have the wrong idea. I'm not the game master. This tale is not one that I created.
Did you know that you're just meat, bone, and guts under your skin? You mean there's a skeleton hiding inside me? And that woman in the dress is the game master? No, she isn't. That can't be. Then who is the game master? Who wove this disgusting tale?
You still don't understand?
What don't we understand?
Anzu, you gambled everything on the faint chance of a miracle, throwing yourself forward. I invited you to October 4th and 5th of 1986 out of respect for your courage. What was your goal? To take your family back. That would be a difficult thing, and without the blessing of a miracle, a thoroughly impossible one. You were prepared for that, weren't you?
Yes, I'm prepared. I still haven't given up on Oni-chan, Mom and Dad.
Whether you give up or not is your choice. That's your own game, after all. I won't support you, and I won't even watch. I've already enjoyed my fill of games that use the piece you are, so I have no need for you any longer.
Glad to hear it. Then why am I here? Aren't you the one who invited me?
Yes, that's right. I invited you here to thank you for entertaining me for a while as my piece.
To thank me? So this is how witches show gratitude. Sure, this has been loads of fun, you beast. How can you make this kind of game and do that to Mom and Dad?
Anzi, you made a wish hoping to take your family back. However, you also made another wish. Remember?
No, I don't.
You wanted to know what happened on that day.
What happened on Rokkenjima on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Didn't Anzi leave on her journey with Amakusa because she longed to answer that question? That's right. So what's your point? You don't mean... Leon realized what Birkenstell was getting at. Realized, and was unable to say anymore. The Game Master is neither Birkenstell nor Claire. Then who is it? That's the wrong question. There is no Game Master. That could only mean one thing.
Anji, you still don't understand?
What?
This is the truth. The insides of the cat box of October 4th and 5th, 1986. Afterwards, Ava survived the explosion by escaping to Kumadorian. And, since she never spoke of the inside of the cat box no matter how much she wanted to know, the truth was shut within the cat box for all eternity.
What are you saying?
Only Ava returned alive. Even though the police claimed that it was an accident, the police don't believe it. Then, she took over her husband's company, and the harder she worked to make it more and more successful, the more enemies she made. The public image of her as a great queen of conspiracy grew stronger and stronger. I'm sure she wanted to tell people about the truth, that truth that no one would ever believe without proof. Bit by bit, Ava's heart began to snap. You rejected Ava, so she rejected you in turn. The relationship between the last two members of your family was strained to the limit. Each time she compared you with her beloved son, she grew more and more twisted and broken.
Then, a strange message bottle was picked up and became a topic of conversation. It contained a bizarre story, one that told of a mysterious serial murder connected to Rokkenjima's gold. Everyone rejected the explosion accident theory and started to think up conspiracy theories. Some of those theories named Ava as the culprit, which tormented her even more. However, Ava used even that to build up the cat box, and until the moment of her death, she protected it. She protected the lock that held the cat box shut. So, no human would ever reach the truth inside the cat box. Not until those witches who crossed the sea of fragments opened the lock.
This is the truth.
You're lying. You're lying. Lying! If this really is the truth, you should be able to say so in red. There's no way you can. Of course there isn't. Anji, calm down. Anji writhed with such strength that the chains on her arms and legs looked like they might snap. All over her body, a red gooey liquid started to seep out. It was as though cracks had opened up all over her and blood was leaking out of them, all of them.
What's that? You want me to announce it clearly with the red truth? Then I'll say it just for you. That this is all true.
No! Anji's yell covered up Byrne's red truth.
Stupid kid. If only you hadn't made me say that. You could have shut it up inside the cat box. But you just had to ask, right? I knew you would, of course. And I wanted to see you scream like that. A lovely expression like that should keep me laughing for about 100 years. Go back to being scrap meat.
Oh, God. Mom, Dad, it's a lie, right? Lies. Anji? As Anji held her head and screamed, the blood dripping from her finally grew so thick that it started scattering all over the place. Then, bit by bit, her body began to melt. No, to fall apart. Then bits of her began to pile up on the chair until she was nothing but a pile of guts and scraps. Do really good pain and cry. Oh, really? I've gotten better! May have a future in horror movies. I think that would be fun. Even if it was like, I would love to do like an animated thing, honestly. That was like horror based.
Is the truth really that sacred? How absurd, how foolish. Why can't humans control their own truth? They stupidly search for the truth like it's all that matters, and then they finally find it. Pardon me. And can't stand it. They turn themselves into scrap meat. Hey, are you watching? Claire? You wanted to hide this truth too, didn't you? For fun, you wrote several catbox tales and planned to seal them away in message bottles like the end of the mystery novel you loved. Then you threw them into the sea to save those who would suffer if they knew this truth. You sealed everything in a catbox, and Ava provided the lock. And you've sliced that box open for you. All that effort you spent to hide it has gone to waste. I've exposed all the truth you hid with your death.
Is that what you've been after? You did all of this just to mock Claire's death? And then you showed it to Anji to make her suffer? You really were an evil witch after all.
I've been a witch the whole time. A traveler whose only goal is to escape boredom. Care for it and love it while it's alive, and then eat its guts when it's dead. That's how witches live.
I cannot forgive you for what you've done. You've hurt Anji and humiliated Claire, the person I would have become in another world. I won't forgive you.
Leon, you're still Claire's hope, even after her death. From the moment Claire got thrown off that cliff, her fate was already sealed. I'm sure she felt a little bit of salvation to know that another her lives in happiness in another world.
That's right. I'm her salvation. So, I must live life to the fullest. For the both of us. At the rate you're going, I'm going to hear your death rattle, maybe. I don't know if that'll be good.
Leon, let me show you just a little bit more of this tale of truth.
I'm not interested.
No, it'll be very interesting. After the duel between Eva and Kire, the guest house is wrapped in silence. Let me invite you to the parlor at that point in time.
The parlor? The one in the mansion? Like the Kirby chat? Eee! Birkenstell snapped. Yeah, Birkenstell's... Okay, we're not messing up her name. Stop overcorrecting. Birkenstell snapped her fingers, and the scene of the mansion's parlor unfolded before them. In the cruel tale that they had been shown, the parlor hadn't been particularly important. Jessica had been summoned to the parlor, but she was then immediately led to the dining hall and killed there. So there hadn't been anything to see in the parlor. And in fact, there was nothing to see in the parlor now appearing before Leon. Just what's supposed to be in here?
As you can see, there's nothing here. But watch. I'm about to show you something interesting.
If you call it interesting, it's a sure sign that it isn't.
Go on. Take a look. It's right there. Right in that corner.
Birkenstell was pointing, at nothing more than a corner of the room. There was nothing there. She had told Leon to look there, so the latter was expecting something terrible to be there. But there really was nothing there after all.
That's right. There's nothing there. At least not in this world. But what if we peek into the next fragment over?
On the white blank wall, bit by bit, a splash of blood seeped into view. Then right there, a corpse appeared. But that couldn't be. This is... me? It was Leon, laying dead against the wall. Ushidamiya Leon's corpse lay there exposed. What's going on here? Why am I here? This is supposed to be Claire's world, not mine. Claire and I can't exist at the same time, right?
Yes, that's right. That's because I just switched worlds. Switched fragments. Switched to your world, that is.
I don't understand.
It's very simple. They both end the same way.
I don't get it. Why should I be dead here?
In your world, on October 4th, 1986, Beatrice's funeral was held just before the family conference.
Yes, I know that. And for me, that happened today, a short while ago.
I wonder what will happen between that time and late up that night.
Nothing at all. The cousins will play together and the whole family will have dinner together.
Then comes the family conference after night falls. You were going to succeed the headship when you turned 20, right? Was the entire family satisfied with that, I wonder?
I don't know if they were satisfied, but the decision had been made. The head made it himself.
Looks like even you don't really believe they were satisfied. That's it right there. Kinzo adored you more than anything, so he tried to make an exception and have you succeed the headship directly. Of course, his children wouldn't have been happy with that.
The siblings objected to having Leon succeed the headship. Even Kraus joined in, saying that Leon was still too young. Then, on the night of the family conference, Kinzo tried proposing a difficult riddle. Could it be?
That's right, the riddle of the epitaph. As you can tell by the mechanism set into the chapel, Kinzo thought up the epitaph near the beginning, so the mansion on the Okanjima was being built. He had the romantic idea of someday using it as a test to select his successor.
Kinzo decided to present that riddle at the family conference. Did he plan to give the position of successor to the person who solved it? Or did he promise to reconsider Leon's position as the successor if it was solved? Either way, Kinzo was confident. He was confident that no one would be able to solve this tough riddle, which he had created himself.
After that, everything happened exactly like the truth you just saw. The siblings solved it right away, and there was a quarrel over the pile of gold. Then, Kidea and Rudolph decided to prevent any chance of the crime being discovered the next morning and an outcry being raised by committing murder late that night. They used the phone to call the kids out from the cousin room one by one and killed them. As the first of the cousins, you were the first to be called out. Then Kidea shot you dead right here in the parlor. No, that's not quite right. You're the Ushidamiya Leon from the early evening of October 4th, 1986. So I'll say it this way. Tonight, Kidea will shoot you dead in the parlor.
That's insane. That's right. Probability. Just like Leon came to be born from Claire thanks to a rare miracle, and Kidea only commits murder with a tiny probability, close to zero. That must be it. Aren't you a witch who specializes in finding extremely improbable worlds?
That is correct. I had to find one fragment out of 2,578,917 in order to discover the miracle that is you. However, it was very, very easy to find this result for your world. After all, probability isn't a factor. I'm a witch who can find any miracle, no matter how unlikely it is. But I can't find things that don't exist. If the witch's certainty really guarantees that something is certain, even I can't win against her.
But then He says cousins like he's one of them. No, Kinzo. I mean, like, family tree-wise... technically cousin. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Every time I think about it. Every time I think about it, it's just like, But I mean, like, they're the same age as the cousins, so...
With a 2,578,916 out of 2,578,917 probability, you live in a world where you're Claire, get toyed with by an inescapable fate, and reach a tragic end. And with a 1 out of 2,578,917 probability, you live as Ushiromiya Rion, and are killed by Kirei tonight. In other words, your fate, no, fate of the two you share, traps you in an inescapable dead end, a hell of fate. With a 2,578,917 out of 2,578,917 probability. To put it in another way, it's a certain fate, with an absolutely no chance for a miracle. Sucks for you, Claire. Or should I say, Beatrice?
Just when a bright light seemed to turn the world white, the scene suddenly changed back to the theater. On the stage, Birkenstell's Reaper scythe slid across Claire's stomach as the latter stood absolutely still. A red line was drawn across the white skin, exposed now that the dress had been cut, and black blood began to seep out.
Beatrice, trapped in that inescapable, certain, locked-away pair of days, you become a witch who gave birth to endless possibilities within that 2-day cat box. In exchange, it was absolutely certain that you would not be saved or rewarded. However, you had a dream. You dreamed of Ushiromiya Rion. You consoled yourself with the thought of a miracle world where you could have lived in happiness without ever becoming Claire. I had to work hard to find Leon. Just as Beato dreamed, Leon's existence is a true miracle. And, at the end of your funeral, I wanted to show you. Just show you that. Even with that miracle, you couldn't have escaped from tragedy.
Through the small crack between the bars of the jail that imprisoned her, the witch called Beatrice dreamed of a world where she might have been happy. However, the space she could see through that crack in the bars was just another part of the same jail. The more I hear, the less I understand about you. Why would you do something like this?
I lost a game to Beatrice, so I wanted to get back at her. Yeah, I feel a lot better about losing that game. Hey, Beato, are you watching? Can you see this? Do you remember? Remember when I promised you that a miracle wouldn't occur with certainty? So, Rion, allow me to return you to your world right before Beato's eyes. It looks like the theater-going witches are all sick and tired of these happy family get-together scenes. So, I'll send you to the moment just before Kirei shoots you. Then, I'll make Beato watch that moment. Die, scum Rion! The last hope of that scum, Beato!
Birkenstell raised her Reaper scythe, swung it down with gusto, and plunged it deep into Claire's stomach.
Did you think you'd get an easy death? But humiliating and tearing out a corpse's guts is my specialty.
She took the blade end of the scythe and heartlessly, ruthlessly, brutally raised it up into the air. Along a vertical line from Claire's stomach to her chest, the blade cut deeply, slicing Claire open. The red-black insides jutted out, then burst like a dam breaking, covering the world with a dark red entrails.
You'll be fine, Claire. I had this happen to me so many times in my past life.
Steal the Italian's gold, you say? You coward, Ushiromiya. And you call yourself a soldier of the Empire? Father, I do love and respect you, Father, but your feelings are something I... Oh. We were hearing that from Chick Beato. Why? Why did you save me? Why didn't you let me die? Because of that terrible injury, I've been forced to live in a body like this. I never wanted to live in a body like this. This body that is incapable of love. What's the point of living like that? This isn't a human's life. It's like being furniture. That's right, I'm furniture. Furniture. Why didn't you let me die back then? Ah! Huh? When I came to, I was in the parlor of the mansion. When did I get here? I heard a sound behind me, then slowly turned around. And there... Sorry, please don't take this personally. That was the... Huh? I could see down the frigid barrel of the gun Aunt Kea was pointing. Then, she slowly pulled the trigger. I could feel a razor-sharp wind pass through my body, like a knife slicing through butter. Prepared for death and hoping to see my fate until the end, I slowly opened my eyes. Wait. So... Because... This scene... This was... This was from one of the people in the military that died from the whole thing. And then this is Beatrice too. And then this is Leon. I could feel a razor-sharp wind pass through my body like a knife slicing through butter. Prepared for death and hoping to see my fate until the end, I slowly opened my eyes. No, that was Sayo. But Leon is Sayo just in the unless I just misunderstood that, but I'm pretty sure. The world has been cut in two. Kide was frozen in place like a statue, still pointing her gun with a cold smile on her face. It had been cut in half at an angle, the top part of her slowly sliding off to the side. No, that wasn't quite right. That wasn't right at all. It wasn't just Kide. The whole world had been sliced in half at an angle and was slowly sliding off to one side. Then immediately after fissures seemed to appear across the world, it shattered. Leon was the lucky one for the alternate universe where Natsuki is chill. The messed up one is Sayo. Yeah, well, I mean, they're the same person. They're just different names in different timelines, yeah? Like when I say Leon, I'm meaning like the version that is multiple people. They're one but many. You! When you own a cat, you tend to pick up their habits. He pointed at Birkenstell with the tip of the pitch-black sword that had sliced the world, glaring at her.
What's this? Are you saying you came back here on a whim?
There was no way you'd end things on a happy note. Do you really hate Beatrice so much?
You think I'd let her win and get away? I have to pay her back in full for the humiliation she caused me. When I hold a grudge, a mere century isn't long enough for me to forget it.
You're a gloomy person.
Come on! You mustn't neglect my heart.
Are you okay, Leon? Hey, what's wrong? Leon had suddenly doubled over, groaning. My chest hurts. It... Will roughly grabbed the hand that was pressed against Leon's chest and tore it away. Blood was seeping out from where Leon's hand had been. It was the place that the bullet would have entered if Kide had shot Leon.
Looks like Leon's body is almost ready to accept its fate.
Leon, hang in there. Damn these chains. When Will tried to pick Leon's body up, he finally noticed the chains attached to each wrist and ankle.
What's this? Are you trying to take that kid and escape? I won't let you. I'm about to let everyone watch as Leon coughs up blood, despairing at the fact that there's no hope in any of the many worlds, before finally dying in agony.
Leon isn't a show. Will swung his pitch-black sword and destroyed the chains binding Leon. The chains and shackles shattered into little bits like glass, then vanished.
You intend to get in the way of my fun?
You aren't God. All you do is sneer at fate. Leon's fate is going to be decided by Leon. You can't treat a human's fate like a toy.
You've got guts saying that to the great Birkenstell, Witch of the Senate. I have no more use for you either, get it? You've shown that Beato's fantasy is a mystery and cut it to pieces. You fulfilled your role. I would have let you be if only you'd just let it quietly. Now that you've strolled back in here, you can hardly complain if I make you my plaything. Come to me, my cute kitties. Scratch them up and tear off their skin. Peel them like grapes.
When Birkenstell clapped her hands twice, countless pairs of glaring jewels appeared all around Will and Leon. They were clearly cat's eyes, but the way the drool hung from their mouths looked far more terrifying than any cat. Will, I'll handle this. Trimming kitty nails is nothing new to me. The number of jewels surrounding them already reached into the thousands. Will pointed his sword in one direction after another, warding off the surrounding cats. Get a grip, Leon. You haven't been shot. Don't acknowledge that you have been. No, that you're going to be shot. Leon tried to fight an incredible tearing pain. No, it was a fight against the promised future that Birkenstell had shown. However, the stake of that future, which the Witch of Miracles had guaranteed would contain no miracle, was firm and merciless. Bit by bit, and yet unceasingly, it continued to pierce into Leon's chest. Listen up. I'm going to break through their perimeter for just a second. When I do, you need to run with all you've got. It doesn't matter where. Just make sure you get far away from this place and keep on running no matter what happens. I'll try, to the best of my ability. If I can't do it, please forgive me. If you can't do it, enough whining. I won't forgive you. Neither will Claire. Did you forget that you're Claire's 1 in 2,578,917 chance? If you give up, you're betraying all the other yous in countless worlds. So don't lose heart. Keep on struggling and struggling. Don't look for a miracle. Be one. Be a miracle? You're going to reach a happy future. Don't give up. Don't complain. Just you try complaining again. This time I'll pinch your butt. Okay.
How confident you are, telling this kid to be a miracle when you stand before the Witch of Miracles. Miracles are no more than fantasy. Grovel in this world that has been convicted as a mystery and die horribly like a worm. The witches of theater going are looking forward to watching it.
You call that mystery? You think I'd ever accept a mystery without heart? Let the cat who wants to be made into a shamisen strike first. What a pain. Let's have you all at once. I'm Willard H. Wright, SSVD Head Inquisitor of Heresy. This will be the final time I draw my sword. Okay, Will's really cool.
Trash him, kitties.
I know this is supposed to be an intense part, but I just saw the kitty mouth and it's just like, oh, you got your little kitty keepers. At once, all the cat eyes opened wide, undulating and spinning in a spiral, then swallowed Will up. But Will and Leon weren't swallowed up. The cats had flown in at them from all directions, were now being launched away like they were a balloon popping around the pair. Just like my favorite character, Phoenix Wright. Wait, wrong game. I mean, he's kind of like, he's a little too grumpy to be Phoenix Wright, but like, I don't know. There was the Phoenix Wright comparison with Valor, so.
Oh, not bad.
I don't give a damn about your kitties. It's just the mama cat I care about. Birkenstell, Witch of Miracles. It's about time someone trimmed your claws. Another flash of the black blade spun in the dark tornado and scattered the cats once more. Leon, realizing that this was an opening Will had planned, ran all out, still clutching at a heaving chest. Will, I'm running. Deanna has a weak stomach. Make sure you only give her milk that's warm. Huh? By the time Leon asked Will to repeat what he had said, he had already leapt onto the stage and was now confronting Birkenstell. It was like the climax of a show. Loud cheers erupted from the pitch-black audience seating. On either side of Claire, who lay with her insides exposed, stood Will with his pitch-black sword and Birkenstell with a scythe that could harvest miracles from fate. Kid and Rudolph are the culprits, and they massacred people on the island. They called Leon out of the parlor and then shot Leon to death. Sorry, but I can't acknowledge this truth of yours as mystery. This is all fantasy.
Fantasy? You're calling it that to try and let Leon escape fate? By all means, try.
Rule number 1, it is forbidden to have a crime without all clues presented. Surely Will's black sword must have cut through Birkenstell's body. However, it had no effect, like cutting the reflection of the moon on the water.
What's this? What do you mean by clues?
I won't accept your mystery with Kid and Rudolph as the culprits. You won't find clues showing that they're the culprits no matter which game you look at.
Of course you won't. Even if they did exist at one point, the whole island blew up.
Which means there aren't any clues. And that means this is no mystery. It's fantasy.
Huh?
It's impossible for an unprovable truth to become truth in the human world. In other words, even the actual truth cannot cross the boundary of the cat box.
Are you trying to shove the truth inside the cat box? Is this how the mystery genre is supposed to fight?
With a laugh like a howl of a wild animal, Birkenstell carelessly tossed her scythe aside.
Fighting itself is a waste of time. Get over here, scum. Try and cut me all you like. I'll listen to all you've got to say.
The 20 wedges will pierce every part of your heartless mystery. Here it comes.
And when you realize you can't defeat me with those 20 wedges, you'll know what'll happen next, right? Come on. I'll play with you. That's what you want.
No, that's where it ends! Okay, we at least have the question marks to go for. But dang! The thunderstorm knocking out the Wi-Fi. I'm going to go. I'll catch the bot tomorrow. No!
Okay, I'll see you later, Rocket.
Hopefully the thunderstorm doesn't knock out too much. Oh my goodness, my goodness. Oh, this story is so good. Like it takes me a while to like understand things, but you know, I like I like being surprised and then like I don't know. Requiem of the Golden Witch. Okay, I don't know how far we can get into the question marks, but we still have like an hour of stream. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we still have more. Right, what a bop. Trying to ignore an incredible pain in the chest, Leon kept on running and running without stopping. I dashed out of the theater-going witches, that ran through an incomprehensible world of blackness. Before I knew it, I was running through a place that looked like a sea of stars. Or maybe the bottom of the ocean of stars scattered around. If I get careless for a second, I'll probably trip. No, if I get careless, I won't be able to tell if I'm running. Or just making running motions as I freefall, endlessly sinking deeper into the ocean of stars. I just kept on running, without any goal or target. I mustn't stop moving. I mustn't fall down here. If I fall, I'll crush the hope of the me's in countless worlds. There's a happy world that the Beatrices dreamed of, and I'm their last hope, the only one who can reach that world. Even though I understand this, the truth thrust in front of me by the witch who controls miracles, who says there can be no miracle, is cruelly gouging itself into my chest. Sorry, Will. My body's all ready. Then Leon finally succumbed to the fierce pain and fate and fell over. Leon's body was held roughly from behind and lifted up. Will, you're okay. No, not really. Don't you give up. Didn't I tell you how to pinch your butt? Sorry. I'm really sorry, but on that day, in that place, I was fated to be killed. That's right. All humans are fated to die in the end. Does that mean their lives are meaningless? Of course not. What a person's life means, what it's worth, what it is. These are things each person decides for themselves, no matter what sort of fate is forced upon them. Don't accept it. Create your own world. For yourself. Will, your left arm. Ah, right. Must have forgotten it. Be a pain to go back and get it now. There were rips all over Will's body. Also, his left arm had been brutally torn off from the elbow. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like a blood-stained scarecrow. Then, Leon noticed. Though this place had once felt like a sea filled with stars, both above and below them, those stars had now gathered together and were surrounding them. It was a huge, even number of stars, all glaring at the two of them. Will was holding Leon with one arm. He couldn't take his sword out. However, he didn't let go. He was determined to let Leon escape from here, and to let Leon towards the happy tale that the Beatrices had dreamed of. Behind the cats, whose eyes glowed out of the empty darkness, the Queen of Cats, who permitted no miracles, appeared.
Willard, put Leon down. If you do, I'll let you go.
Go file a protest with a great court. You can put it up for debate. Will, I won't leave you behind. I need to tell you why I quit SSVD.
Come to think of it, even I don't know that. Why'd you do it?
It's because I got fed up with all those damn sob story mysteries. We'll survive and reach a happy ending. Sure. Beatrice died in despair, thinking that there were only bad endings. Well, sure that a happy ending can't exist. That's why I'll never put you down. Will. You can take the rest of my left arm, cats. I'll give you my legs too if you want them. But I'm not letting go of Leon here. I'll take Leon away from the bad ending you represent, even if I had to crawl my way out of here.
Are you okay with this, Leon? Will's planning to die protecting you. You don't want that, right? Go ahead and tell him to leave you be and save yourself.
Will. Yeah. Please, don't leave me here. I'll certainly survive. And so will you. That's the spirit. As he said this, Will held Leon tight. There you have it. We'll keep struggling on, Birkenstell. We won't give up on the chance of a miracle.
You're saying that? When the Witch of Miracles has promised with certainty that there will be no miracles? So long, you two. Go collect dust in the depths of oblivion, unable to even die, and disappear! Come, my kitties. I won't order you to kill them. Just clean up the two pieces whose roles have ended.
100 million, a trillion, 10 quadrillion cats all bared their fangs. In the starry sky of cat eyes, countless flesh-colored mouths opened, exposing countless teeth. The world was wrapped in flesh and blood and fangs. Oh my gosh. I'm left speechless. I'm left truly and utterly speechless. Pardon me. But, my goodness. Will's really nice. Okay. Now we can go to the question marks. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Okay, what's gonna happen now? What miracles will we witness? 2 white pieces were set on the chessboard. The countless black pieces surrounding them were now just packed together, not even placed on the squares. Birkenstell tipped the 2 white pieces over and took them off the board.
Is it really okay to end it like this?
Yes. Yes, as usual. Your reading does... Pardon me. Yes, as usual, your reading truly does fall comfortably on my ears, my Miko.
As you wished, I've scraped out even the inner parts of the guts. Was that enough of an answer check for you?
Indeed. I am quite satisfied. Using the answer you have revealed as a key, I will go back through all the tales so far, opening the closed rooms like treasure boxes one by one. It's fun finding the key, and it's even more fun to stick it in all the locks. You have done very well, my Miko. From now on, let me enjoy my thoughts alone. This has been enough. The Witch of Theater-going sat back in her rocking chair, a satisfied smile on her face, as though enjoying a pleasant aftertaste. There was no need for a game board anymore. She just had to go back in her mind, through the whole set of tales, to check whether her theory was right or not. It seemed to leave her pleasantly drunk, even better than the most expensive wine.
Are you done with me now?
You have done well, my Miko. I absolve you of your duty. I will return to my slumber. I'd like to enjoy this pleasant dream for a few more centuries. And when I grow tired of that, you will find yet another tale to keep me entertained. For those centuries, which will pass in the blink of an eye, I grant you your freedom. Splendidly done, Birkenstell, my cute, cute Miko.
It's not like I care. Go ahead and dry up and die. So long for the rest of time.
You call a few mere centuries for the rest of time? Featherine's consciousness slowly faded away. As the owner of the study's slumber grew deeper, the lights about the room slowly darkened.
Good night forever, Aurora. You don't need this game board anymore. I'll take it.
Birkenstell reached out towards Beato's game board, which lay on the table in front of Featherine's rocking chair, and tapped it twice. The game board and the pieces flew into the air, folded up and put themselves away, then landed on Birkenstell's outstretched right hand.
I still haven't had a chance to do any real game mastering. I just did Beato's funeral. That and tearing out the guts. I still haven't done anything.
Birkenstell's smile twisted evilly. Then the game board floated up once again, and the world unfolded itself above Birkenstell's palm.
Hey, pieces of Beato's game. I'm gonna have you spin an incredibly brutal tale that I'll find incredibly entertaining. Tremble in fear of the certain fate you've been promised. By the name of Birkenstell, Witch of Miracles. And as the final game master of Beato's game, I proclaim it. Oh, just saying it would be boring. Maybe I should follow Beato's rules and say it in red.
Are you sure? There might still be some witches with naive hopes.
Ah, Lambda. So you're here. Of course, you always are wherever I am.
Go on and say it. You tell those naive dreamers.
Yes, I will. As the Witch of Miracles and as the final game master, I proclaim the start of the final game and make you this promise. I won't give this game a happy ending.
Right. Man, you go through multiple lifetimes, like, trying to survive with your friends in a little village, and then you just are like, you know what? I'm bloodthirsty now. I want other people to feel my pain. A single girl was crying in a desolate, quiet chapel. She's changed, right? She was a small girl, only 6 years old. A girl who would, for 12 years starting now, lament the fact that she wasn't on this island during October 4th and 5th, 1986. Then, a single man appeared. The man noticed the girl, walked up to her quietly, trying not to scare her, and put his arms gently around her shoulders.
Oni-chan.
I've been looking for you, Anji. The girl jumped into her big brother's chest and started crying again. What's wrong? Why are you so sad?
Today a kid in class bullied me. He said the people on TV were saying Mom had ties to bad people. So he said that Mom and Dad were the culprits and that they probably killed everyone. I asked Aunt Ava, hoping that she'd say it wasn't true, but she didn't say anything. Mom and Dad aren't bad people, right? Right?
Poor kid. Everyone keeps saying whatever they like about what might have happened on this island on that day. Sit over here.
Okay.
When the man pointed at the floor, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered there and created a chair. The girl obediently sat down on it.
You know, don't you, Oni-chan? You know that Mom and Dad aren't bad people, right?
Yeah, of course I know that. I know that none of them were bad people.
And tell me, what happened that day? What happened on Rokenjima?
Okay, I'll tell you. This is what happened on that day.
Is it a scary story?
Of course not.
Is it a sad story?
Not at all.
Then what kind of story is it?
You can decide that for yourself when you hear it. It definitely isn't a painful story, so listen up.
Okay, Battler Oni-chan.
On that day, we all went to Rokenjima. There were a lot of us. It was an important day. The day of the family conference. Where should I begin? This is the final game, made just for Anji. Listen, Anji. This is what happened on Rokenjima on that day. It isn't sad or painful at all. Oh, that's all we get for the question marks? Aw, man. Well, I guess we get to go to the next episode then. We get to see the truth. The final 100% truth. Although I feel bad we're not gonna be that far into episode 8. But, So with the cape being there, that means that Battler definitely became the family head, right? That's that, yeah? And this way we get the answer of who the other person is. Because I think it's while I feel like I'm probably not right, I feel like the character that Erica was portraying was representing somebody that maybe we've only heard in, like, mention? Because if it's not, like, those universes' Leons, then that's the only thing that I could think of it being. Unless people were confused by me referring to all of the possibilities as Leon instead of the other name. Because I think, was it Yasu? Because Sayo was, like, the name that was Shannon. But I think that was probably made-up name that like made sense with it. I think we were told a different name, and I think it was Yasu, but I'm not 100% sure. That's why I always refer to them as Leon. But I don't know. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I forgot it was Yasu, not Sayo. Yee. Okay. But yeah, we're only gonna be able to get like about 45 minutes into this. But I'm excited. I don't want to do anything else. I want to go right into it. Oh. Why did you shake? It's like, just in case you weren't awares, in the final thing, this is fictional. Oh, the final chapter, my beloved. Like, I'm gonna feel bad that we're gonna have to, you know, stop in the middle of it, but the one that took me like 4 years to get through, oh my gosh. So it's fine. Two silhouettes could be seen in the chapel, a big brother and a little sister. The big brother who would never return from that day 12 years in the past, and the little sister who waited all alone 12 years in the future. However, the big brother knew everything, understood everything, and the little sister knew nothing, understood nothing. So no matter how much time passed, the little sister remained as the girl that she had been 12 years before. She remained a 6-year-old girl forever. Her sobs into his chest finally subsided. She quietly waited for his next words. After patting her head roughly, the big brother fished around inside his shirt pocket. Then, he took that out. Are you listening, Anji? Take good care of this.
What is it? A key?
Battler took a large key attached to a necklace out of his pocket and held it out to Anji. Ooh, that's a really pretty key, and it has a butterfly motif. It was large enough to cover his entire palm, and little Anji probably wouldn't even be able to wrap her hand all the way around it. The key glittered gold and had a beautiful, intricate design. Its weight alone made it clear that this key was something very important. Battler put the necklace around Anji's neck. This precious key is yours alone. Look at baby! We need to see. She doesn't look any different. I guess she does look younger in comparison. It's been a while since I've looked at her, like, original art, but, like, look at her. Look how small she looks. Okay.
What's it for?
The time to use it will come soon. When it does, you'll have to decide for yourself. Understand? Of course, she didn't have a clue what Battler was saying, but she did realize that he was telling her to take good care of this key. So Anji nodded, at least in response to that part. In her hand, the key had felt heavy. However, now that it was around her neck, it felt as light as an ordinary necklace. Like the PS3 is very patch. I know, a lot of people have, like, told me to get that patch, and it's just like, At this point, we're already so far in. How strange. Okay, let's go.
Where to?
She had been sure that her brother was about to sit down. After all, just a second ago, he said he'd tell her what happened on Rokenjima that day. She'd expected him to tell her here, on that day, on that island. Just, what is it that happened?
I thought you were going to tell me about that, Onita.
Okay, I think the storm lifted it. If I would just remember I'm a massive goop. Yeah. It requires a bit of setup. Yeah. Like, if it was something that, like, I knew about before going into it, I might have considered it, but, like, At this point, it's too late now. Absolutely. And you'll be given the chance to listen. However, to you, it may not feel as though you're merely listening to a story.
What does that mean?
What you really want isn't to know what happened on this island on that day. So, he does understand after all. What happened on that island in that day. Trying to answer that question was all I was capable of, so I wished for nothing more. But if I could, I'd want to go there. It's very nice. It has stuff like animations for lip flaps, voice acting, and animated rain, and other VFX. Okay. Yeah, the main thing that would have probably kept me from doing it was the voice acting, because I would probably feel awkward talking over everybody. To that island, on that day. To Rokenjima, on that day I couldn't go. To the Ushinomiya family mansion. Yeah, you can disable it. Yeah, again. Little late in the game now. To mom and dad. To all the cousins, all the relatives, and everyone else. I want to go back to that island on that day. So I remained the way I was that day. My heart and soul stopped, stuck as a 9-year-old's forever.
I want to go home.
I know.
Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, everyone. I want to go home to where everyone is.
And that's why I decided to invite you here, or there.
Huh?
Your Oni-chan is the game master now. Only those who know everything about the game board can open it up and invite pieces in. So I'll invite you to come to the game board.
You'll take me to Rokenjima on that day?
That's right. I'll invite you to the Rokenjima of 1986.
Will I be able to see everyone?
Of course.
Even though my memory is vague and I can't remember anyone's face clearly?
You'll remember soon enough. And though it'll be a reunion after 12 years for you, it'll only have been a short gap for us. Everyone will welcome you. When you finally return from the distant future, everyone will welcome you.
Will I be able to stay there forever?
This way, I can be with everyone forever. This is the goal I'm supposed to reach. Anji, listen to me carefully. The battler spoke in an admonishing tone, as though warning me that this was a dream that wouldn't be granted. The Rokenjima family conference usually ends after a single night. Because of the typhoon that day, the boat wouldn't come, and it lasted 2 nights.
So when the typhoon passes, I'll have to leave the island again?
Not exactly. That decision is yours as well, Anji. You'll decide that yourself. I understand, of course. I don't exist on that island on that day. It's a miracle just to be invited there like this. Just the 2 days before the typhoon passes. Just getting those 2 days to myself is already the sort of miracle that will never come again. If I'm greedy enough to ask for more, that faint miracle might vanish. Even though I thought this, my young heart, which was still 6 years old, wasn't satisfied with such a short-lived miracle.
I don't want to leave.
I know.
I'll be with everyone forever. I'll stay with my family. Even if Oni-chan says I have to head back, I'll stay on Rokenjima.
You can stay or you can leave, but it's not as though one of those is the right choice. That's how it works, Anji.
Even so, you'll let me choose?
Yes. That's what the key is for. Battler touched the glittering key that hung from Anji's neck.
I've already made my decision.
You don't have to decide now. The time to choose will come soon. When it does, you must use your honest heart to choose how you'll use that key. You don't need to listen to anything your Oni-chan tells you. You're free to choose your answer in any way you like. However, if you're a good kid, and if you trust Oni-chan,
if I can,
then believe everything Oni-chan says.
I'll believe all of it.
That will lead to the best choice for you. Listen to your Oni-chan's words and believe everything. Can you do that?
I don't know.
And that's good enough. Believe whatever you want to. That's also a choice you can make.
If I don't believe Oni-chan, will I wake up from this dream?
That won't happen. So don't worry. For some reason, Anji was suspicious of her brother and scared of him. Her wish was to remain on that island on that day, together with her family, forever. She was afraid that, once she got her 2 miraculous days, her brother might tell her to be satisfied with that and return to 12 years in the future all alone. I already told you, there's no right decision. You can go, or you can stay. That's for you to decide. And you don't need to make your decision right now.
And no one will force me to make either choice?
Of course.
And Oni-chan won't tell me to go back to the future?
There is a choice your Oni-chan wants you to make. Even so, Oni-chan wants to respect your decision and let you reach it on your own accord, regardless of what it happens to be.
I just told you. I've already made my choice.
And I just told you. Now isn't the time to choose.
When will it be time?
The key will tell you. The large gold key hung from Anji's neck. Her small hand held it tightly. At that moment, she noticed a book lying on the chapel's altar. The book had a lock on it and was sealed, so it could not be read without a key. Anji looked between the key hanging at her chest and the book on the altar.
Will this key unlock that book?
Don't touch that book. His sudden, forceful response made Anji flinch. Battler, realizing he had scared Anji, softened his expression. Come on, let's go. I'm inviting you to come back to October 4th, 1986.
Okay.
Battler held out his hand, and Anji gripped it tightly. Then they started walking. A brilliant light lay beyond the chapel's door. That blinding light peeked in through the cracks around the door. The brother and sister began to walk through the other side. That's the book that she inherits, right? Or is there two books? Welcome back, Anji. This will be the last time. I'm opening this game board one last time. For you. Ooh. I think this is the same as last time, yeah. But still. We can vibe with its melancholy. It's just fun. It's just fun. Okay. Whoops. Wrong button. Okay. Let's see what we got for the next half hour. Yeah! Fall! Once again, Captain Kawabata's ferry boat to Rokkenjima cut across the sea in perfect form. Yes, the tale of October 4th, 1986 always begins with Battler's screams. But this time, one thing was different. There was another yell alongside Battler's. Battler was screaming. The other was... laughing? Fall! No!
Fun!
Oh, look at them!
Balor's face looks funny.
Alongside the big brother, who was grasping at the handrail and screaming in a way no one that age should scream, was the little sister, also grasping the handrail and jumping about like it was a ride at an amusement park. George and the others just couldn't hold in their laughter at the difference. I guess Battler-kun hasn't changed much these past 6 years. He's as energetic as ever. Plus, Anji and Maria look more cheery than usual this year. Could this be the first time we've had all 5 cousins together? Oh, is it? I get it. That explains why it's noisier this year than any year before. George Aniki! This is way too fast, right? I'm begging you, ask the driver to slow down before it's too late!
This is too fast? Valor's so pathetic. I want to go faster! Faster!
Any faster than this and I'll fall right off the boat! Will that make you happy? I'm gonna fall! Calling my popular vote. I'd have to say Valorkin's proposal is rejected.
Look out, Onita. Look, you're gonna fall. Scaredy cat Valor needs to be punished. Tickle time.
Wait, stop, Maria! You too, Auntie! No! Thank goodness. I was worried about Angie's health, but it'd be too sad to leave her behind at home. I'm glad we decided to bring her anyway. Wasn't she very sick shortly before you left? She was all better this morning. Kids can be so incredible sometimes. She's the kind of person whose health takes a hit when she's stressed. It's not that strange for people like that to get all better when the big day finally comes. She must have been really looking forward to playing with all 5 of the cousins together.
Just watching them play together makes you feel charged with energy, doesn't it?
The adults smiled as they watched the children play around. Anji, who had gotten very sick, and who everyone had thought would be absent, made a miraculous recovery. Thanks in part to her strong desire to join in, she had come along to the family conference with the others. And so, for the first time ever, all 5 cousins were gathered together. October 4th, 1986 became a day like no other. I'm just imagining, like, Anji going up to Shannon and be like, hey,
So Maria told me about this one thing. Don't do that.
And the kids dashed up the path leading to the harbor to the rose garden. They were probably so charged up that even walking was too boring for them. See that? First place! Valor was the first one to reach the rose garden, which was the goal. Apparently he was trying to make up for the dishonor he had suffered on the boat by proving his superiority on land. A short while later, Anji and Maria reached him in a dead heat.
I'm second. I'm faster than Anji. No, you aren't. Maria Onechan cheated. I'm second.
The 3-year gap between Anji and Maria was large, especially since both of them were growing kids. It was only natural that Maria was faster, but Anji seemed to be complaining about a shoulder bump at the start line. Maria Onechan cheated, so she gets last place. Teacher always says you get last place if you cheat, protested Anji. Come on, no need to fight. Still, both of you really are fast. It's been a long time since I've run that much. The breeze feels so nice. Are you out of shape, George Aniki? You know, anyone who has to run the race to make it before the bell every day gets strong legs by default. In other words, being a fast runner is proof that you sleep in a lot.
Oni-chan always sleeps in. He didn't wake up. He didn't wake up today either, so I had to wake him, right?
A stomp followed by a flying elbow, and that bodyplex from the top rope at the end there was just about finished me. That sounds more likely to put you in an eternal sleep.
Sounds fun. I want to do it too. I bet Oni-chan sleeps in tomorrow too. We'll wake him together this time, okay?
I'd recommend against staying up too late tonight. So cute. Finally, the adults came into sight. The cousins waved at them, urging them to hurry up. Anji and Maria were so excited that they could hardly wait. Just by having all 5 cousins together, just by adding Anji into the group, look at how energetic this day has become.
Excuse me, the family members have arrived.
So they made it. I must let father know.
Interesting that nobody greeted them. Are they all in the guest house now?
Yes. They will meet you here after they have set down their luggage.
Understood. Cannon, please show them the way. Shannon, quickly get some tea ready.
Here's an ear wiggle for you.
As you wish, madame.
Ear wiggle.
Father, It's me, Klaus. It's about time for you to get ready. After Klaus knocked on the door, it opened from the inside. Oh, Dr. Nanjo, how is father doing? No need to worry. He's changing as we speak. I think he's just a little nervous. Who are you calling nervous? Why am I alive right now? No, I cannot find my favorite one-winged necktie pin. How many times must I tell Natsuhi? My possessions must never be moved without my approval. Wish I could wiggle my ears. It's very fun. I guess since Battler is telling the story... I can't find my Beatrice! Where is she? Beatrice! Apparently, Kinzo had been running around for some time just because he couldn't decide on a tie and a tie pin. Kinzo, who felt that the dignity of the family head must always be preserved, usually made a big deal about the head's attire being equally dignified. Will he make it in time? Do you think you could give us a little longer? We'll come down as soon as he's ready. Understood. I'm counting on you, Dr. Nanja. Father, I must say that necktie pin looks splendid on you. This necktie pin, you say? This pin? The family conference is held but once a year. There shall be no compromise. I must have that necktie pin. Where is it? Where? Kinzo-san, you already looked at that drawer 5 seconds ago. Besides, you own several splendid necktie pins. Is it not stylish to select something fitting to match fate's whims? You think so? So I don't need to use the one-winged eagle pin. As Klaus watched Nanjo calm Kinzo down, he started finding it hard to believe that this doctor wasn't his own mother. Well, it was always like this. He always makes a fuss when no one's looking, but when the time comes, he makes his decision with pride. After asking Nanjo to come down by lunch at the latest, Klaus snuck out of the study. What do you think? A splendid aroma, is it not? And a unique one as well.
I've never had pumpkin tea before. That little touch of sweetness makes it delicious.
Just cue Psyche coming up, it's like, ayo. As one step in preparing the tea for the guests, Goda let Shannon try a bit first. Until then, Shannon had thought it would be outrageous for a servant such as herself to drink the same thing as the family and their guests. However, according to Goda, that kind of thinking was a mistake. One must not serve something if one does not know the taste beforehand. For example, when you visit a restaurant and a dish you've never heard of catches your eye, what are you likely to ask the waiter? How does the dish taste, correct?
I see. So if the waiter says he's never eaten it before, that would seem a bit odd.
Precisely. As a matter of course, anyone serving their customers must be deeply acquainted with the taste of the tea and the food they serve.
And you'll always feel happier serving the sort of tea that you've tried and enjoyed for yourself.
That's right. After tasting tea this delicious, I can't wait to let everyone else taste it.
And because of that, we servants must be very familiar with the taste of all sorts of foods. That's why sampling food whenever I can is part of the job description.
It's a perk as well as our job. Do you understand?
Yes.
Everything is proceeding smoothly. Are there any problems with the tea? Oh, Genji-san, you must try some as well. Seeing as it's almost Halloween, I decided to make some pumpkin tea. Later, perhaps. The family will be arriving at the mansion very soon. It looks as though the children will be joining in.
Yes, sir. The cups are ready to go as well.
The music taking a break was very ominous there. I know it was circumstance, but it was very ominous. At that moment, the kitchen's extension line started to ring. Genji, who was standing right beside it, swiftly picked up the receiver before the second ring. Shannon and the others always thought Genji looked like a samurai when he did this. Understood. Take care when guiding them. After giving that short response, Genji set the receiver down. That was canon. The relatives will be here shortly. The children are with them. Shannon, Kumasawa, goes to serve them. Goda, hurry up with that tea. Yes, sir! The family conference. It was the largest event of the year for the servants. They were all excited and determined to make it through together once again this year. Klaus-sama, I have led the relatives here. Oh, there you have. Were there any troubles on your trip here?
Nissan, you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately, haven't you? Isn't it about time you bought a private jet?
After all, no one was in the plane but the family as usual.
I'm glad Anju-chan made it. I was so worried when I heard she was too sick to come. Thanks for your concern. She suddenly got all better this morning.
My tummy ache went away. I rubbed my tummy clockwise. That's a magical ritual to heal tummy aches.
Now, Maria, quiet down.
Oh, is that Butler-kun? You've grown so big.
It's been 6 years, hasn't it? You've grown splendidly.
Well, I do keep getting bigger at least. Can't really say that about his guts, though. I'm just happy to learn that he's still the same old Butler-kun.
Battler may be bigger, but he's still Battler.
This brat's always been terrified of falling out of planes and boats and stuff.
That must be Asuma-san's blood, right?
When he was a kid, he went to the theme parks. He always went on some of the wilder rides. That's probably what did it.
Don't they have height restrictions for those?
No, I don't mean that kind. You know those paddle boats and teacups rides, right? Looks like we took those a bit too rough back in the day.
You've always gone a bit overboard on rides like that, Rudolph Nisa.
I see.
Poor Butler-kun.
Poor Butler-kun, indeed.
Still, it's comforting in a way. Even after all this time, nothing says Butler-kun like a fear of riding things.
Well, Nita isn't scared of riding things. He's just scared of falling off them. Fall!
Hey, stop running around! Maria, you're one of the big cousins now, right? Set a good example!
Pardon me, I brought some tea for everyone.
A pleasant aroma followed Shannon as she came into the room, pushing a serving cart. Even Anji and Maria, who had been running around in circles, sat down obediently when they heard that drinks were here.
By the way, what's Dad doing? He should be down here soon. He's been rushing about all morning trying to choose a tie.
You mean all that about choosing an attire suitable for the family head? Father's always been picky about ties, hasn't he? It's just something he has passion for. Staying stylish is a good thing.
And yet, he always shows up wearing the same tie in the end.
The family members burst out laughing. The sweet scent of Goda's specialty-made pumpkin tea spread through the parlor, and the calm atmosphere grew even more cheery and excited.
Look, Mama! It's a pumpkin cookie for Halloween!
Oh, that's right. The sweet scent is kabocha, isn't it? That's right. Today we have some special pumpkin-flavored tea for you to try. It really is delicious, so I suggest you try some without sugar first.
Nissa, watch your sleeve.
Wow, so kabocha tea actually does exist. Goda-san really did his homework.
Delicious. This is excellent. You can taste the kabocha's natural sweetness. Kabocha tea, huh? Still, kabocha always tastes best in tempura.
It's pumpkin, not kabocha. Yeah, pumpkin is different from kabocha. This is pumpkin.
Maria seemed to think the English word was more fitting for Halloween, but it looked like Anji thought kabocha and pumpkins were entirely different things. Everyone laughed, but Anji, not knowing why she was being laughed at, cocked her head to one side discontently. Just when it looked like she was about to get in a bad mood and started grumbling, Maria started teaching her a cookie game, and Anji immediately became engrossed with that distraction. This is so cute. And then the sound of approaching footsteps drifted from the hallway. When the relatives realized whose footsteps those must be, they straightened up. Those quick footsteps... Why do I keep tripping over my words? Those quick footsteps stopped for a moment just outside the parlor door, as though someone was taking a deep breath and setting up a dramatic pause. Then, the door exploded open as Kinzo yelled out loud, with Genji and Nanjo standing behind him.
I lived! Happy Halloween! And trick or treat! Trick or treat! Why is this making me laugh so much? Oh gosh, I don't know why that got me so bad.
The cousin shouted it back. Calm down. Toucan. Okay. The adults returned the greeting too, looking embarrassed and refusing to meet his gaze. Anji alone stood there with her mouth open, unable to comprehend what had just happened. I mean, makes sense because everybody all of a sudden was speaking English and she's like, I don't know those words. Welcome, my grandchildren. If you don't give me a treat, I'll trick you.
Go ahead, Maria.
Happy Halloween, Grandfather! I got you a really incredible one this year. You'll be surprised.
Maria picked up a present that had been hidden behind the sofa. Come to think of it, all of the relatives were now holding similar packages.
Come on, Anji, you too. Give this to Grandfather. Kade handed Anji a neatly wrapped present.
Oh, Maria! You're always so thoughtful. Grandpa's so happy.
As Kinzo took Maria's present, a smile broke out across his face and he rubbed his cheek against it. Master, your dignity.
Oh, that's right. You have pleased your grandfather greatly, my granddaughter. In return for the treat you have given me, I promise not to trick you at all this coming year.
Now it's your turn, Grandfather. If you don't give me a treat, I'll drink you.
Indeed, I'm well aware. Genji.
Here. Genji fished through something that looked like Santa Claus's sack and pulled out a present addressed to Maria, handing it over to Kinzo.
Here you go, Maria.
I need to remember his voice makes my throat hurt.
Here's a present from me. I'm warning you, it's so cute. You're gonna want to take it home, won't you, Kyrie?
Dang, Kinzo, you did a number on my voice right now. What the heck?
Such a waste to give it up to you.
Master, dignity.
This is a present from the Ushinomiya family head to Maria. It is a cute... an item worthy of the Ushinomiya family's dignity and grace. Take good care of it.
Thank you, Grandfather. I love you.
What is going on?
Oh, Maria, my adorable granddaughter.
What? By this point, even Genji had to give up on Kinzo's dignity. Still, the dignity of the family head had lasted a full 10 seconds longer than usual this year. Happy Halloween, Grandfather. This is from me. Happy Halloween. This one's mine. I hope you like it.
Oh, George, Jessica, I must thank you once again this year. I'm so happy.
With tears streaming down his face, Kinzo hugged George and Jessica.
Oh, and Battler too. I'm so glad you've returned to the family. It's been lonely without you these 6 years.
Well, anyway, happy Halloween. Not sure if you'll like it, though.
Don't worry.
Don't worry, Battler. Like, I imagine he just, like, slams his hand on his shoulder and he's, like, doing the grip. And it's like,
don't worry. I know you have things you want to say, things you want to ask. But now is not the time.
Grandfather.
I am glad that you have returned to the Ushinomiya family. It makes me feel happy.
Slowly, Kinzo moved forward and hugged Battler. Battler drew back at first, but then he understood Kinzo's feelings and hugged him back. Anji watched the scene play out, shocked. Was Ushinomiya Kinzo always this kind of person? Anji, you're up.
Come on, give it to Grandfather.
Okay.
Anji is us, just being like, what is going on? Anji didn't have a clue what was going on. She took the present from her mother she took the present that her mother had given her and walked forward timidly. Kinzo's face, which had looked so cheery a second ago, suddenly became stern as soon as Anji stepped forward. No, it didn't become stern. That expression was the one always worn by the Kinzo inside Anji's mind. This was Ushinomiya Kinzo. He was fickle, short-tempered, and always wore a stern expression on his face. This was the most terrifying person in the Ushinomiya family. If felt as though the world went suddenly quiet, and it only did it when I stepped forward. Why? Why only for me? But isn't this how it should be? Isn't this the Ushidamiya Kinzo I expect? The Ushidamiya Kinzo I understand? I was like a puppet carrying a tea tray. I walked forward, bewildered, with the present I held out in front of me, and stopped in front of Kinzo. Without letting his expression change in the slightest, Kinzo slowly reached out and touched the present. Anji! In an instant, Anji was caught in a firm embrace, present and all. Kinzo's white beard rubbed against her cheek. Grandpa's so happy! I'm so glad to be blessed with such lovely grandchildren. I feel happy! So happy the tears just won't stop! Master, your nose is running. That, and your dignity. Oh, Kenji, forgive me. As the old man blew his nose, he didn't look like he could possibly be anyone other than the kindly grandpa overcome with tears at his grandchildren's gifts. Thank you, Anji. I heard that you chose to come even though you weren't feeling well at all. I'm so glad. Here, this is for you. He pressed a large gift box to Anji's chest. She finally realized that all of Kinzo's presents were wrapped differently and in boxes of different sizes. I wonder what he got you, Anji. I hear that grandfather always personally chooses what he'll give each of us. Pretty incredible with all these people.
He picks them himself. Every year.
He does. What every year? He picks what himself? This bizarre ceremony happens every year. The cousins were all happily chatting about what their Halloween presents would be this year. Maria came up to Anji and suggested that they compare the weights of the presents, but for some reason Anji just stared blankly. After that, the adults also handed their presents to Kinzo one by one, receiving a gift in return, along with considerate words about their health and questions about how they'd been doing recently. Then, after watching to see what all exchanges had been completed, Goda appeared and announced that lunch was ready. Is it ready? Come, ladies and gentlemen, let us enjoy the splendid lunch that Goda has prepared for us. Quickly, to the dining hall! This way, everyone. Follow me.
We will carry your presents to your rooms in the guest house.
Please, feel free to leave them here as you leave for lunch. The relatives stood up, leaving their presents where they lay on the tables and sofas, followed Kinzo out of the parlor. Only Anji remained standing there, stunned, as she clutched the present Kinzo had given her. Goda's lunches had never betrayed expectations before. When Hideyoshi said that these meals were the only reason anyone ever came to these family conferences, everyone laughed and nodded. The delicious food caused conversations to erupt all over the room. You've gotten so big. How have you been lately? Pretty good. It was a fun meal, with everyone asking each other about the latest and laughing together. The Ushidamiya family sat at meals in a specific ranked seating order, so the adult siblings, the cousins, and the spouses all sat in groups, so conversations sprung up naturally. Anji had withdrawn slightly from the cousins' chat and was looking around the dining hall. What are Kinzo and the adult siblings doing? Their conversation seemed to be peaceful and fun. Most of the time, the siblings were mothers or fathers of their own households. However, when they gathered together by themselves in front of Kinzo, that burden was lifted from their shoulders, and they became young and bright as though they'd gone back to being kids again. Rudolph, who was usually an easygoing father who nonetheless had a sense of dignity, became so bright and cheery in the group that it almost looked like there was another battler. Even Kinzo looked peaceful and relaxed. He didn't say a word about money or the inheritance. In fact, he didn't even insult the children or call them incompetent. He just looked like a happy old man, genuinely pleased to have his whole family together for the only time this year. The group of spouses was just as harmonious. The mothers kept bringing up problems with education and household matters, as well as family health issues. Hideyoshi and Nanjo happily joined in on their conversation. And what about the cousins? There was no way such an enjoyable meal with such a fun group of friends could fail to be precocious. I hope that was the word. Maria was in her element, showing off her knowledge of Halloween trivia. George and Jessica would nod in understanding. Battler would say something stupid and Maria would laugh at him. If I wanted, I could easily join in on the conversation. And if the dessert caught my attention, I could easily slip out of the conversation too. It was happiness, both fun and natural. It felt like waking up from a daydream to be greeted by the rays of the springtime sun.
According to the weather report, we can expect a big storm sometime tonight.
It's supposed to be a typhoon. Looks like we'll be stuck here for more than one night again.
I do not mind in the least. You may stay here as long as you wish. If it would mean seeing my adorable grandchildren's faces more, I would pray for rain every day.
Give us a break. We do have work to get back to. Why don't we leave the island? Why don't you leave the island, Father? That way you could see your grandchildren whenever you wanted.
True. Living on a remote island may have a sense of majesty, but haven't you had your fill of it? It's too noisy in the city. I much prefer a quiet island with no one on it but my family. I like it here.
But on Rokanjima, if something happens, it would take some time for a doctor to arrive.
I agree.
At your age, I think you should at least consider moving to Nijima.
I am old now. I want to live in peace, surrounded only by my family. And I'm satisfied. I have this island to make that dream of mine come true. Father. It seems I've gotten you all down. Ladies and gentlemen, this ends Goda's lunch. Grandchildren, it will probably be raining constantly starting tomorrow. Now is your last chance to see clear skies. Why not enjoy the flowers and take a walk on the beach?
That sounds good. Okay, everyone, let's go.
I want to see the flowers and walk on the beach. We can collect shells and collect glass too.
Collect glass? That sounds a bit dangerous. Fragments of glass get washed up on the waves and become round, beautiful gems which drift up to shore. Did you forget, Valor? Remember how we used to pick them up together? Oh, were those glass fragments? I always thought they were just pretty stones.
Have you ever seen a glass gem, Anji?
No.
Then let's go. I'll show you. Let's go. But to the first to see them gets to keep them. I'm gonna get them all.
In that case, I'm not gonna lose either. Let's see who can find the prettiest, biggest glass gem. All right, at times like this, why not be a kid? I'm not gonna lose either. Then we'll head down to the beach.
Indeed. Take it easy and enjoy your time together, grandchildren.
The cousins rose from their seats and noisily left the dining hall. Maria grabbed Anji's hand and dragged her along. However, Anji's expression was vague and absent-minded, the opposite of Maria's full smile. I felt like now was gonna be a good time for the end of the stream. Oh gosh, I want to keep going, but I can't go that long. But at least we have tomorrow's stream, so we at least have that. I'm enjoying this. I feel like there's gonna be something that'll happen that'll be like, oh no. But I'm having so much fun. I don't want to end. I don't want to go. But we gotta. Yeah, it is a good transition to go and end the stream. But that is okay. Okay, now to see who is streaming today. Well, a good amount of people. Okay, let me see. Let me open up Twitch, because if I look through OBS, it's not going to show me all of the possible things. I've updated back into the... Okay. The Cult of the Lamb thing. Start with more fluffy times and transition to sadness next stream. Oh no! I know that's going to happen. I know that's what's going to happen. Oh gosh. Okay. Amma stream?
Oh, she's ending.
I'm pretty sure anyway. Amy? She's only been... I gotta wait past the ad to see if she's actually still going or not. Oh, wait, I need to do it like this. I feel like she's ending, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll look up someone else as like a backup just in case. There is case unit. I'm not 100% sure. Sky is streaming, but like... Okay. So I guess we'll take a moment to think of a stream message or a raid message because I don't know if Alma's ending or not. If she is, I have a backup plan, but okay. So, what should we everything is fine, right? And then why isn't it showing me my emotes? Why isn't it showing my emotes? Do I have to... I'll just copy it from this. Okay. Okay, I think we have enough time to raid Alma. I think we have enough time. We haven't raided Alma in like months. Okay, so let's see. Here is the raid message for today. It is everything is fine raid because everything is fine. Nothing bad. Nothing bad is gonna happen. Definitely no. Definitely everything is gonna be fine. And nobody's gonna die. As you could see, because Kinzo is alive, everything is fine. But anyway, thank you everybody for joining me today. Whether it was for the whole stream or for just a little bit. We're gonna be seeing each other again tomorrow, and we're gonna keep going through the episode 8, the final episode, and I don't know how long this one is gonna be. But hopefully we get through a good chunk, and then we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll tie a little bow on the last little bits. Otherwise, it'll just be a fun time. Fun time with voice acting. Yep. But yes, hopefully you all have a good rest of your day, whatever you decide to do. And we'll see each other tomorrow at noon PST. Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Wow. And then make sure that goes through.